All right, welcome in, folks. It is Wednesday, 3 September 2025. Setting up for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night shows. Got lots to take and set up and get ready for. So, Censorship Sucks will be along shortly to do his pre-show, and then we'll get his regular show out at the top of the hour. Hope everybody had a great week. Even got to a little chance to see me last night on World Pirate Radio. I restreamed it here. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Gonna get this going here just a sec. Do. So far, everything's looking like it's going good. I hope the sound quality is much better tonight than it's been. I do endeavor to try to make the quality of the sound and stream as best as I possibly can. But, there are times when that, isn't within our means because of either, software issues or, ISP or whatever. Sometimes it's human error, I do take the hit for that one. And, a little bit of that could have been me. And as I can see, I do have a little bit of that too. But give me a few more minutes and I will get us connected up with Censorship Sucks. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that right now while I do the rest. See if I can get a hold of anybody. I know it's a little early.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Alrighty.
Thank you,
What?
everybody. That is right. I officially own the NFL. I think it's time for some changes. So, for my very first
What are you
change,
listening to?
we're going to be changing the rosters from 53
Mr.
players
Beast.
to
Oh.
54 and giving that new roster spot to a YouTuber. No, Jimmy, we can't. I already did. Cowboys.
What is this, man?
I have no.
Mr. Beast just
I
he
have,
just put out a video saying he bought the NFL.
What?
Yeah.
Is he for real?
I don't know. I mean, it's a 3-minute video. I'm about 40 seconds into it. Let's listen to more of it. See what this is. If
Yeah.
it's pure.
Hey, it's David Hawk.
Yeah. First one,
How you feeling today, David?
In 3, 2,
I'm doing better today.
You sound a lot
Good. How you
better.
been, man?
Okay. Did you guys not do an after show on Sunday?
We did, and
Oh,
I
we
tried to
did.
get you in, but it wouldn't let you in for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't get in, and I didn't get a notification.
Yeah.
It was a shit show, dude. Mark brought in like 50 people, and like I don't know. It was a shit show.
Okay.
I couldn't even talk. Like you can't even talk. It was just
Okay.
everyone listening to that DK guy just rattle on.
Well, I made sure to remove him this time.
Okay.
I thought I had him removed the last time, but apparently not. And I only wanted to get like MC and Sonya in and Roger,
Mm-hmm.
but that's about it
And
because
the MC guy, started talking about how the Jews did 9/11, and I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. Like, get me out of here. Like, please don't even associate my name with this podcast. I want nothing to do with it. I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Yeah. Miss anything. Fucking my dog tore off this handle today.
Roger restreaming us today, and Cecilia Adams in the Kick Chat. Here we go, and a lot of others. Big Cat Gaming in Kick Chat as well. And Sickliffe.
So why is Barry bailing on Sundays?
Time constraints, family, stuff like that. He does miss a lot of Sundays, and he probably, would miss more if he wasn't obligated to it.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, it is what it is.
That is true. It is what it is.
So Mr. Beast just put out a video saying he just bought the NFL.
Okay.
So I was just listening to that going, what the hell is this? Like, what in the world is he talking about?
How much would the NFL cost? I mean, it's not all the teams, right? It's just the...
Yeah, it's the organization above it, right? Yeah,
right.
I don't know. I don't know. It's funny. And could he even afford it? There's rumors that the guy's just broke,
Yeah.
Like he, spends so much money on his videos, he doesn't really make much at the end of the day.
Right. Otherwise he wouldn't be trying to sell substandard children's lunches and sugary energy drinks and,
Chocolate.
Feastables. Yeah. But hey, the kids go nuts over that stuff. He got them hooked.
Some of his videos are good, others are not, but...
Yeah. The only thing I watched from Mr. Beast was, I guess he had something on Amazon Prime that was kind of like Squid Game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had some elimination game thing, so yeah, I sat through most of that. That was about it.
Yeah, he did like a replica of the Squid Games.
Yeah, he worked the little traps. Yeah.
Give away like $1 million to the winner or whatever.
Something like that, or an island, or I don't know what the heck it was.
Yeah. And I think like that's an example of one of those videos that cost him, I don't know how many millions to make that thing, It's set, it to replicate the whole set, like everything.
Yep. Bullhorn Barry is typing about a microphone test.
Oh.
He's like, where am I at?
Just let you know.
Which room are we in, guys?
Yeah.
The one that I rang you guys in? Hold on. I guess he's ready now.
Is he ready now?
So I'm not going to have Brent on tonight, but I'm going to try to get him on Sunday night.
Okay. I didn't get a chance to take and switch the slides over anyways for the after show.
Okay.
I mean the encore.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll come in on Sunday night, then I can like just figure out the last half hour on my own, whatever.
Hopefully Yodavation will be in.
Yeah. She just doesn't know anything though. Her days are. She'd sent me an email the other day. I feel sorry for her, man.
What was that?
Wow, that was quite an echo.
Yeah, that was quite an echo. Are you guys hearing any kind of distortion or sounds in the background? I do have a fan on.
Just heard distortion.
I was messing with you guys just to let you know. So we're good.
No, Mark, I don't hear a fan or anything.
Okay, good.
How's it going, Barry?
Yeah,
Hey,
all I hear
Barry.
is an unprofessional asshole.
Going well, man.
Good. Man, we got dumped on today, man. We got a ton of rain. Heck, I was looking out at the mountains earlier, and they looked like they were covered in snow, but obviously it was just hail. But there was like a layer of snow on the mountains. It was crazy.
Well, we actually had some sunshine today after like 8 days straight of just, No sun. I mean, it didn't even come out. It was just global dimming for like 8 days straight here in Tulsa. Intermittent rain. And then all of a sudden, bam, blue skies, not even a single like cloud in the sky. So
Nice.
kind of weird. Kind of weird how it happens, that, you know. And I'm sure they'll be right back to spraying again, and it'll be more global dimming. But, you know, at least can enjoy 1 or 2 days of blue skies. It's always nice.
Yeah.
I constantly get the hate on mines every time I talk about chemtrails. It really, and it doesn't matter like how many times I post it. They always have to, like, make some, you know, snarled remark, and it doesn't bother me because none of that stuff affects me. But it's just kind of funny that that's how they think they want to spend their time. You know, like that's going to accomplish anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would be one thing if, you know, there was purpose behind it.
Yeah.
But there's no.
Well,
purpose.
I know that they're not going to change your mind about it. That's for sure.
It's not going to change the mind of the people, you know, at HHS or what's the that just came out on Glenn Beck, the head of, I forget what the department he was. We're talking about that the people that are behind this are upskilling it. So he's literally, you know, doing a pseudo confession that it's already taking place now, and they have plans to upskill it. So they're not gonna convince those people either.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones researching it.
It's yeah, it needs to be banned. I think Florida was working to ban it, and a couple other states.
I think we're at like 6 or 7 that, but none of it. There's like one state I think that banned it in
Florida.
an effective way. Well, no, maybe so. You may be right. But one of them said that low-hanging chemtrails is outlawed. So they've been able to bypass some of the legislation through, because it has to be in a certain level of the atmosphere before it's considered illegal or whatever. That's what I heard. I'm not technical like that, but that's what I heard from people that know more about it than I do. And so they've been able to get away with it. And even so, I mean, who's gonna? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen anybody. They're still doing it in Florida because I see it on X all the time. People in Florida videotaping and showing it. You know, so I don't think that any of this legislation has done anything more than bring attention to it. I think there's a couple of dozen or more states that have legislation being introduced that has not yet passed. So, you know, we're getting critical mass like never before. And I think the people that don't believe it's happening are the minority now.
Yeah, it's a matter of how you present it, you know.
Well, that's kind of up for debate. A lot of people say that we should use the terms that are more scientific, you know, like geoengineering and solar radiation management. And I do use those terms.
Yeah.
But chemtrail was actually one of the first terms to describe, you know, high altitude aerosol spraying. It was a military term. So it's not non-scientific. It's just tied to the conspiracy theory arena.
I swear to God,
Yep.
I have no mercy for flies. Just none. You come in here, you die. I'm sick of trying to like give you a way out and all that shit. No, you just die.
They're just flies. They're just flies. Just you know, let them be, man. You know.
No.
Land on your nose.
No.
No, dude. It is. I am paranoid about flies too, as well. Like the other day, I was finished cooking and I was getting ready to put some sriracha sauce on some stuff, and the fly landed on the tip.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And he stood there for, you know, a little while before I, you know, shoot him
Oh,
away.
they'll move in and make babies there, man.
Well,
he'll just...
I don't know if it's true, but they regurgitate or throw up or poop or something whenever they. So I had to clean the tip, man. I just couldn't. I had to go and rinse it and put soap and water on it. It was just like one of those things where, you know, the idea of it regurgitating. Because remember the fly, Jeff Goldblum? Remember that? And
Return the fly. We Vincent Price. Return of the fly. Oh yeah.
Oh, there's that World's Best Food Review channel with that what's his name, Sonny, I think. You guys must have seen him at some point. But yeah, he was at some place in like Kenya, and oh my God, the flies were just like layers deep on the food. You know, just open air market with food. You know, like meat sitting on a table in the sun.
Be right back, guys.
Maybe Bill Gates will like create some genetically modified flies that will like procreate, and then we can have some biblical type. He'll go for some sort of biblical type plague of flies.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, don't put the ideas in Bill Gates' head. He doesn't need any more. He's found enough ways to try to destroy us.
He is definitely trying to destroy us. But
yeah, in a real world, he'd be locked up as a supervillain. But you know, instead he gets to walk free.
Yeah. Well, did you hear where Trump was talking about Gavin Newsom? It's either like today or yesterday, and he was going, "There's something wrong with that guy. Have you seen his the way he moves his arms? Because that's what Bill Gates does. Remember, his arms are always flailing around. That's like a psychopath. You know what I mean? And it really is for real. So he was mocking that and saying, he goes, there really is something wrong with that guy. Have you seen the way he moves his hands and his arms?
Yeah.
I noticed it. Actually, he's weird.
And then Gavin caught on, and at one of his little talks, he's like holding his hands together, but you can see one of them keeps trying to pull away while he's talking.
Involuntarily, right? He has no control.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hilarious. He doesn't have to hold his hand down.
That is hilarious. Remember the movie The Hand? That horror movie? That movie. That was like the first scary movie, one of the first scary movies I ever saw. That thing terrified me, man. That hand. Golly, that was...
I don't remember that, but I remember Thing from, the Addams Family?
Right, and that wasn't scary.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the hand? How did the hand come about? Was the guy a writer or something? I can't remember the whole storyline.
I don't remember.
The hand was just a hand, and I mean, for back in the day, I would imagine that was a pretty good special effect for back in the day.
Yeah.
Looking at all that old Star Wars effect, that's pretty impressive for what they had.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a movie. It's like a Blade Runner-esque type of independent film. And like they have no budget whatsoever, but they're just all real talented people. And they put, I'm trying to think, I can't remember the name, but they built all models and stuff and shot through the models. And it looks really impressive, man. I'll have to think, I think it's called Slice. Slice, that might be the name of their company, but it's like a 20-minute Blade Runner type film. And it was well done, man. For a budget, you know?
Oh, so David, man, you sound great. You're on your game. Are you going to join us for some radio time today?
No.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Big.
Well, call it what you want.
Gay!
Gay. Yeah, I don't have the energy, man.
All right. That's what Red Bull is made for, but whatever.
I'm not supposed to have Red Bull. I'm not supposed to have anything.
You get a 5-hour energy, man. Those things are like 2 ounces.
There you go.
They actually work really well too, man.
Yeah. Caffeine.
Yeah, if I'm doing
B12 or whatever.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't have that jittery energy that you get like out of like an overdose of caffeine, you know?
Yeah,
it's really jittery, and it's very calming, and you're just awake and you're not jittery.
Yep.
They're perfect. Like on a late night road trip, if I start getting tired, that's my go-to right there every time.
I just can't stand the aftertaste. Ugh. 5-hour energies, man. It's like that's nasty tasting stuff.
Not that bad.
All that guarana or whatever it's in there.
Yeah.
Remember when we were younger, we had no-dose, those little pills?
No-dose. Oh, yeah.
Those things would get you so jittery, man, that you just like...
I know.
Not me, man. I'd go to sleep. They'd put me to sleep.
Well, we figured
No, if
out
you
that-
have, I mean, if you have ADD or ADHD in that, and
yeah.
it puts you, it does the opposite. So,
Well, Primatine had little
oh
tablets for
man,
asthma.
Primatine, man, that'll get you buzzing.
Yeah, come to find out, it's like one of the main ingredients in meth. Yeah, in high school, Primatine, hassle the asthma kids. Yeah.
Okay, so I actually won. I told you I bought a lottery ticket the other day. I fucking won the 1.3 billion.
Yeah, how much did you win actually?
$4.
$4. There you go.
I
Yep.
doubled my money. So I
There you go.
parlayed it. I parlayed it and bought 2 more tickets, and now it's big money.
All right.
I got 2 tickets to ride in the big game.
He got 2
Well, you
tickets
should-
to paradise. There you go.
Yep.
Yep.
You should have talked to me earlier. I'd give you my lottery tips. Don't buy the same numbers twice.
I passed it on.
Oh,
to you.
okay.
Yeah.
That's smart. That's actually really smart.
Yeah. I found out the hard way. I took all my retirement savings to buy lottery tickets, and I bought about 2,000 lottery tickets, but they're all the same number.
You know what a pain in the ass that would be for them to process that? It's like, really?
That's why he did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, all right, we got
paid for it in
2,000
nickels.
winners. It's all the same guy. We got to do all this paperwork now for days.
Yep. Yeah, at Lucas, we used to pitch in. Everybody in my department, we'd pitch in by lottery tickets, and then we had to stop because you realize if you guys win, we're going to lose the entire department. We can't do that. Yeah, they wouldn't even let us all in the same elevator at once. Ever since the incident, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want my whole office playing the lottery. That'd be kind of scary. I mean, you know they're not going to win, but still, if they do, you're screwed.
But yeah, in the rare chance they win, you lost all those employees.
Yeah, every single employee you have is gone, except for the 2 people in accounting or whatever that didn't buy in because they know the numbers.
'cause they're
and
smart
realize
enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
They actually deal with numbers, so they know there's no chance. It's just stupid tax.
Yep. But
It's
accounting
the
people
stupid
are fun.
tax. Mm-hmm.
The accounting guy at Creative Labs, people ask what he did. He says, when you get your paycheck and sometimes it's got a penny more or a penny less? He goes, I'm the one that determines that. So, he had that power.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure he was instructed to round it down every single time.
I'm sure he was.
Speaking of power, what happened to you on the after show, man? All I heard was I can't be a part of this. And then you were gone. That was
that guy was talking about how the Jews did 9/11 and
God.
We're like, what's your channel about? And the first thing he comes out with is the first thing he talks about is how the Jews did 9/11. And I was like, oh my God, dude, I can't get a word in edgewise in this group anyway. I'm done. Like, what's the point of sitting here and listening to this crap?
Yeah. I think that's a little out.
The one thing for sure about 9/11 is nobody knows shit. Okay?
Other than it was an inside job.
If you think you know anything about it, you don't. That's all I know, right? I've seen so much garbage over the years about it that it's like just none of it.
Let's just hypothetically say, and I have my opinions, but I'm not throwing it in there. But let's just hypothetically say that there was a criminal element within the United States government and other nations, maybe even criminal elements within Israel. How does that make it a Jew thing? Or how does that even make it an American thing?
Yeah,
because
exactly. It's a criminal element.
These are criminal elements, not all of Israel, not all of America. And so they all just, it's like, and then they're demonizing every Jew. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
and it's just ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. I mean,
and there's
like
a difference. And like I explained before, I had a problem with another show on a Wednesday night, the late show, when that same topic came up, and I said, I don't care if we talk conspiracy in that, but when we don't take and name a religion, sure, we can talk about the Khazarian Mafia all we want, all right? Because, sure, they still take labels to hide who they are, all right? But that's different than being a whole religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we all know it's the Templars' fault, right? Blame the Templars.
I think what's kind of weird and maybe funny in a way is how they think these people that that the Jews are behind everything. They actually think like they have the esoteric inside story, kind of like David Icke thinks about everything. Everybody else is mainstream alternative media, and only I can connect the dots. Only I have the deep knowledge.
I agree. I totally agree. That's why I don't like, when David Icke first came out, he was kind of cool, but then the more I listened to him, the more it turned me off.
Right.
Yeah. Tim Pool had someone
and what really turned me off is, hey, I want you on one of my shows. Oh yeah, you have to have X amount of listeners that you can guarantee to us, and it's going to be X amount of dollars for 20 minutes to 25 minutes. I'm like, no, that's not how this works with me. No,
I remember.
I don't pay hosts or guests to come in on our shows, and that's just not how it works.
I remember reaching out to I think her name is Jean or something. She's on mine. She's like a porn star. I'm sure you guys have seen her.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Marsha Jean?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, I'm doing these interviews on Minds. Would you like to, sit in for one? And she's like, I need security. I need, first class flight and accommodation. And, I'm like, and like $15,000. And I'm like, what are you talking? Like, no, like, it's like, there's no security. What am I going to send you security?
Yeah, you're going to be at your home.
Yeah.
Security, something online. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. If I'm flying around, okay, that's fine. Like if I'm Tim Pool, then that's maybe a reasonable thing. But I'm not Tim Pool. I'm just, doing interviews on Minds for for maybe a couple hundred people to see. I wonder if any of those are archived up there anymore. I doubt it.
Are they video?
Yeah.
They're gone.
But.
Yep, they're gone.
Which means they're probably gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gone.
'Cause I don't know if I ever.
Are you a Minds Plus or not?
Sometimes.
Okay, yeah, you've probably lost them all if you went 30 days with it. Yeah, because all my videos are gone. It's sad.
Yeah, my Minds Plus didn't renew for whatever reason, and it's all gone. There's no way I'm signing back up for it.
I've said over and over I thought that was a bad idea, but hey, it's they had to do it. They said, but hey, I told Bill when he was at the show, I said, hey, look into H.265 codec because it uses half the space but has the same quality, and that would have cut it in half.
And if nobody has looked at it or liked it for 90 days, then maybe think about deleting something, But it doesn't matter how popular it is, 30 days, boop, it's gone.
Well, I think people put videos on Minds thinking it was a way to secure things. Like I'm going to have this forever. I can always access it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll be there forever. That's what I thought.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I should reach out to a Bill or John or somebody and have them on again soon. I don't know, man. I look at that site as just a place where I can archive my stories that I want to go over for the next show. I really don't look at it as a whole lot more than that anymore.
Yeah, it's a dying platform. It really is.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yep.
Every now and then we'll get an influx from another nation when they're kind of experiencing some censorship. I noticed that.
Yeah, they need a little free speech. They come to Minds.
Exactly.
Yeah, that used to be a big thing.
Yeah.
What's that?
That used to be a big, regular thing. Every 6 months, it seemed, every year. So, Vietnam was one.
Yeah, or Thailand or whatever. Yeah. It's different areas.
All right,
which
guys.
is great.
I think we're close enough that we should switch over to the next room.
Okay.
I'll catch you over on the other side. David, I won't ring you because I know
all right.
you're low
Bye,
energy
David. We'll see you later.
Now. All right.
All right. See y'all
Really
later.
good seeing and hearing from you.
No problem, man.
All right.
Take care. All right. Bye-bye.
Oh, boy. Let me see. Can I get into that room or not? Oh, boy. Let's see. Let's see. Do. What the... Let's try this again. Mother. No, let me do that. You son of a bitch. Oh, man. Trying to join. Okay, hold on here. Let me
Okay.
All right. Well, for some reason, someone was in the room before, and I couldn't. It locked it up, and I finally got it back. Sorry about that.
Okay. And there's Barry. Excellent.
Is Brent coming in today?
No.
No, I'm going to try to get him Sunday night.
Oh, okay.
All right. This can be quick. You got 30 seconds.
All right.
All right, and here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for September 3rd, 2025. Folks, fall is upon us. It is September. Tonight, I've got with me Bullhorn Barry. Barry, the summer's waning away. Are you sad? You happy? You looking forward to the fall colors, or you just want 6 more weeks of sunshine?
I like the fall weather, man. It's nice. Put that sweatshirt on, maybe a light jacket at night. Yeah, it's nice, man.
Football season starts, College football kicking off already. And
fall leave?
Yeah, and the NFL will be going in here soon, and pretty soon, like, all the kids will be back to school, which is great for the parents, I imagine, after so many months of them being home and under their feet all day. Now they can finally put them back in daycare, aka public education, and not have to worry about them all day. So,
sadly, that may be closer to the truth than we know.
Oh, it is, without a doubt. It's a slush fund. I mean, we were talking about New York City spending $42,000 per kid. That's a slush fund. And teachers complain that they're not paid and they're making, so little money they can barely get by. If you're spending $42,000 per student, right, and you've got 30 students in a class, that's $1.2 million per year per class.
Mm-hmm.
How much does a teacher get? Wouldn't a teacher get a decent chunk of that? $100,000, $200,000 maybe? No. It all goes to administration, overhead, the food, right? What do they feed them? How much does a school lunch cost?
And I bet you they pay a premium price for that really bad fake food as well.
Well, that's why it's a scam, right? They sell them a can of Spam for $15-$20 and they buy it for $2. And, that's their cousin or whatever gets the contract for the lunch meat and off you go. Now you're getting rich. Exactly,
man. And with that kind of money spent, we should be pumping out Einsteins, man, but it's not happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 30 kids, $1.2 million budget, and you can't get them all to sit down, shut up, pay attention, and learn.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. So just a scam, man. It's sad, but it's daycare at best. And, that's kind of the parents are happy they don't care what it costs. Just send them off. I got to get stuff done. I got to go to work. I can't have them home all year round, which, sadly, again, if you have 3 kids, that's $120,000 a year. If you give that money to mom, she doesn't have to go out and work. She's going to make double what she does at work, just sitting at home teaching the kids how to read and write. What a dream job. What a dream job that would be for 90% of the women in this country.
Yeah.
Let's
make America great, man. I'm ready for it. I think we're moving fast, and hopefully, with more than 3 more years left, a lot can be done.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. And you talk about 3 more years left. I want to go back in time 3 years ago. Okay, because 3 years ago yesterday was when Joe Biden gave his blood red speech with the Marines in the background.
Yeah, let's call it.
Talked about American.
The V for Vendetta speech.
Oh, it was the most evil thing I think I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
I remember talking to you about it and everything. And I was like, I can't even recall any other world leader making a speech that was that divisive, that evil, mean, that horrific. It was shocking with the 2 Marines standing behind him.
Oh yeah. The way it was staged played into the red, played into Biden's, dark and demonic looks that were constantly on his faces, just insane anger that he had, this little outburst where he starts yelling for no reason. I mean, he was always seen as nuts among the right, and I don't know how the left didn't see it.
Mm-hmm. Quoting from Twitchy here, they're saying they this demented husk of a man as a snarling, vengeful avatar to deliver a message to millions of Americans. You are now domestic enemies and will be treated as such. Your political leader is finished, and so is your political power. The deep state tools, the media, everyone, they all cheered along with it. Let me play a clip from this. So if you guys aren't familiar with it, just listen to a short clip of this speech that I try to find Hitler even talking in these types of terms. I bet it'd be hard to do it.
We must be honest with each other and with ourselves. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. And I want to be very clear up front.
And clap that.
Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans.
Yeah, they are.
Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology.
Most of them do.
I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans.
Oh.
But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country.
In that speech, I think he called MAGA a threat to the country, an existential threat to America and democracy and freedom. I don't know, a dozen times or more. It was evil, man. Evil, Barry.
Well, he got disproved, man, because Trump got elected. And who elected Trump? MAGA. MAGA is the predominant force. Notice the key word that he said, that he works with mainstream Republicans. In other words, the status quo, the corrupt establishment. He literally told you exactly who he stood with. And oddly enough, Joe Biden ran on a platform of unity.
Yeah, oddly enough, right? But no, there are definitely, when we talk about the deep state, they're in both parties. I never for a minute I'm going to say, no, no Republican is part of the deep state. Absolutely. Many of them are.
Absolutely.
Look at Romney.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. McCain, Cindy McCain.
Well,
Romney too.
Yeah, Cynthia McCain. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I mean, he works with those people. Of course he does, because there's no difference between the left or the right. It's one and the same. It's the duopoly. It's the two-party system is just one party. Yeah,
the deep state. They're willing to, it doesn't matter who's in power, they're still going to leave the door open. Look at England. How many times has England voted and put people in power that said they were going to stop the immigration train? And no one does, ever. And they keep voting them out. They voted for Brexit. They just keep going on and on and on. We don't want this. And yet they keep doing it. They keep turning it up. They could care less. Finally, we've got a president here in America, Donald Trump, who said enough is enough. And he put an end to it. Like that. Overnight, stopped illegals pouring over the border in a matter of days. When Joe Biden told us repeatedly, Kamala Harris told us repeatedly, that if Donald Trump hadn't blocked that legislation that would have mandated, 10,000 people could come in a day before they could do anything about it? Yeah, that's not shutting the border. That's opening it wide open. And Trump was against that, as he should have been, as was I, as were you, Barry. We discussed it in detail. It was a horrible bill. And yet, Joe Biden said, hey, if you don't pass this horrible bill, we just can't do anything about it. It's in the legislature's hands. Well, we didn't need a new law. We needed a new president. Donald Trump fixed it immediately. The UK could fix it tomorrow. Right? Real easy. All they got to do is call up France and say, hey, we're not screwing around anymore. Stop it. Cut it out. Patrol your border and stop letting these people get in these boats and head over here. And then when they get there, you give them a new fresh tank of gas, turn them around and say, France is that way. That's your last safe country. Have at it. You're not welcome here. Or deportations, or you pick them up and just instantly send them down to Uganda or wherever, Somalia, wherever. Off you go. Just boom, instant slingshot back to square one.
Trump talked about how it's incompetence with people like Gavin and these people that, just allow the lawlessness to continue. But I think he's just being politically correct. I think he knows better. I think he knows that these people actually want the chaos, enjoy the chaos, work best out of the chaos, and want to burn it all down. I mean, that's part of the whole goal of the Great Reset. That's why you always saw the symbol of the phoenix at all of these globalist things, is because they want to burn it all down, rise up out of the ashes as the winner and the victor, and remold and reshape the world in their world order.
But man, did we miss a bullet. We've said it a million times, man. Kamala would have been a nightmare. It would have been a continuation of that Dark Brandon theme,
Oh, she was just as dark as he was. I kind of almost think she was Biden 2.0. She probably would have been worse because she was consciously evil. I think a lot of times Biden wasn't necessarily consciously evil. He was just going along because he didn't know any better. But I'm not giving him any, free space here. I think he was pretty dark. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Well, she's just as much of a puppet as Dementia Joe was, right? Dementia Joe didn't even know he didn't even sign anything, right? All these auto pens, people going around his back signing executive orders that he probably had no idea anything about. Why bother even, briefing him on this new executive order? He's just going to forget about it in 20 minutes.
That's my point, is because he wasn't conscious of really what was happening half or more of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So why even brief him on this? Just sign it with an auto pen, get it out the door, and we'll run with it. The staff will take it from there. So she would be more of the same. She might actually want to sign and read the thing, but she'll read halfway through and say, God, this is boring, and then sign it.
Or she'll come back and she'll say, wow, that's good, but it could sure be a lot more tyrannical. Why don't we add this in there as well?
Yeah, exactly. This should, let's turn it up to 11, you know?
Let's level this thing up, man. Come on.
But yeah, we're showing them how it's done, folks. We are showing them how it's done. What America's going through right now is amazing. When you look at Germany, I mean, they're in a recession right now. They're losing money hand over fist. They're admitting that they can't fund the system as it is. They're starting to admit it. They're saying, look, this thing is not going to work the way we've set it up. Okay, so what's next? 7 people from the AFD, Alternative for Deutschland, which is, Deutschland is Germany. They call it Deutschland over there. We call it Germany. They don't call it Germany. They don't know what Germany is. But yeah, 7 people from that party, Alternative for Deutschland, which is wanting to shut down migration, wanting to, deport people, wanting to cut down on all of the benefits that go to the people that are there that are not citizens, and so on and so forth. And 7 of them mysteriously died of, quote, natural causes in the last week and a half. Now, their election is September 14th, I want to say. But it's coming up here in like a week and a half, 2 weeks. They're having to scramble to put new names on the ballots and all these different things. And it's you go ask Grok what the odds of this happening, naturally, and you get a number like, I don't know, 1 in 40 tripliquillion, times. Some number you've never heard of. 10 to the 9th power, so 10 to the 15th power. It's ridiculous.
It's highly
the odds
unlikely.
of this naturally happening. It's impossible.
Right.
It's impossible. It's possible. I mean, there was one dude who was 80 years old who just passed away the other day, and okay, maybe 80 years old, I get it, but tons of young people, healthy, it makes no sense, and we're expected to just swallow that whole and not question it.
Yeah, and a couple of weeks ago we were talking on the air about how they know they're losing. We were talking about America, but it's the same story all across the globe, right? We were talking about how they know they're losing, and the only way that they can take things back is either by force. And I said that means basically one of a couple of things. One, they cheat and steal, or they try some kind of a coup, which sounds like, in a way, that's kind of both of those things in Germany. So it's sort of their modus operandi. It's their standard operating procedure, because they really have no other card to play, because they just can't win if they, fight fairly and, put their ideas out in the debate field. Exactly.
It's why Donald Trump had 2 assassination attempts on him this summer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of them missed by a 1/10 of a second in a centimeter. Away from killing the guy. 1/10 of a second, he would have been dead. If he hadn't looked over to his right to point at the famous graph.
That beautiful graph.
The most beautiful graph
I've ever seen.
I mean, I doubt he's ever had a tattoo in his life, but if he got that tattooed across his back, I'd be like, that's cool, man. I get it.
That's what I would. Hey, you got to see my beautiful tattoo?
It's the most beautiful graph in the world. It's so beautiful, I had to tattoo it on my leg. I can see it every time I take a dump. It's wonderful.
If it's on his back?
Well, on his leg.
Okay. I was going to say that would be, unless he can, like, I don't know, do something.
Mirrors, man. Lots of mirrors. But yeah, no, they tried it here, man. We think they're, they're not going to kill anybody. Yeah, why not? Their whole power structure is up in arms here. It's going to get upended if they lose this. And I mean, Germany is in big trouble now. They're really starting to come out and show some numbers that are staggering. They're losing money hand over fist. They can't keep borrowing. What are you going to do? Something's got to give. So they can, shut down all their social welfare for their own citizens and just pour all that money into hotels, 4-star hotels for migrants. That's going to go over real well. let's cut off our health care for this, our citizens, and just, if we only give health care to migrants, it won't be nearly as expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Democrats, the left, the globalist deep state, they're showing their true colors. They're telling you exactly who they are. I think we talked about this on the last show about Tim Walz and him saying basically that, many of us woke up wishing basically that Trump was dead. But don't worry, because Trump will be dead soon.
Yeah.
He'll be dead soon enough, or something like that. In other words, that
day will come. Yeah.
It actually alludes to the possibility of something orchestrated even. You know what I'm saying? It's really, really diabolical to say it in the first place. But if you read into it, it could be somewhat coded. And I think that it is. I think they send that message out. Remember, right before Trump was assassinated, there was all of this rhetoric of, him destroying the democracy, and that he would
exactly.
In other words, just hyping up all of this anger towards him. And then next thing you know, someone's trying to kill him. So when I look at something like Tim Walz says, that I find that as a possible threat.
Yeah, it's incitement to violence is what it is, right? And they do that in Germany left and right as well with the AfD. Every time they talk about them, it's, the dangerous far right, nationalist party. In other words, they try to draw them to a modern day neo-Nazi sort of, positions, but they don't have those positions at all. They just look down and see that what's happening is not tenable over the long run. So something's got to give. Something's got to give. I think it was Paul Joseph Watson did a thing on women across Europe that are now dressing differently. Just them talking about how their lives have changed. Like, it's summertime. I've got a skirt on and a, tank top or something as a girl. Obviously not me, but, the girl's got that on. So what she'll do is she'll bring sweatpants and a sweatshirt on a 95-degree day to put it on when she gets on the subway, because if she wears the skirt and tank top on the subway, that's asking for trouble. Women who, work in bars or even go out to a bar on a Saturday night. If it's dark outside, you do not walk there or back, period. In any part of London, is the way it's described to me. You get a cab, because it's just not safe to walk around the city at night, especially, once again, if you're dressed in, say, a skirt and a tank top on a hot summer night. So I could draw example after example after example of, anecdotal evidence, of one post after another out there with women talking about these issues firsthand that they're experiencing. We've seen, there was one we saw where a lady was pushing a stroller with a baby in it, and this dude's like walking up to her, won't leave her alone, kiss me. Like, who does that to a woman pushing a baby stroller?
It's really animalistic, and humans have the ability to have restraint, but apparently some people that come from other countries, not all of them, but a small or maybe even a larger percentage than that, don't know how to have restraint, don't know how to be a gentleman.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's cultural too. If you're not part of their culture and their religion, then you're fair game. There's no punishment for you. The community won't look down on you at all if you do some pretty awful things, as long as you don't do it to one of their own. It's sad to say, but it is what it is. And we're importing it hand over fist. I mean, I say we, but we aren't anymore. America stopped with this garbage. But look at the EU, London.
Right.
London is just not even a British city. It's not London anymore. It's London Stan.
There was some U.S. government official in Chicago, and I think it was in Politico, one of those leftist media where I saw it, where they said, hey, maybe it was Raskin. I think it was Raskin who said it. He said, hey, crime is it's just part of who we are. As if it's okay just to have high crime. I mean, these people, like we've said, they're literally telling us who they are and what they stand for, man. That is unacceptable in a civil and safe society, man. Who would say something like that? Who could possibly say that and think there not be any blowback from that?
Well, and I think, you mentioned Raskin. I've heard several people make comments like that, hey, crime is down from last year. okay, last year was really bad, but it's down like one murder from last year. Okay, so murder is down from last year by one.
We're making progress. Great progress.
Yeah, we had 265 last year. Now we had 264. So it's down. We're doing much better.
Less
folks.
than last year, isn't it great, man? We're really cracking down. Really watching the streets.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I mean, come on, folks. People have to live out there in those streets. You don't. The elites, the people on television, they don't have to go out in the streets. If they do, it's Fifth Avenue. And it's, 2 blocks from their job at Rockefeller Center to their, high-rise apartment at Trump Tower or whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's safe at that, it's probably safe in that neighborhood, but I don't know. Do they probably take a tab? Yeah, they probably do, just because they're so recognizable that they don't want to be, stalked walking down the road. But again, that's the point. They're living in a bubble. They never go outside. They don't interact. They don't know what it's like to get carjacked at gunpoint. I mean, I've never happened to me, but my God, I can't imagine what that's like. Carjacked at gunpoint.
It'd be fearful, man. It's like my friend used to always say, it's fun and games until the flying monkeys come out.
That's right. We'll leave it on that and take a break, folks. We'll be right back after this message with more from the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show.
All right, we're on radio break.
Those words of wisdom.
Hey, Blue, what you doing? You still sleeping? Rain enough. She's just been sleeping under my feet all day.
I did manage to clean the Sunday show up as best as I could. It still had some sounds in it that I couldn't get out of, but I think tonight we're doing really good. I haven't heard anybody complaining about the sound, or even you guys saying, hey, I'm hearing something in the background.
What happened? It sounds real clean. Did you do anything, or it just stopped?
I actually just did a whole cleanup of my system. I cleared out the cookies and all that, so I'm hoping that, maybe some of that was the problem.
Seems like whatever you did, it worked, man, because it's nice and clean.
Yeah. But
very good, man. Very good job. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, with the video stuff now, it's added some other things that I have to look into, not just focus on the audio. So, yep. And I appreciate everybody that helps me out, saying, hey, something don't sound right. I might not be hearing it, but, someone else does. So that's good. And then I can clean it up.
Who do we got out there in the chat world today? I mean, the cyber world today.
We got, please call me W-Dub over in Kick Chat, Javoke over in Kick Chat. I can't even say it. Zerzer and OptiVR. We got Cecilia Hazard, FTW, and who else? Oh, Cecilia and Roger in the Kick Chat. And then over on D Live, we have we got a person over there too. Jeff Prod over on D Live, and on Facebook we've got Jordan Shea.
All right. Shout out to everybody out there listening, and we appreciate each and every one of you.
Yes, we do. So Roger says, keeping it real up in here. Thanks, Roger. We do try.
What is it that we try to do? I want to know.
Our very best, always.
Our best. Okay.
Keeping it real.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah.
Got to keep it real.
Got to keep it real, man. Speaking of keep it real, man, have you been following the whole insane InfoWars, Owen Schroyer, Alex Jones fallout? Because that's insane, dude. I've never.
No.
Oh my gosh, it's insane. Alex Jones went nuclear on Owen Schroyer, called him evil traitor, Benedict Arnold, scumbag, a dirtbag, snake.
Oh, go find some clips from that, man.
I've got. it's all cussing, man. There's no way.
No, we can't do
Oh, okay.
It is.
Well,
30 seconds,
but
guys.
he does a lot of radio, so most of his stuff isn't really.
Well, no, today he did ranting, but without, I think pretty much without the vulgarity. He apologized for the vulgarity yesterday. So maybe you can get some clips for Sunday. Or if we got time in the break, I'll see if I can dig something up.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SENSORSHIPSUCKS Roundtable Radio Show. We were just talking before we went to break, Barry, about how, people on the left were downplaying the crime. It's not so bad. I mean, folks, so you get carjacked, you break your arm, so what, right? It's not the end of the world. You get insurance, and, you're just going to have to maybe, ride share for a month or so till all the insurance works out and you can buy a new car. No big deal. Your arm will heal. Chicks dig scars. But anyway, Brianna Keilar over at CNN. Let me play a clip from her that kind of demonstrates this.
Chicago did experience a particularly brutal Labor Day weekend. Police say 56 people were shot, 7 were killed. But across the board, crime is still down compared to last year.
Oh, joy. That's 1,000 people were shot. And hey, it's okay because it's down from last year.
Yeah. 56 people were shot over one weekend. And it's okay, though. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as it sounds.
It'd be like
not over-exaggerate this.
Somebody that was in the war and they lost 2 arms and a leg. And they go, hey, you could have lost 2 arms and 2 legs, man. Be thankful.
Yeah, hey.
What's wrong with you, man?
Always look on the bright side of life.
Love just showing how crazy they are, though. It's just bizarre, land. I mean, come on. It's going to get crazy because they can't go back to the lies that they told because those are all being debunked now. So now they really have to show who they really are and what they really are about. What other choice do they have? They either do that or they go ahead and agree with Trump and say, yeah, you're right, crime's bad. We should really fix this and make it safe for everybody. Let everybody go to the restaurant at night and feel safe. Women to be able to go out after 9 and feel safe. It would be wonderful. What a great America that would be, But they're not going to do that because they're not for that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And they're fighting like crazy to stop Trump from going into Chicago to do anything about the crime there, And I think if you ask anybody on the streets, did what he do in Washington, D.C. work? And should we try it in Chicago? I would say, yes, it worked. And yeah, let's try it in Chicago. Why not? It'll save lives. Less people will die. Washington, D.C., have they had a murder since all this went down? I know they went like 2 weeks without a murder, which was like record territory for them. I wonder if they still haven't had a murder.
Trump just said either today or yesterday that 0 deaths still so far. So we'll see.
I mean, if they can go a month without a single death in Washington, D.C., and everyone on the left is going to say, well, this is a tragedy. It's the worst thing ever. Well, how many lives did they just save?
Exactly.
How many people are walking around alive today that will have birthdays and families and kids and you name it because of what Donald Trump did there? That, again, took him 1 day to do. They went in there, they fixed it, and it's fixed, right? Will it last forever? In a year from now, will it still be, no deaths in Washington, D.C. after a year, like the first year ever any major city's ever done that? If so, I hope so. That would be beautiful. How long will it last? I don't know. But, man, he showed that if you want to go in and fix it, you can fix it.
Oh, yeah. And he does it so quickly. That's the thing that's just amazing, which pretty much shows that they're full of crap that, we could never do that. We don't have the resources, the time. And even if we did, it would take 10 years, 20 years. I mean, we'll just have to learn to live with it and be safe. This is how the left talks. And then he debunks that just by doing it in just a short matter of time. And to be honest, dude, when I look at what's going on in these leftist hellscapes, metaphorically speaking, I think Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I think these people metaphorically are like aliens from another planet who just are like trying to take over. They're not even rational, It's really bizarre.
Yeah, and it's shocking that this is the strategy they're going with. It's just we hate Trump so much that no matter what he does, we have to oppose it, even if it seems to be working really well and saving lives. It does not matter.
What is Trump to them? He's somebody that wants to make America great again. He wants to make us prosperous. He wants to make us safe. He wants to make, everybody be able to afford a home, everybody afford a car, and all of these things go against the Democrat, globalist, leftist ideals. They want you to have less because, they want zero emissions, right? That's their end game. So they want you to have basically nothing and then be dependent upon the state so you can be totally enslaved. And so it's not really that they hate Trump so much. They hate what he stands for. He stands for Americana. He stands for Americanism. He stands for freedom. He stands for at least some kind of a semblance of the rule of law.
And they can't buy him out. They can't bribe him. They can't blackmail him. They can't get to him. Even through the lawfare and the attempted assassinations, they still haven't been able to get to him. Right? 34 felons, 34-time convicted felon. And I could care less. It means nothing to me. Oh, but he's a Nazi. Yeah, that word lost all its meaning years ago, sweetheart. Years ago. The term Nazi, fascist. Oh my God! When I first saw Antifa, the very first time I ever heard of them, I was watching some live event in, I don't know, Boston or whatever, and they showed up in their black clad and started punching people and calling them all fascists. And I just looked at it in awe and said, "How can this even be? You're calling these people fascist? Do you even know what that word means? And at the same time, you're trying to prevent them from speaking and punching them in the face if they try to actually express their freedom of speech. If they actually try to get their message out there, you're going to punch them in the face? You're like the fascist.
They're the brown shirts, bro. You see what I'm saying? I mean, brown shirts of the government. Maybe not technically, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we've really gotten to the point where the word racist means nothing. Right. And it's a shame because it's a very important and powerful word, but yes, it's lost all its meaning.
Oh yeah, and they want us hating each other. Now, honest to God, man, I have to really work on it because, it's just one of those things, man, where they want you to hate the other, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's just something you have to work at and understand that this is a ploy, that this is a scheme, that this is a strategy, so that they can keep us fighting among ourselves while they go about doing whatever it is that they want to do and control and manipulate the whole world. And so the thing that they fear the most, and it's really not even rocket science, it's as simple as possibly can be, and that is unity. They want to avoid us having unity because that's where the power is. That's the whole thing, united we stand, divided we fall. And they knew that, so let's make them fall. And then we can make America fall as well.
Yeah, but guess what, man? It's not going to happen on our watch.
Fighter for sure. I mean, he's given it all he's got.
Yeah, not going to happen on our watch. And honestly, if they keep going down this route, I can't wait for 2026 because it's going to be a landslide. When they keep saying that, everyone hates Trump and he's doing a horrible job and, he's going to die and maybe he is dead and we sure hope he does die. Like Tim Waltz said, it just makes them look so nasty, evil, petty.
Yep. That
there's no way this is going to work for them. They're fighting against Trump coming into their cities and bringing the death rate, the murder rate down to zero. They'll fight it tooth and nail with everything they can. And people are going to see that and say, wait a minute, I can barely go out at night in my neighborhood. It's scary out there. You're going to make it safe so I can drive through the south side of Chicago with my windows down in the summer, God forbid. I mean, when's the last time you were able to do that in Chicago, down State Street at midnight on a Friday night with your windows down? Never. You know, that's a place where when you're driving through there, you leave at least 10 feet between you and the car in front of you. All your doors are locked and the windows are up, and you're looking in every direction. You're on swivel the whole time.
Here's what I see happening with if Trump is really victorious across the board, limiting crime, bringing back the middle class and all that, then they're going to have to really tell their whole ploy. And they're just going to have to say, look, I think it's great that, crime is down. I think it's great that you guys, are prosperous right now. But the planet is going to overheat. It's going to boil over if we push back. And, this is the best plan for humanity, because otherwise we're not going to have a world anymore. That's going to be their narrative. And they've already used a similar narrative already. But once Trump is fully successful, that is the card they're going to play last. And of course, nobody's going to believe it, but that's going to be their last that they play, unless, of course, they go to their other plan, which is by force of somehow what I've talked about before.
Yeah. Well, I hope they, make Greta Thunberg their spokesperson for all that. Have her stand out there on stage with whoever's the president at the time, and give a big speech about how we all stole her future and how the world's about to die. It's Chicken Little all over, man. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Yep. And Obama said in Africa, he gave a speech. You guys can look this up. He said, we can't allow Africa to have the same kind of amenities that we have here in the United States, or the whole world would boil over, he said. So remember that, folks. This is at the core of their belief system. This is what they believe.
And so he would also have to be talking about India and China as well, I assume, right? Because
anybody really that's moving.
Those two countries have way more people than Africa, like way more, double.
I can't think of anything more racist to tell black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just can't. I'm sorry, but you can't have the stuff we have. That sounds very racist to me.
Yeah, if you haven't got it by now, you're just never going to have it. Sorry.
Tough luck.
Yeah, But you can also move to America with no problem. We'll pay you. Or England, or Europe, or anywhere you want, really.
Just promise that you're going to cause trouble when you come over here. Just promise that you're going to destroy things.
Exactly. Yeah, break things, tear down English flags, you name it. Have at it with the little girls.
Remember how I said that if Kamala had won, that they would be burning down churches in America? There's been churches burning down all over the world, man. Most radical, Muslims, radical Muslims doing it, but also, leftist loons as well. Just like a couple of big churches were burning just this last week. And so in these leftist, globalist run areas, expect to see churches burning, man.
Well, I saw an article about how it was the Congo, the DNC or Nigeria. It was one of those over there where like an entire village of Christians, like several hundred of them, were just marched off and killed.
And not a word from the mainstream media. Not a peep, man, because they don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, like they're literally killing thousands and thousands of Christians down there with nobody cares. The Pope doesn't even say anything about it, The Pope. Right. You'd think the Pope would be like, hey, man, this is kind of an issue. Let's send some troops down there and stop this. But no.
Well, yeah. And then the trans terrorists that went into the church, while they were having mass and praying.
Oh, yeah.
Killing a couple of innocent children, man. Just, I still can't get over that. There was another trans terrorist that just happened the other day. I posted about it on social media. I got it from Libs of TikTok on X, where some trans terrorist went into a home and violently sexually assaulted a child. So these are really
an infant.
People.
You say child? It was an infant, wasn't it?
Man, it's just either way. It's just beyond belief, dude. It's so evil, man. Pure evil.
Mm-hmm. On whole nother levels, but we're fixing it. We're putting an end to it. we just have to figure out what's going to happen to our schools. How can we reform them so fundamentally that this stuff just isn't happening anymore? You know, that we get back to like the 50s where, again, kids would have shotguns or rifles hanging in the back of their trucks when they drove to school, and that was never an issue. Door unlocked all day out in the parking lot. Anybody could just walk up to it, open it up, and take out the rifle. It was never an issue back then. Why is that such a huge thing today? Why is that just so utterly, catastrophic in the fact that, there's psycho kids out there that would pick up that gun and use it on their fellow students? That shouldn't be a thing, and yet it is. What has changed? We need to isolate that and fix it in our schools so that we raise people that are citizens, not just trying to get by and survive, but citizens who love thy neighbor and their neighbor loves them, and they attribute to society and they would want to do good. We're just not there today. It just seems like we fail so many of our kids. And if we could fix that, we'd fix a whole lot of other problems down the pike.
Mm-hmm. I just don't think it's going to happen until the mainstream media either collapses entirely or they change their game plan, because they're basically inciting these people to violence by not condemning it, man. They tried to hide the fact that this person was a trans terrorist that wanted to kill Christians.
Yeah, because he regretted it and said he wished he'd never brainwashed himself. And, but yet he changed his name. So yeah, there's two people out there. There's the people saying, "Oh no, this isn't trans anymore. They rescinded." No, you can't blame this on the trans community. This is not anyone in the trans community. They rescinded it. And so we hear that they never rescinded.
He was still trying to identify as a woman. He just realized he really would never be a woman, that he'd been brainwashed to believe the lie. So he still was trying, but he knew that no matter how hard he tried to be a woman, he could never be a woman, because it's impossible for a man, a biological man, to become a woman. Impossible.
And why the hatred for Christians? They're the ones that would sit down with them, show them the most love, and, try to help them through all this.
Yeah, the perfect example. When Franklin Graham came to New York City and was, with his Samaritan's Purse charity and was giving out stuff. I don't know exactly what all, but it was, providing for the needs during the shamdemic. And the left said, "Go away. We don't want your help. You're a Christian. You help people. Leave." Like, well, what?
Yeah, it's it's a crazy world out there, man. It is. And I don't know. Here's a crazy example. New York City College. I'm reading from Red State here. New York City College students at a four-year university in Manhattan can now take a course titled How to Steal, which promises to look at radical ethics around theft. Right?
What? You gotta be kidding.
Eugene Lane College of Liberal Arts can take the 4-credit class that will cost students upwards of $10,040 to look at things like the aesthetics of theft in a world where accumulation is sacred. The field-based seminar, I was told a while ago that field was a trigger word. Seminar explores the political ethics and aesthetics of theft in a world where accumulation is sacred, dispossession is routine, and the line between private property and public good is drawn in blood. Students will critically examine what it means to steal from whom, for whom, and why. Those site visits and fieldwork in places where capital is hoarded and value is contested: corporate storefronts, grocery chains, museums, libraries, banks, and cultural institutions. What does theft look like under capitalism, colonialism, and everyday life? When is theft survival, protest, or care? And when is it violence, appropriation, or harm? That's from the syllabus.
Wow, dude. But you just answered your question about why they hate Christians so much. And Jews as well. Thou shall not steal. That's why they hate Christians.
But Barry, is it possible to steal back what was already stolen?
Oh my goodness, man.
New York is stolen land, right? So
you can justify anything you want to justify if you work at it, man. But stealing is stealing.
And the thing that left me at the end of this article was they're charging them $10,000 for this course. isn't that highway robbery? Isn't that just stealing at that point? $10,000 for this?
Yeah, it should be offered for free.
Well, $10,000 to take a course that is just pure garbage.
Or just take 10% of the stuff they steal after the class.
Yeah.
You look, the class is free, but everything you steal, you got to give us 10%. They'd probably make a lot more money. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like you take the course down to Nordstrom's and you just have them all go in there with masks, storm the place, grab every jacket, leather jacket and whatever they can, and run out the front door into the school bus waiting there with the name of the college on the side and drive off.
Yeah. I mean,
that would be like a field trip, you know? We're going to go, ransack a Nordstrom today and then come back to the class. We'll count up our take and just, divide it up evenly. And then we'll talk about what we learned from that experience.
It's Robin Hood, man. Don't worry about it. You're a modern day Robin Hood. And look, I kind of understand there is, a kernel, and I'm talking a kernel of truth in kind of what they're saying. And let me give an example, because there are, I've heard, different Catholic priests and different Christians kind of, give discourses on this kind of thing before. Like, say, for example, you have a family and you're doing everything you possibly can, but you just can't feed your family. And you go into a grocery store and you steal some bread and some peanut butter and jam. Is that really a horrible crime? You know what I'm saying? And this kind of thing happens a lot. And many times when they get caught, because the owner is a good person, they can see that the person is distraught, and they're not thieves. They're just, they're shamed because they can't provide for the family, and they want to put food on the table for their wife and for their kids. And so sometimes the owner will actually just fill up a cart full of food for them and send them on their way. And this is. Go ahead.
Or say, come back tomorrow and take all the carts out there and bring them back in here, and I'll give you another basket of food. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Just,
Yeah, so the person can have
clean up around the dumpster, whatever.
Right.
There's always something to do.
Sure.
And
so there's a place for compassion and all of that, but what they're proposing is insanity.
Yes, they are proposing insanity, and it's I don't know. I'm just picture you're the dad. You're the dad, and your kid's gone off to college, and they're at Eugene Lane College of Liberal Arts in Manhattan, and you're paying, you're paying all kinds of money for their rent because they're living in New York, and on and on. It's expensive, man. This whole thing is getting a little bit up to here, and you see, okay, my kid, they're going to take algebra, a level 3 algebra. Okay, that's $11,000. Okay, wow, that's expensive. But I got to cut a check today. I knew this was coming. They're taking a history class, maybe an English class, and then you look down at after English 103 or 201 or whatever it is, you got how to steal 101, and it's $10,040. As a father, cutting that check, how to steal, and then it's $10,000. I would almost have to frame that. I would have to show that to everyone I know to just be like, am I getting ripped off? Are they just blatantly stealing from me in my face?
I think people would be so shocked by it that they would try to read into it and make it say, oh, that's not what it means. It probably means something else, like, how to steal in a different way, maybe how to steal in a legal way or something. The people see that, they're going to go, that can't be for real. Just like many times when we were trying to tell liberals of what the left was standing for, they didn't believe us. They thought, that's insane. That's not true. I haven't heard that, in the liberal news. And then you show it to them and they're shocked, right? They can hardly believe it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd be like, this school is teaching my kid how to steal by charging me $10,000 for this garbage, right? Like, what is this going to get you in life?
Well, remember the left they denied that they were having book bannings, that the left was banning books, pornographic books for kids. They said that's not happening. Remember that? Because it was so bizarre.
The left was giving the kids the pornography.
They were, but if you read the liberal news and you just talk to a normal liberal, they would tell you that's not happening. I know, because I talked to many of them. I'd say, because they were the ones saying we were the ones banning the books. And we said, no, we're not banning books. You guys are banning books. You're banning books and movies and everything on Amazon, on YouTube, on Facebook, everywhere. And they go, no. But they didn't know that it was pornographic material, because that's not what
trigger warning in the Bible.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, like I remember that story a while back. Some publisher put a trigger warning at the beginning of the Bible, saying, there's content in here that can be very hurtful, very damaging, very triggering. Read with caution.
Well, first of all, if you're a young kid and you're trying to read the Bible, you're not going to understand the Bible in the Bible terms. That's why they have children's Bibles, and they have the nice little stories in little children's form with pictures and short little paragraphs per page, sort of like C-Spot Run type stuff.
Exactly, the basic stories and whatnot. But the left had look at what they've done to Netflix. Look what they've done to Disney. It's a form of censorship to just turn everything to woke garbage and not produce any of the good stuff that you could be producing. They get good scripts all the time that are riveting, fantastic, phenomenal, type movies that would make $1 billion if they
make hundreds of millions of dollars, and probably would not cost half as much to make, because the story would be the focus.
Yeah. And, for Disney, that should be their core thing, is the story. Is the story good? That's it. That's the thing they do, is tell really good stories. They've done it since, their very origins. And they've gotten away from that and more towards this DEI crap and just teaching people a bunch of things they don't want to know, they don't care about. I don't go to a movie to be lectured. If you're going to lecture me at the movie, I'm giving it a bad review and I'm not coming back. But anyway, folks, we are all out of time for the first hour. Stay tuned for hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show right after this.
All right, we are on radio break.
All right.
We need to take a couple of minutes. It's a 10-minute break right here, right? So I can look up and see if I can find videos of Alex.
Yeah, and screen him real quick to make sure he's on the air and not ranting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, yesterday's stuff was, oh, my gosh. He was, okay, remember when he went nuts on Joe Rogan? It was that times 10.
Wow.
Times 10 on his fellow brother, who he's known for over 10 years, since like 2011, when Owen came to work at InfoWars. I mean, they're like best buddies, and he just ripped him apart, called him, snake and devil, and I mean everything you could possibly imagine.
Well, go find it, man. Go find it. I want to hear this, because that's crazy stuff, man. Like you say, they were super tight forever, and
well, it all sprung from Owen Schroyer after he quit. He did a 5-hour podcast on Owen Schroyer Live on Rumble, and I listened to over 4 hours of it. And then, of course, the InfoWars show came on, the Alex Jones show, so I had to watch it to see what his response would be. And dude, it was, oh my gosh. I mean, I can give a good breakdown in a very short amount of time, if we need to do that, because I listened to the 4 hours of Owen, and I listened to the, whatever it is, 8 hours of Alex over the last 2 days. And he just he can't stop. He's so pissed off, man. He is so pissed off at Schroyer right now.
Wow. Yeah, let's find some clips from that. That sounds great. Please take point on that and fill everybody in, man, because that sounds like a great story.
He did a rant today, I think it was, that was actually really good, except for it was focused on Owen. I mean, if it was him talking about the deep state, you'd be like, go Alex, man, yeah. But the very fact he was getting so worked up, like I'm going to fight for freedom. This whole battle that he has with Owen is somehow now a big battle for freedom for him. I don't know, man. I really wish it wasn't happening, because it's very divisive.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's kind of funny. And by the way, Owen has got his studio almost paid for. He lays out exactly what he's going to do. He's going to sell his home in Austin, and he's going to get out of Austin because he doesn't want to have to face any more lawfare. So he's buying a new house, and then he's going to build a $30,000 studio, which is going to be more of a radio type studio, not so much like they did at InfoWars, and it's going to cost $30,000. And last time I checked, he'd already raised almost $28,000. So he's definitely going to get the $30,000, and he's going to sell his home. He's going all in to be independent. And hey, I mean, that's his thing, okay? But I'd like to see him and Alex, you know, work it out.
Yeah. Yeah, they were a good team.
But, you know, it's true, as Alex has said, and I pointed it out thousands of times. I pointed it out way before Alex started talking about it. The black-pilled truthers. I've been talking about them for a long time, way before Alex did. And he was talking about how Owen is basically black-pilled. And he is. It's sad, but it's true. All he does is hyper-focus in on the negative stuff and kind of the Jew thing as well, which I don't like as well, because I think that's a misrepresentation.
All right, guys. Getting ready to switch over. So I'll see you over there.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
All right.
Okay.
You. Who's doing this? Oh my God. Really? Trying to get you guys back up and rolling. Get out of there. Son of a gun, you. Why, oh why, oh why? Damn you. Well, let's just go back to Wednesday 1. Up. Damn you.
Hello?
Hey, didn't let me open up the second one again. I don't know. I had a hard time opening the first one earlier, but I guess we're all back but Barry, but we'll get everybody there. There's Barry. Yeah, it wouldn't let me connect to the next room for... I had a hard time getting connected to this one when I first started out, too. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I don't know.
I think I found one that we'll be able to play. Let me cue it up on my phone. And I got it hooked up to the McCaster, so we should be good to go. Let me see if I can find it. I think we'll start it a couple of minutes into...
Yeah.
Let's see what we got going on.
You want to do a quick audio test? We can.
Sure, absolutely.
There we go, folks.
To control the show, he would whatever. Total lie.
Perfect. Perfect.
And then as all the articles come out, and Joe, and
yeah, 10 out of 10, dude.
And let me say something else about you. Even before he went to prison for 4 months, and we all that, he stopped talking to the crew very much and didn't have a good attitude. Was pissed off all the time. And then it got to where he'd show up right before the show, wouldn't even talk to the crew. He'd walk by me and say something like, you know, just start laughing at me. Like, again, I'm not in junior high, so it didn't hurt me at that level. It hurt me that he was just like, yeah, I heard you, yes. Oh, and we can go further.
Yeah, no, that's perfect audio. Let's just play it in the show, dude.
Fraudulent.
I don't want to spoil it for everybody.
auction and got caught in all of
Where'd
that.
you
Unless
get
you have a
it?
reason, yeah.
You have to say where you got it from and who was the one that aired it first and all that.
Well,
Don't forget.
It's you don't have it's band.video, so it's all open source. Everything
It
from
doesn't
InfoWars
matter.
is
You still have to do it for the radio side.
Yeah, you just
We'll
say
just-
it's from Alex Jones.
from the Alex Jones Show. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to listen to it on,
And
so
what
you don't have to listen.
and what day that came out? Did it come out today or yesterday or when?
Yesterday.
Blue, did you eat your pizza? Was it good? I was sitting there for a while, man. You were out like a light. Oh, gosh, man. My place is trashed out here, man. It's been raining and blowing. I got, like, pine needles,
Got
pine cones.
30 seconds, guys.
Flooding zones, you name it. I've got my hands full the next couple of days.
You there, Barry?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay. Here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the censorship table radio show, where Barry echoes everything I say right back at me.
Radio.
There you go. Yes, we've upgraded our audio through the break here. So if you can't tell, it's on a whole nother level now. So we are excited to come at you with hour 2 with a whole new level of audio.
100%. Let's go.
All right, Barry, you were talking during the break, during the first break, half hour or so ago, about the feud between Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer. So take the mic, tell us all about it. This sounds hysterical.
It is epic. And if you guys remember when Alex Jones melted down over Joe Rogan and lost his mind completely, and there were all those animated memes that came out of it that were just like completely zany and went viral, right? Remember that? Well,
Yeah.
This is kind of like that times 10. He's completely lost his mind over Owen Schroyer quitting and how he went about quitting. And he's calling him an evil traitor, and he's calling him a Benedict Arnold, and of course some more flavorful words as well. It's just really kind of bizarre because before he went completely berserk, he actually said, Alex said, I'm going to go berserker. I'm going to be a berserker from here on out. Whatever that means. I'm not sure what a berserker is, other than maybe you start acting more berserkly. I have no idea. But he's going to go berserk, and he did. He went completely berserk. That's all I can say. He was real nice at first and said, hey, Owen has left, and we wish him the best, and everything is great. And then the next thing you know, he's losing his mind, because basically what happened was Owen made a podcast, a 5-hour podcast on the Owen Schroyer Live on rumble.com, and he broke down why he was leaving. And that is what really got Alex Jones mad. And that's when he started calling him a Benedict Arnold and all these other names. And he's like, man, do you want more? Let's go. Let's fight. You're my enemy. You're an enemy of America. I mean, he was just like going all off on Owen like never before. Not only the first day, but then the second day. And he would have guests on, and he would interview the guests perfectly. And then right after the guest left, he would just go straight into bashing Owen Schroyer. And he did that today on the show as well. It's just like he can't stop bashing Owen Schroyer. It's insane.
Okay. And what is this all? It's just Owen is going out on his own, basically, and so Alex is just ticked off about it, or is Owen doing and saying certain things?
Well, according to Owen, it's been a long time coming. He felt like Alex was looking over his shoulder all the time, thought that maybe he was too black-pilled, too pessimistic, too anti-Trump, and he felt that he was acting as more like a babysitter. He'd be coming into the show, busting into the show. Supposedly, he felt like Alex was telling him what to say. I don't think that's really what was happening. But apparently, Owen wants some form of independence. He wants to be able to do his own thing and sort of steer his ship in the direction that he wants to go, and do it more independently and not so much be a part of the InfoWars team. I think that's what it really comes down to. I don't think he is being hateful towards InfoWars or disrespectful, but that's how Alex has taken it. You know, he thinks that, you know, because he wants to do his own thing or whatever. And Alex thinks there's a conspiracy behind it as well. He thinks that Owen did this in a way so that he could, you know, spring off of, you know, InfoWars and playing the victim, you know, like, oh, they forced me out. I wanted to stay at least the last week and go out shaking Alex's hand and, you know, talk about all the good times that we've had. But Alex wouldn't allow me to have that. And he told me not to come back. So he did kind of in that way demonize InfoWars. But, you know, it's like he's just telling his perspective and his side of the story. I don't think it's worth getting that bent out of shape over. You know, whatever's between the two of them, they should keep that to themselves. I don't think they should be broadcasting it live. And I don't think Owen Schroyer is the...
I think we're about 20 hours too late for that, though, as far as live broadcasts.
Oh, yeah, he's already fully committed. Yeah, I don't think he can turn back.
For days now. For days.
Now, he did apologize.
New backers, all this stuff, we get shut down.
Remember, he did apologize about Joe Rogan.
Mm-hmm.
Remember all the crazy stuff that he said about Joe?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? I mean, he was like talking about...
Sort of.
Well, he basically said that Joe was working for the CIA. I mean, you know, Alex, he goes nuts, man. He starts seeing everything from the lens of a conspiracy. And that's kind of dangerous, I think. I don't think that Owen Schroyer was plotting and ploying, you know, destroy InfoWars, to springboard off of InfoWars and use Alex as a springboard. There was no real thought other than he just his freedom. He wanted his freedom and his independence.
Calling that a springboard isn't really a negative thing. You got on that show, you did it for years, and you got pretty well known at it. So is it a springboard? Sure. If you go off on your own, I would call that a springboard, but that's not a bad thing. If I go work for Fox News and then leave and start my own podcast, was Fox News a springboard for me to get famous and start my own, you know, subreddit or whatever? Sure. It's not, a springboard is not a bad thing. You know, if I work in some great restaurant and that is a springboard for me getting a management job at an even better restaurant, and so be it. That's just how life works.
Well, the conspiracy in Alex's mind is that Owen was using the demonization of Alex Jones and InfoWars as a springboard, not you know, all the good things that we've done. I think that's just that's his mindset. I don't think that's what's happening. But in his mind, he believes that Owen plotted this thing out to make him look like the victim and InfoWars and Alex Jones to look like the bad guy, so he could springboard and become, you know, more popular. I think that's just total, like, looking too deep.
And you've got some audio of this, right? We can actually listen to right from the horse's mouth.
The first day was all just vulgarity, so I couldn't play that. But today he calmed down a little bit, so we do have a clip that we can play where there's no cuss words.
Okay. Where's it from?
This is from basically the Alex Jones show.
Okay.
And
I'm gone. Starts announcing, is this the time? Because InfoWars is being shut down, he thinks. Announce his new network and funding and all this stuff. And then we're back the next day, and Owen just shows back up and does a show and walks in and just looks at me with hatred and like slinks in there. Just, he really wanted me to fire him so he could be a victim. And I confided just in a few of the producers. I said, he wants to be a victim. I said, I'm going to have love and say prayers for him that he gets better. I'll be really nice to him, give him extra bonuses. Maybe he'll pull out of it. I tried to talk to him. He's never wanted to talk to me. And I said, he's going to stab me in the back. He's a new person. And I don't know if it's his personal life. I don't know if it's stuff he's smoking. But I've seen a lot of people get paranoid, you know, they smoke pot and go nuts. But I mean, I can just tell you this right now, that I'm not here to be shit on or stabbed in the back. This crew isn't your punching bag. And we did nothing to you but be loyal. And your little 5-hour extravaganza of little puppy dog that doesn't know why. And he just wanted to come back and shake my hand and be nice. And then I kind of censored him and said, no, you don't need to host your show. You want to hear what he said in the phone call to me? I didn't record it. I was in the pool with my 8-year-old daughter playing with her Barbie dolls at whatever it was, 4 o'clock yesterday. You know, a rare.
Yeah, so there you go. Kind of cut off. That's the end of it. It goes on. That was the end of that clip.
It sounds really interesting. It sounds like just another drama, you know, going on out there. And who knows, man? Sometimes they manufacture this stuff so they can get a news cycle.
It's funny you said that, because I made a post after making 3 really detailed posts about the whole thing. And I said, you know, 1% of me believes that maybe this whole thing is staged. I wouldn't know why exactly, but 1%, because these are just weird, crazy days, man. And because he was so nice at first, and then he just goes ballistic, and it's sort of in that, I don't know, hyper pseudo emotion. That's not like real. You know, you can tell there's a little bit of acting and all that, like Alex does. You know what I'm saying? So it makes you wonder. Like there's always going to be that 1% that makes me think maybe this thing was staged. Yeah, 99%. I believe it's probably real, and they probably have a real beef, but 1% says, nah, something's not adding up.
Exactly. And I mean, you wonder why. What's their motivation for doing that? Well, we just spent 9 minutes on it. Right? Exactly. And played a clip and all that. It's definitely publicity. So, I don't know. I wish them both the best of luck. I have known Alex in the past, and I just wish them all the best of luck and hope everything goes very well for them, because they both seem like decent people, but the berserker mode for Owen, let's see where that takes him. If he just starts going like way off the deep end with his coverage, who knows?
Yeah, well, he has a different plan. There's no question about it. He wants to be less partisan, which I think is kind of a mistake, but and he wants to do it more like traditional radio. And just cover the news. So he's not going to really, it doesn't seem like he's going into it to fight the globalists and the Democrats that really just want to destroy everything. It's like he's trying to just come out and just do news. I don't think there's a place for that, but I may misunderstood what he really wants to do, because he did say, I will cover some conspiracy, whatever that means.
Yeah. And anyway, let's do our job here as well and just cover news. So let's get into this this drug trafficking boat that was leaving Venezuela earlier today or yesterday. And we've got footage of the Trump administration basically blowing the thing out of the water. It had 11 people on it and, pallets and pallets and pallets of drugs. And we said enough is enough and shot it out of the sky, but out of the ocean, just boom, it's no more. Have you seen that drone footage?
I haven't seen the footage. I've heard about it. What happened?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's just the boat's there. Now it's not. And guess what? Well, here's Marco Rubio talking about this, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I'll let him explain.
The United States has long, for many, many years, established intelligence that allow us to interdict and stop drug boats. And we did that. And it doesn't work. Interdiction doesn't work because these drug cartels, what they do is they know they're going to lose 2% of their cargo. They bake it into their economics. What will stop them is when you blow them up, when you get rid of them. The President of the United States is going to wage war on narco-terrorist organizations. This one was operating in international waters, headed towards the United States to flood our country with poison. And under President Trump, those days are over.
And it wasn't a one-off. Rubio says strikes like these will happen again.
So there you go. It doesn't matter when we just take their product away. They don't care. It's all baked into the goods. You arrest a couple people, that's, lawyer fees, bail, all that stuff, baked into the cost. You blow them out of the water. Okay. Now they're trying to recruit 10 people to man the next trip up here. And hazard pay just went up from, we were getting $1 million a run. Now we want 20 million to even think about it. Like, are you going to get on one of those boats as a narco terrorist?
I tell you what, man, it makes you wonder exactly why American government prior to Trump turned a blind eye to this kind of thing, when obviously it's pretty easy to stop these people. I don't understand. It's almost as if they want the drugs coming in. They want the fentanyl coming in. I mean, we got to go back. I mean, this is not conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy fact. I mean, the CIA has been caught smuggling in cocaine. I mean, this is like a documented fact. And so are they turning a blind eye on purpose? And Trump is saying no more. And is that kind of why they hate Trump so much? Because he's putting an end to the corruption and the crime?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of money in this. You know, we were talking on Sunday night about the different cartels that are infiltrated into the government in Mexico. Heads, leaders of cartels sitting in the Senate, right, just sitting there openly while they're, you know, doing their business, chumming up to their people, paying them big money. And I mean, folks, big money.
Yep.
Big money. They've got
untraceable money that then they can spend however they want, and they don't have to go through Congress or get any approval to get it, and they can do any kind of black op they want to do with that money because it doesn't exist on paper.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you know, you're a Mexican cartel dealer living in Sinaloa, you know, state, and I mean, what's it cost to buy a beer down there? Like 75 cents, right? You got $6 billion in the bank. Okay, what are you going to spend it on? You know, it's insane. Politicians are the cheapest way to guarantee your success.
And like this, America, what a politician can be bought, they say, for about $10,000. Pretty cheap.
Yeah, that was the BlackRock guy on video with James O'Keefe saying, yeah, $10,000-$15,000 by a senator, and off you go. Now you got them in your pocket forever. We got $27 trillion, so 10,000 is chump change. The CEO probably spends that on lunch probably once a week. You know,
you wonder where they get the money to do some of the things they do, and now kind of, you know, the drug money could be part of that. That could be some shady dealings going on, man, as we well know. But I think Trump wants to end all that kind of stuff, and there's no need for it if you're honest and upright, because you can make America as prosperous as you want to make it, man. We're like the beacon to the whole world. We got all kinds of resources. We've got all kinds of great leaders and capacity. There's no reason to have to do shady stuff unless you're into doing shady stuff.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Ilhan Omar has just reported a net worth of $30 million in her latest financial disclosure. Okay. A month ago, someone asked if she was a millionaire, and she said, that's ridiculous, categorically false. A millionaire. No, it's 30 million. Categorically false. But to say I have a million, it's 30 million.
She's a multi-millionaire. She's a multi-millionaire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all on her husband, her new husband, who used to be her campaign manager, who she was paying $600,000 to or whatever at the time. And he's got, they've got this investment firm that had $15,000 to $50,000 a year ago. Now it's, $1 to $5 million, and they've got a winery that also, has skyrocketed in value. I'm sorry, actually, I stand corrected. The winery was $15,000 to $50,000, went to $1 million to $5 million in the latest disclosure, but his assets were at $5 million to $25 at the end of 2024. And the company had less than 1,000 assets the previous year. So, first of all, you show me a winery anywhere in this country that you can get into it for $15,000 to $50,000. A winery that's now worth $1 to $5 million a year later. The $1 to $5 million number sounds realistic. $50,000, $15,000 for a winery, right? That just doesn't sound even remotely realistic. Unless it's just some tiny, quarter-acre lot somewhere with about 10 vines on it.
I don't see any of these people in Congress and stuff that are multimillionaires. I don't see them as self-made multimillionaires. They didn't work hard. They're not self-made. They're crony-made. And there's a big difference, man. And it's disgusting.
But that's crazy. $30 million. It just seemed to come out of nowhere. What's that?
Sorry about that. The phone was ringing. It was slide into the mixer, so I got it shut off.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
And it's potential,
what in the world?
It's potential spam, of course.
Yeah.
It's the deep state.
But we talk about the cartels and all that stuff. Who's giving her money? Probably it's going to be coming from, the Middle East somewhere. The Kuwaitis, Qatar. Qatar's bought Tucker Carlson whole cloth.
Look, my point is just simple. How did they live with themselves when they didn't earn it, man? I mean, think about it. Do you ever take pride in anything that you didn't earn?
Mm-hmm.
Given, I mean, even like with things that are given to you freely, like a lottery ticket or something. Most people that win it and didn't earn it, it's all gone in a matter of 10 years. And look, I'm all for winning the lottery. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying these people didn't earn it. Not in just ways, not in fair and honest ways. And how do you live with yourself, man? And then you go around bragging and boasting like, oh, look at me. I'm so wealthy. I'm a multimillionaire. Oh, I'm rich. I'm famous. And I got this and that and personal assistants and bodyguards and stuff. But you didn't earn it. You're a slime bag.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the lottery's at 1.4 billion now. If you can run through that in 10 years, man, I want to hang out with you.
I want to party with you.
Yeah, I mean,
it's sort of like the MC Hammer syndrome. He made all that money and he was spending it on everybody, buying everybody cars and houses and you name it.
Yeah.
And he was completely broke before he knew it. And that's just kind of how it works. The money was just coming so easy and coming just flowing. But he actually did earn it. Unlike the politicians who are not self-made, who are crony-made and corrupt-made. And I have no respect for those people. Zero.
Yeah, exactly. You're just grifting, like Nancy Pelosi beating any and every hedge fund manager in the country on her financial returns. You know,
coincidentally.
It's BS, man. We know you're trading on inside information. It's obvious, and you don't even care that we know.
And every working American is out there busting their butt just to put food on the table, get their medicine to keep coming in, and just survive, man. They can't even go out. Most people can't even go out for a night on the town. It's too expensive.
And it's the reason why. I think her portfolio is up to like 400 million now, and it went from like 100 to 400 million in the last couple of years. It's crazy return.
She'll never be able to spend it. She'll never be able to spend that.
But she looks at another 6 years in the Senate and compounds that out, and it's like, wow, we'll be worth $2 billion at that point. Let's just run another term. Let's run it up to $2 billion, and then maybe I'll retire then. Why not just do another 6 years? I don't even have to work out to do anything. Just go and vote a couple of times.
She's up in age to where she could kick over at any point in time. I'm not wishing that upon her. I'm just being honest. And so so what? Let's say she gets $2 billion in 6 years. Okay. Let's say she gets, is she ever going to have the freedom to enjoy that? These Democrat globalist politicians work until the day they die. They don't even understand what it is to want to spend time with family and take vacations and do fun things because they're boring politicians who've sold out to the system, and all they're about is just their persona, their image. They're not living life. They're dead. They're soulless people.
Yeah. And, did you happen to catch any of Patrick Bet-David on the Jubilee where he sat down with 20 socialists?
I missed that. Tell me about
it's pretty viral right now. He just came out the other day. It was really good. He held himself very, very well. I mean, basically the gist of what the left had to say was communism just doesn't exist anywhere on earth. It's never been tried. It's not that it's been tried and failed. It's just never even been tried. True communism has never even been tried. Okay.
What's their definition of true communism? I'd really like to hear what their true definition is. Did they ever define it?
Yeah, a couple of them had some decent jabs at it. It's hard to lay out because it's so convoluted, but it's like ownership of everything, not necessarily by the government, but by the people. But by the people, they conflate the people individually with the government. And so when you try to put something like that into play, the people don't own that stuff. The government does, and the government then distributes it out. And so you say the people own it because the government owns it. But really, it's the government running everything. And we all know what happens when the government runs everything. You get nothing. You get staggering waste and abuse.
Stuff. We own public parks. We own public tennis courts. I mean, I'm not saying that, we could like rent it out for money to somebody, but we own it in the aspect that we get to use it for free.
Well, there's an interesting case study. I want to say it's Herald Square. No, it's not Herald. It's in the southern bit of Manhattan, I think like just north of Soho, there's a park down there that was leased out to a private contractor to run. You know what I mean? It's like a city, like about the size of a city block, and it's a park, and the city was having so much trouble with it that they just leased it out to a private company. John Stossel did a whole thing about it, and it's the one place in New York where you go in there and the bathrooms are spotless. You know what I mean? They've got all these vendors. They turn a profit with it. They keep it perfectly clean. There's no garbage everywhere. Everything is picked up and painted and perfect, and it's just a raging success.
Because they care for it and they care about it because it's their baby.
Yeah, it's their profit, incentive. It's their. But anyway, why I brought this up in the first place is that people have three reasons for going after insane wealth. Right. One is the money. Right. Two is the power that comes with it, and the three is the legacy, and having that legacy to leave behind. Right. And I don't know, what does Nancy Pelosi have left? Right. The legacy. She's got to get that somehow. So if you can put a 2,000 into a foundation with her name on it, maybe it lives on for a while. And
I'm telling you, everything you just said right there is a perfect segue to what I was saying. Perfect segue. You put it into a nutshell even better than what I was trying to say, because that's all they have. They're not living life, dude. They don't care about life. They don't care about having connections with their family, with their wives or their husbands, or going out on a vacation or doing fun stuff. They're just all about their persona, their image, their legacy. That kind of thing is all that matters. So they're basically like drones, or they're basically like, I don't know, like cyborgs.
Yeah, which is why the Pelosi Act is such a threat to her, because that's her legacy right there. That the bill that stops insider trading in government is named after Pelosi because she was the most prolific person at it. That's your legacy right there, lady.
But she'll be dead, so she won't even know if there is a legacy about her or not.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's why you build a big legacy while you're alive, so that.
But I'm saying, if you're dead, how can you enjoy your quote unquote legacy when you're dead?
Well, like look at Carnegie, right? Or what's his name? Rockefeller, or somebody that started these massive, universities, libraries, schools, you name it, that are named after them, that live on, and so they. When Carnegie died, he knew that he left a legacy that would last 100, 200 years because he built it all in stone and funded it forever.
All right. In my opinion, legacies are built for a reason, not to pump up somebody's name. Legacies are built to pass on some kind of good work that the person left. Let's just take something quite simple, as a matter of fact, like an artist.
Well,
an artist.
Before we do that, I think we have to take a break. We haven't taken a break yet. So, Mark, is that a good sign? Let's take a break right here.
No, you got to take and go another 10 minutes.
Okay.
Because you missed the break.
Do it at the 40-minute mark then. Yeah, exactly. I just noticed that. So, Barry, go ahead. I'm sorry if I broke your chain of thought.
Okay, so an artist puts his heart and soul into all of his music and his lyrics, and hopefully those are things that inspire people to go to new heights and try new things. And so that's their legacy. It's not about them. It's about what they left behind for the people to continue to progress humanity. Sure. And that's what a legacy is. But to these people, the globalists, the legacy is about the name, their name, but they're never going to experience the blessing of that because they'll be dead by the time their legacy comes in. And it's not about them. It's about what they did. And what Nancy Pelosi has done is a horrible legacy. It's corruption. That's the legacy she's leaving behind.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. But, it is what it is. Right? They're out there doing their thing. And it's scary to watch, but it is, it's what they do.
Well, I mean, I think people should be upset about it, don't you? I mean, people should be angry that their tax dollars are being wasted away. I mean, what's the whole point of having a republic is to have, we're taxation. We're supposed to have representation with it, but we're not getting that. We are with Trump. Thank God we're getting a little bit of representation, and that's what's firing up the globalists. They are extremely upset that he is bringing back some of the power and leveling the playing field like never before. They want to control everything. They don't want the playing field leveled. They don't want you and me having the same opportunities that they get. They want to control everything while their whole media empire is collapsing. A new media and a new paradigm is rising, and that's what got them so upset. That's why they started censoring everybody that was more popular than they were.
Yeah, it's crazy. They really tried to, and it just didn't work. But I don't know. You know, I wanted to play a second clip here as well regarding that that narco-terrorist boat that was turned into an oil slick. So before we get too far off of that or away from that, I want to just play this other clip. This is from what's his name? Jesse Waters, Fox News Live from I think yesterday.
Rubio says no mas. Will you act on Venezuelan soil against the Maduro regime?
Well, this is a counter-drug operation. We're going to take on drug cartels wherever they are and wherever they're operating against the interests of the United States.
Former U.S. Army Special Forces and president of WorldStrat, Jim Hansen. All right, Jim, did you hear the Secretary of State not take strikes inside of Venezuela off the table?
I don't think anything's off the table. And I think anybody who thought that when President Trump designated the drug cartels as terrorists, he was kidding, can take a look at that oil slick in the Caribbean Sea and see what they found out. This is the message to the cartels and to state leaders who coddle them and allow them to operate, that that's no longer a free ride to make money bringing death into the United States.
How robust is this operation going to be?
I think as robust as they need to. I think, it's fun for Maduro and other people to say, oh, we've got Marines, we've got IEDs, we've got these things. They don't have anything that can stand up to the military might of the United States. And I think this is a good start. There will probably be some more object lessons, maybe a drone strike on a lab, something like that. And they're pretty quickly going to find out that we're not going to put up with them making billions of dollars doing human trafficking and killing our own citizens without a very robust response.
Right. And so you have drugs pouring into the country. People are dying. You have Chevron getting screwed around with. And you have a guy down there that's flirting with Putin, flirting with Xi in China. Do you think this kind of operation, if it goes forward, has the support of the American people?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, well, 100%. I have no problem with us going into Mexico and bombing and droning, some facility. We all remember in Breaking Bad when they kidnapped Jesse Pinkman and sent him down to the cartel to cook meth for him down in their lab. Yeah, blow that lab to smithereens. No one's going to bat an eye. It's just another sunny day. That's all it is.
Yep. Well, remember Giuliani put an end to the mob in New York City, and looks like they don't like him too much either, right? They don't like anybody that likes to end crime.
Why not?
That's a good question.
Crime is bad, isn't it? I thought crime was bad.
Well, I guess it's all perspective according to the left, right? Hey, we should just expect some crime. It's a big city. Remember, that's what I think it was the mayor or the governor said, that's a big city. Of course we're going to have crime. I mean, it's like, actually, you could have almost little to no crime if you just upheld the rule of law. But when you don't uphold the rule of law, it gives a free pass to criminals. They're like, I'm going to just go ahead and do it because I can get away with it.
And, Japan is a big city. I'm sorry, not Japan, Tokyo. 25 million people in Tokyo.
Right.
It's one of the biggest cities in the world, and it's also one of the safest cities in the world. If you were to fall asleep on the sidewalk in Japan with your wallet on your lap, right, and obviously, visible stacks of cash hanging out of your wallet, you will wake up with your wallet on your lap. No one's going to take it from you in Japan. We had Patty Doyle on the show a while back. He's from Thailand. And he told me a story about how he went to the airport and mistakenly left the key to his motorcycle in the ignition, got on a plane, flew to England, stayed there for like 10, 15 days, came back, and his motorcycle was still sitting there at the airport in the parking lot with the keys in the ignition. Right? That, to us in America, is like, oh my God, I left the keys in the ignition of my motorcycle. You're calling, and you're not even going to check. Before you even, call anybody to drive down there, you're just going to call it in and report it stolen. There's no way it's there.
Exactly.
So we just, high trust societies can happen in big cities.
I think that has to be a little bit to do with their culture, maybe how they're raised. I don't know. I know, like in Japan, like they really treat their elderly with great respect. Here in America, I don't feel like we treat our elderly with respect. I think we see them, at least in a lot of different areas, we see them as expendable. Even in the medical industrial complex, if like Bill Gates said, if one of them, needs a life-saving surgery, but it might only give them 2 or 3 or 4 more years of life, should we, maybe deny them that coverage so that we can give 10 new jobs to teachers or something like that, which makes absolutely no sense. They're just a part of a death cult, and they don't want you to enjoy your family members for another 2 or 4 years. I personally would like to have, if my wife was dying and they said, we can give you this life-saving surgery, she'll be around for possibly another 5 years, maybe even longer. I mean, nobody knows for sure. I would be like, let's do it. I love my wife. I want to spend time with my wife. Every moment matters to me. And sometimes when you know the time is short, you make it more precious. You make it more golden. And so you really savor every single moment. And you're more alive during that time than any other time in your life.
Exactly. And, it's about respect in society. Like I said, it's about going back to the roots, getting down into the schools, tearing them apart, rebuilding them, and producing a generation of kids that are very, very different than who we are, that are just instilled with values and respect, that are taught to share and just be good citizens and respect one another. And I'm not saying every school doesn't do that, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them put out people that come out and are just instantly going to go into crime the minute they quit school or graduate school, in quotes. They're just going to be drawn into a life of crime because what else is there? You see your buddies making, $1,000 a day or a week or whatever, and you're tolling away at some, market, moving pallets around, breaking your back all day, and you make $400 a week. $500 a week, you're making chump change. They're making that every day, slinging drugs. It's just so tempting.
Yeah, they go where somebody says, "Hey, man, I think you have something to contribute. I think you have something to offer." And a lot of times that's a drug dealer. When really the teacher should be saying, "Hey, man, I see so much potential in you." Instead of saying, "Oh, you're a troublemaker," because that's what the parents tell their kid probably. You're a troublemaker. You're a troublemaker. And then that's just embedded in their head. But you look at anybody that comes out of that kind of a mentality, it's usually some mentor in their life that told them, "Hey, I believe you're capable of doing."
But anyway,
even you,
Barry, we absolutely have to take a break at this very second. So, folks, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back after this.
And we are on radio break.
Sorry about that, man.
No, I got it in, dude. So it was just.
I was apologizing to Mark.
We were still over. We were still over, but.
Yeah, and then we get to the second one, and I'm already going over. I look up and I see 440.
Come on, come on! You see me going.
Hey,
come on!
Fire tonight,
I'm like,
though, so yes,
and then you let Barry talk, and I put my head down. I'm like, oh, there it goes. We just blew
that's
it.
When he was talking. That's when I looked up at my clock. I was like, oh crap, we got to do this now. Sorry, Barry.
Oh no, man! Hey, I think you're just really on fire tonight, man, and you're kind of losing track because you're really in the zone tonight, man. I've noticed.
Okay.
Good. I'm not making an excuse for you, man. I'm just saying you're definitely.
John, you are always so on the ball with this stuff. What happened? That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, I don't know. It's hey, man. You do, what are we on, show 500? I think I've done this maybe twice.
No, I'm just pulling your leg, man. I am, but
yeah, it is what it is.
But today, it just seemed like I don't know. We had kind of an with David Hogg coming in earlier. That was really nice, and it was really good to hear from him. But I don't know what it kind of drew some energy out of us too a little bit. I don't know.
You also started the conversation, the pre-show, about 2 minutes late.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just call me late
timing.
on that. Oh, yeah, okay.
It kind of crescendoed through the whole thing, and Barry, you agree?
Yeah. All right, Barry. Yeah. Here I am. I had everything up and rolling, and I'm clicking, trying to get you in, and I'm like, ah. And then you're like, hey, I'm here. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, it's the pre-show. I'm like, everything else is rolling. And there's Zeus. Hey,
wow.
keep it
all right,
down.
so let's talk about this dude. What's his name? Glinner? He flew to Heathrow and they arrested him for hate speech.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a crazy story because this guy's not British. He's not English. He's Irish. And what he said in the United States. So they just have like it's shocking. It's shocking that they're going after this guy.
Is he okay? In the UK, they're arresting him, right?
Yeah, well, in England and at Heathrow Airport.
Is he a UK citizen?
No, he's Irish.
This is what we were talking about, dude. We need to really focus in on how we were talking about this very thing because they tried to do that in the United States. I think it was Michigan, where if you online from another state said anything negative about a transgender or a lesbian or homosexual or anything like that, and what they consider to be negative would be simply there's only two sexes. That would be a hate crime in their viewpoint. That they will have you like, not extradite is probably not the term, but they'll charge you in Michigan even if you said it in Oklahoma. This is the kind of stuff these people want to do, man. They want to, even where it's legal to have free speech, they want to make it illegal. That's the insane thing. It's really scary, man. I mean, we like you said in the show tonight, we dodged the bullet, man. Because if Kamala came in, people in America would be being extradited to the UK for hate crime.
Could you imagine?
I think it's true.
Yeah. It's like right now, can Elon Musk safely go to England right now?
I don't think so. Not without massive protection.
Yeah, right.
And they might arrest him.
Yeah, let's
protection, right?
Well, anyway, let's cover this.
Well, anyways, you're coming up on your countdown, guys. Because we're under 30 seconds, and here's your countdown: 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for September 3rd, 2025. And boy, do we have a lot of stuff going on in the world. I want to talk, Barry, about this story in a guy named Glinner landed at Heathrow, and he was met by 5 armed police and arrested immediately afterwards. His crime, 3 gender-critical tweets. He tweeted, quote, "In a country where pedophiles escape sentencing, where knife crime is out of control, where women are assaulted and harassed every time they gather to speak, the state had mobilized 5 armed officers to arrest a comedy writer." Sorry, that's not his quote. That's another quote. I thought that was his quote. I'm sorry. Yeah, in other words, let's see, this article doesn't have his actual tweet in it. I apologize. When I saw that quote, I thought I was reading what he said, but it did have something to do with genders, transgenders, and how, it's crazy. But here's the kicker about this guy, okay? This guy is a citizen of Ireland, which is not part of the UK. Ireland is an independent country that is part of the EU, right? They use the euro. They're part of the EU. When Brexit went down, Ireland said, no, we're not part of the UK. We're not part of this. We're staying in the EU. See you later if you want to leave. So this is a guy who is not from England. He's not even from the UK. He's from Ireland. When he was in America, he wrote these tweets. It was about 5 months ago that he wrote these tweets. Then he went to Heathrow to fly into London to do a show or whatever. And 5 armed officers met him at the gate and arrested him for hate speech. It is out of control. Where's the jurisdiction? They have no jurisdiction over what he said in a different country, and he's not even one of their citizens. So this means that an American, anybody in the world, Canada, Mexico, wherever, if you say something that they don't like and you fly into Heathrow, they can arrest you and try you for hate speech. And Barry, you and I were talking about this before the show. Does this mean that, like, if you're Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, would you even go to Heathrow Airport and into London today under these circumstances?
Well, not with all the truthful things that he's spoken on X. You know, just the last week, he's made multiple posts about, you know, all kinds of things that they would consider to be questionable.
Oh, the St. George flag. He's posted in front of it and said, you know, raise the colors.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That is, it's really getting out of control. Did you see the lady from the pink moms or whatever they're called over there, where, you know, she was in Eppington and she called on everyone to not pay their council taxes, to boycott it, to send a message. And then she climbed up on some stairwell and hung a Union Jack flag, and boom, they arrested her. The minute she dropped that edge, they put her in handcuffs and marched her away for aggressively protesting.
They hate patriotism. They hate patriotism because they want you to be loyal to the world government. Just like Superman in the comic book, over a decade ago, he gave up his American citizenship to become a global citizen. That's what's happening there. They don't want you to have national pride or nationalism because they want to destroy it. And the worst part about all of what you've just said to me, and I'm looking into it a little bit deeper, is if Ireland truly stood for free speech, they would not allow that to happen. But you know they're going to allow it to happen because they're just as bad as the UK.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if this was a U.S. citizen, Trump would be on the phone with them. You know, if this was some comedian from America, I don't know, James Woods, right?
He demanded they bring him back immediately. Immediately.
Yeah. Let's just say this was James Woods, because that's a really good, you know, he could potentially instantly be arrested stepping foot in the UK into, you know, England. Trump would be on the phone with them tomorrow going, what are you doing? Are you out of your brains? Like, how stupid are you? We want him back now on a first class flight, you know, on one of the Queen's jets, first class, right over here.
Yeah. And not just beer nuts, man. You know, I want you to treat him with respect. Give him a full 5-course meal.
Well, put him on the actual Queen's airplane. You know.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or the Kings now, I guess. They got a king over there now.
Yeah.
Which is a joke. Don't get me started on King Charles. I mean, that guy.
Exactly.
We look at all these things and we say, you know, England has voted over and over and over to get rid of these people, to start over, stop the migration, and yet the government doesn't do anything. And yet they have a king over there. And he seems to be more enamored with the Muslim society in the UK than he is with the Christian society, or that he's, you know, the head of the English church, or the Church of England. He seems to be more dedicated to the Muslim cause than the Christian cause in England. And I wonder if this comes from on high, if this has been coming from the royal palace for years now to say, yes, we need to flood the country with Muslims. We fundamentally want to change England into a Muslim country because, I don't know, he went to Dubai a couple of years ago and somebody convinced him this is the best way.
Yeah. If you look at Hollywood's what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of the dystopian type films that they've made over the years. A lot of them have mass immigration being a big, big problem. And then there's martial law in place, a police state in place. And that's where all that leads, is they want to get so bad that they have to bring in martial law and a police state. And we got a glimpse of that in New York City when things were really getting out of hand, that they actually had to bring in armed National Guard with, you know, very heavy artillery to, you know, maintain the peace, so to speak, in where the subway was. And that they wanted to get it so bad that they bring in martial law. And so that's part of the big global plan, is collapse everything, bring in martial law, and then usher in their Great Reset or the liberal world order. I mean, it's a diabolical plan that's so easy to understand, and it's been shown to us multiple times in movies. And where do they get these ideas for movies? Well, they get them from real things. They get them from real ideas and real concepts. They're not just made up out of thin air.
Exactly. And I'll tell you, in the couple minutes we got left, there was a press conference the other day from a bunch of Epstein's victims. And they came out, I wish we had time to play this clip, but they came out and said, we know the names, and we're going to compile and release our own list of the clients who sexually abused them. They're like, we don't care if they're billionaires, millionaires, royalty, whatever, we're releasing the names.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes down. I mean, they're opening themselves up for such big lawsuits.
I'm telling you, well, worse than that, CS, they're opening themselves up to possible being suicided. They're going to need protection, man, and prayer. We got to pray for these people that they will have protection, because the moment that they get ready to release that stuff, you'll see, just like you see in places all over the world where things are about to get shaken up, people just all of a sudden start mysteriously disappearing or mysteriously dying. It happens like clockwork all the time.
We just had 7 members of the AfD in Germany die in the last week or two mysteriously.
Yep.
You know, somebody took a pop shot at President Trump last summer in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Another
the threats are very real, and that's the scary part. And they need protection. They need to have security. They need bodyguards. They need maybe they need to go into protective custody, because that's just too hot of material to have.
Oh, I know. If they start naming names and say Bill Gates, comes up on there, it's just it's suicide, man. You're going to really name that guy? You're going to name Prince Edward? You're going to name just name powerful billionaires, royalty. That's you're asking for trouble, man. You are. But it's a beautiful thing. America will love you for it. We will love you. We will support you. Start GoFundMe's for your security, and you'll see millions pouring.
Yeah, that's enough. Dude, they could raise some money just to have the security, the personal security.
Yeah. Oh, if they're like, hey, I need, $2 million for security for the next 2 years, they'll get that money in like 4 days.
Yeah, they would have more than enough money so quickly, dude.
Because that's what the people want. But anyway, folks, we are all out of time. This has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We will see you on Sunday night, but stay tuned for much more content from our producer, DREAGUS Productions, right after this message. We'll be right back.
All right. Great show, guys. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for listening out there.
You tied that in.
I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a little bit here and then jump over and get Jack on the call, and then we'll get going. Yep. Show went really good.
I missed the clip here from Scott Jennings where he calls Tim Walz a piece of shit.
Yeah, I saw that.
And they were so
upset on CNN that he said that. They were so upset about it.
And then I've got a Stephen Colbert clip here where he told the audience that Trump wasn't really dead, and they all started booing. And he's like, no, we like our presidents alive. He's that's we like. In other words, he had to tell his audience, hey man, don't wish for the president's death. I don't know. It's no wonder the guy's losing his show.
Yeah, that's just not cool.
Some sort of card come up or display, boo or clap. I mean, I don't think it's really good.
Yeah.
All right.
I've never been, so I can't say.
I'll catch up with you guys later on. Take care. And we'll see you later on, and I'll get this up and out like I always do.
All right,
cool. Bro. Peace out,
okay,
man.
Thanks.
Great night.
All right, time to get Jack Carey up with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. Jack talks about all sorts of great stuff. Come on, Jack, answer the phone. There you are. Hey.
I am.
Here you are.
Weird. It wasn't like ringing. It was weird.
No. All right. Yeah, like the airplane guy, have a drinking problem and he squashes it in his eye.
So that's awesome. But how are you this evening?
Doing really good. Everything was working out really good earlier today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you have for the show tonight. Can't wait to get you on air with us. Get going.
Yeah, man. So, gonna do was gonna share a picture, but I'm not sure. Let me see here.
Well, what happened to your camera, Jack?
Well, I'm not sure. Oh, hang on just a second. Hello.
There you are. Look out.
Hello. I'm broadcasting from deep interstellar space.
Not from the bunker tonight.
We're on the great space roller coaster. So, but no, I'll be talking about a couple of different mysteries because I may run short on time. So I'll be talking about the lost city in the Grand Canyon and be talking about the lost colony of Mars. Both of them are equally interesting and compelling, and it's sort of the episode of The Lost. So.
Oh, Jack, new show coming this Saturday. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome. Rebooting Cafe Enigma under, that's right, Roger Hansen.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice, okay.
The original way that I did it, we're going to do it that way.
Okay,
we got about 30 seconds, and then I'm going to get you up and rolling. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be probably about 6 or 7 o'clock your time on Saturday, if you're up for it.
Okay. I'll definitely try to hit that. That would be great.
In the evening, yep.
Very, very cool.
All right, look out, cats, dogs, and kids, and the paranormal duo. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and on the radio side, like right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from 300 feet down in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost deep in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And high above us, just today, there are thousands of nesting giant radioactive arachnids, and they are casting webs hither and thither like Spider-Man on ayahuasca. I am joined as always, by the paranormal crime fighting duo. Daisy and the Sundance Kid are working security in the silo tonight. Sonny, come here, buddy. Come here. I wanted to show everybody security. Oh, come here, Daisy. All right, come here. This is what security looks like for real, guys, on the Great Space Roller Coaster. So this is Daisy. She's actually got the shotgun, and she's watching the doors for the radioactive arachnids this evening. But this has been a crazy week. This week I had to get a lot of work done for changing out my display that's at the East Bank Art Gallery in downtown Sioux Falls, South Dakota, for anybody that's in that vicinity of the neighborhood. So I'm an artist for most of my time now, and I've been busy preparing a bunch of paintings, 9 of them over the past few weeks, so that I could have a complete change up for the first Friday art walk, which all the art galleries do. So that is sponsoring the show tonight. Since we don't really have a sponsor, it's being sponsored by jackcareyart.com. So come by and take a look at some of my paintings. I do sell the originals right on my website. And you can also browse our store. I got a Redbubble store with 40 plus products with that you can buy that have the images of my paintings on them. Even like shower curtains and duvet covers and things like that. So if you feel like supporting the show, come by to jackcareyart.com and see me. You can also follow me on TikTok, which is, I've been exploring TikTok. It's really a very interesting and effective algorithm, far superior, I would say, to YouTube or Facebook. And I predict that those two platforms have a major, maybe even terminal problem on their hands at this stage. Let's face it, YouTube, for my YouTubers out there this week, again, the YouTube algorithm has never been kind to me or my show. We have been shadow banned over and over again. The algorithm does not include us in searches. It's been really difficult swimming against that stream for so many years. That's why there's only 7,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel and many thousands of people out there that actually listen to the live show and to the archive shows and things like that. But you can join me at JackCarey6 on TikTok, and you can follow both my paranormal TikTok videos that I put out, as well as the new paintings that I do. Kind of film those as I go along and do progression videos and things like that. It's sort of the weird dichotomy of my life that I'm a professional artist as well as a 30-year investigator into all things paranormal. So, but tonight's an exciting night. We're going to be discussing a couple of different topics. I chose these two topics because they're topics that people tend to forget about, and topics that I've done pretty extensive, deep investigations into over the years. I have produced very explicit, deep, well-researched YouTube videos regarding these two subjects, and those can be found on my YouTube channel, which is just under Jack Carey, C-A-R-Y. And tonight we're going to be talking about two major human efforts that have been lost to us and to the public. One of those is a lost city in the Grand Canyon. That's right, there is an actual lost city in the Grand Canyon. Most people are unaware of that fact, but it's something that I've investigated thoroughly, and my old partner, J.C. Johnson, before he passed away, was actually part of an expedition to the Grand Canyon involving many famous researchers at the time, including David Hatcher Childress of Ancient Alien fame. But David Childress was one of J.C. Johnson's best friends, and had invited him along on this very interesting insider expedition. So I kind of have an insider view of what occurred on that expedition. And, the city's there. It's very interesting. Now, it's not visible until you walk into the giant corridor through a doorway that's down a sheer rock cliff, thousands of feet. But it's there, and it's something that presents a huge historical mystery, and we're going to be talking about that tonight. And we're going to be talking about a very interesting line of evidence that leads us down a dark rabbit hole of what appears to be a lost, or perhaps not, operational colony on Mars. And by that, I mean an actual colony that is there right now, operating with humans inside of it. And there is a very interesting line of evidence to show that, in fact, a body of, well, let's just call them the Illuminati, shall we? The people that really control the purse strings around the world have been able to siphon off enough money from the American economy, 23 trillion, according to one estimate from the General Accounting Office, which was talked about years ago, that they were able to use basically to get colonists to Mars to inhabit already pre-existing alien structures. And I have to add, there's photographic evidence for this, discovered by Dr. Courtney Brown, who heads up a premier remote viewing group today. But what's interesting is Dr. Brown actually discovered this photograph in NASA's archive. And it appears to be a photograph of the actual dome that these colonists are living in. So that is some good stuff. And you'll have to excuse me when I wet my whistle because I've had a dry throat all week. It's been crazy. I've been, I guess, talking too much and not listening enough, perhaps. But you know, paranormal in the news, and I was going to talk about Cryptid Corner this evening. It's almost impossible. Let's see if I can share something. Screen window or tab. Well, I'll have to share it next week, but something strange happened to me this week, and it's part of Cryptid Corner, and that is basically our Cryptid Corner this week because things have been a little quiet. We're going to talk about Expedition Bigfoot and Cryptid Corner tonight because something strange going on that show. And but anyway, this week I was approached on social media by one of my friends that brought it to my attention that someone had nabbed one of my Bigfoot photographs that was from the old days at Crypto Four Corners that I have on my Facebook profile. And they, basically stole the photograph, however they did it, and then presented that on various Facebook Bigfoot groups, not realizing that that's a known photograph that I copyrighted in 2015, right? And so this hoaxer, poster, whoever they were, tried to perpetrate it like they had taken the photograph, and that forced me to confront the issue. And one of the people on one of the moderators or admins on this Facebook Bigfoot page asked me about the true story, which I relayed to them, which is interesting because it resulted in probably the best, closest still shot representation of what a real Sasquatch looks like in the face. And it's not what anybody thinks. When you see it, it is quite interesting. So the face has a protruding brow ridge and deep set eyes. And, from about here down, it looks human. From just under the nose down, that looks human. From the nose up, that looks primate, or it looks prehistoric Neanderthal / primate with a cone-shaped head and stuff. It's clear that was a Sasquatch. And what's interesting is that the photo, or these 4 images that I have, actually came from 4 frames. 4 frames out of a 30-minute tutorial hiking video done by a gentleman that was a professional hiker. He had a business that actually produced tutorial hiking videos back in the day when they had like VHS tapes and all that kind of stuff, right? And so he would travel around the world and go to like famous hiking trails and stuff like that. And he'd hike the trail and film the hike so that other tourists could watch these hiking videos. You could buy these videos like, I'm going to this famous trail in Europe somewhere, and yada, yada. And here's a video of what the trail is, you know, and you could watch the whole video. It was actually a cool business and a cool idea for a business that he had. But on one hike, it was the High Fall Trails in North Carolina. He noticed some movement off to his left, but it was brief and fleeting, and he didn't really get a very good glimpse of it, but he thought the camera may have. And, you know, he slowed it down at his house. He finally came across what it is he saw, and it really freaked him out. So he approached us over at Crypto Four Corners and asked our opinion about it. And I was able to take the video, and JC tasked me with the tedious job of going through a 30-minute video frame by frame by frame till I found the creature. It appeared in 4 frames. The gentleman never really saw anything other than some slight movement, and then when he got home he slowed it down and saw the same thing, and he was like, oh my god, you know. But when we confirmed that what this guy was seeing to him, that this was a Sasquatch, you know, there's no doubt about it, it really freaked the guy out. Like, it really freaked him out. He thought he was going to like lose his reputation and the business he had created, and oh my god, people are thinking that he's hoaxing this to get more videos sold and that kind of thing. The guy erased the video. He totally erased it. He was too freaked out and didn't want his name known or published, so we didn't publish anything. And that photograph, to this day, in my professional investigative opinion, after seeing 30 years of evidence, is the best still photograph of a Sasquatch ever captured. And the guy didn't even know that he had captured it at the time. So that's the weird reality matrix that we live in. But, you know, Expedition Bigfoot, Cryptid Corner, right? What can we say, guys? You know, they've been running marathons of it, first of all, on the Travel Channel or History Channel, whatever, wherever they're airing that. And they are obviously a CIA funded operation. I say that for various reasons. The number one reason is the just inexplicable amount of funding that this group has, and the sheer amount of advanced, ultra advanced, state-of-the-art, cutting-edge technology that they have access to, which requires deep, deep pockets. You know, I was already suspicious when they flashed under the name of their field investigator, not Russell Accord, but the gentleman that goes out and actually interviews eyewitnesses. They show his name, and right underneath it, it says former CIA operative right on it. Right? And it's clear that Bryce, the guy that heads up the group, that guy is a CIA control officer. He has CIA almost tattooed across his forehead. And then they whip out, and you can look it up. Go ahead and look, you know, pull up Amazon and look up EMF shielded tent, and look up the same model that they used for one scene in one episode. Cost $37,000. I'm sure it comes with a free delivery if you have a Prime membership. Amazon needs to sponsor my show. But that kind of funding in cryptozoology does not exist, period. It never has, and it never will. Because nobody is going to pay you to try to solve a problem that nobody wants to solve. And that's really tonight's main topic in Cryptid Corner, is that Bigfoot is a problem no one wants to solve. Yes, there are an army of field investigators that go out weekend after weekend, dedicated. I was one of them for many decades, and still from time to time I pick and choose my battles these days because I know exactly what to look for and where to go. But there's an army of people that go out every single weekend looking for Bigfoot, looking for that undeniable, indisputable evidence that will finally convince an unwilling public that, in fact, there is a multi-thousand member apex predator species, bipedal, 9-10 feet tall, weighing 1,000 pounds, breeding, living, and thriving in the hundreds of millions of heavily wooded, forested acreage of North America. Right? And they go out every single weekend and they try the exact same techniques time and time and time again with little to no result. Time and time and time again. And Einstein, you know, even though he was wrong about his physics, and we know that because of the UAPs flying around or exhibiting that they can go by laws of physics, which is unknown to us today. But even so, was a pretty smart guy. And he said that, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So the whole effort by the Bigfoot community out there at retrieving evidence from the field has to be completely revamped and has to be gone about in a completely new and different way and direction, right? I think the real question for us in paranormal land and with Bigfoot research in general is, why is the CIA so interested in Bigfoot disclosure all of a sudden? Because what they just showed this past season was a Bigfoot that they caught using LiDAR down in a cave system, and at the same time they had a camera in that cave system, and that camera was positioned exactly where the LiDAR showed a body of a Bigfoot should be, and the camera only picked up what looked to be cloaked movement. That's right. You have to check it out. They have caught evidence of a cloaked Bigfoot down in a cave. It's pretty indisputable. I mean, when you see their evidence, the LiDAR cannot be faked, nor would I think the CIA has any interest in faking anything. I think they are all in at this stage. The real question is, why are they all in? And does it have anything to do with UAP disclosure at all? I would remind everyone about the disappearing track line problem of the Bigfoot phenomenon, and the fact that disappearing track lines are discovered repeatedly, and it looks like these things, you know, you'll find a trail of prints. They'll be 16 to 19 inches long. They are perfect. They go across fields like the one we discovered in the Chusca Mountains for hundreds of yards. The topography doesn't change, and yet the footprints just stop in midstream. Sort of the same problem they're having with various wolf-like cryptids on Skinwalker Ranch, but this happens in the Bigfoot phenomenon all the time, and it's like the creature just vanishes into thin air, and then you have the indigenous people around the country and into Canada and elsewhere who claim that these are creatures that walk between worlds, as they say, that have magical abilities, as they would describe them. And after witnessing the evidence that they have collected on Expedition Bigfoot of a cloaked Bigfoot clearly captured on LiDAR hiding in a cave system, and the Native Americans told us on numerous occasions that these creatures live underground. It's confirmation of two major things in cryptozoology world, which I don't think are being fully acknowledged right now. And number one, it's confirmation that the creatures can cloak themselves. How big is that? That's huge. That should be page 1 of every cryptozoology conversation taking place right now online. Proof they can cloak. That should alter the way that evidence is trying to be obtained in the field right now forever. Number 2, they're using the cave systems. That should alter forever the way that evidence is trying to be obtained right now. How many out there actually who are members of the Bigfoot army that go out every single weekend are actually going to alter their behavior and their techniques, field techniques, to acknowledge these new findings and to evolve into something that's smarter than the phenomenon itself? Because that's what we need to do as cryptozoologists. And tonight, when we come back from our break, we're going to be talking about a lost city in the Grand Canyon. What did they have in that city? Who built it? And what other secrets are kind of hidden around this lost city? That leads us down one major rabbit hole and possibly all the way back to ancient Egypt. And if we have enough time, and I'm hoping that we do, we're going to explore another chain or train of evidence that kind of leads us down a neighboring rabbit hole of a lost colony on Mars, and that has an equally compelling line of evidence. So stick with us, and we'll be back right after this.
Awesome job, Jack.
Thanks.
Drawing them in tonight. That's great. Love it.
Awesome.
Yeah, when you said lost places and that, I thought you was going to bring up Roanoke.
Oh, yeah. Roanoke is scary.
Yeah,
it is indeed.
And I wonder
Have you seen...
I wonder if Bigfoot had anything to do with that.
I don't know.
Or even Dogman.
But Stephen King's kind of depiction of what happened to Roanoke, where the stranger shows up demanding their children.
Yeah.
Or he marches them all off into the ocean. That's very interesting stuff. But it reminds me very much of something I've been researching, which is the Pueblo Indians down in the Four Corners area all have this tale of this character that they called the Gambler. Have you heard of this dude? And he showed up.
Kind of familiar. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, he showed up apparently to all of these different tribes and challenged all of the leaders to games of gambling, and he never lost. And some researchers and some indigenous people of the Pueblo Indians believe that's what led to the downfall of their society, was this character, this guy, this trickster known as the Gambler. Very crazy. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's
right
interesting. There. Yeah. Sounds like a really shady character to me. Kind of like that that one shapeshifter you saw out in the mountains at one time. You were going up on top of the plateau, and you saw it before, and the wife and the guy you were with, nah. Like,
right. Yep. They were like, no. We also found what appeared to us to be female human footprints that mid-stride turned into canine prints.
Yeah.
That's some spooky stuff, right?
Wicked stuff there, that's for sure.
That sent chills up my spine. It froze me dead center. I was just
Time
like,
to back out the way I came in. Not letting the door hit me on the behind on the way out either,
Yeah, exactly. Oops. Didn't bring my silver bullets.
Yeah.
But it's been a busy week, man. I've been trying to get a lot of stuff done, but pretty crazy. What's going on VIXEN'S Vault this evening?
She has a guest in tonight. I think she's going to be talking a little bit about CERN and some other stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, and I think she has a survivor of the Montauk chair in there too.
Oh wow!
Well,
that's great.
So it's going to be a pretty wild show tonight. If everybody out there is listening, you want to stick around. The suspense is also killing me because she sent me a kind of an outline of how she's going to do the show tonight, and I'm like, okay, let's see if you can, keep to it, and I'm sure she can, because we've the show is kind of it doesn't have the structure of her original show, but I think she's slowly working on trying to bring that back, and that'll be good, and that'll mean more interviews if that's the case, and I like that. She always has some interesting people in there.
That's fascinating stuff. I need to have I need to put out another invite to Robert Kreider, get him on the show, because he's developed a new technology that allows them to see 3D underground. So.
Oh wow, yeah, we definitely need to get him back in, and also, we're gonna kick up either a monthly or a quarterly cryptozoology Cafe Enigma 2 with Roger. Yeah, and I hope that you can come in and help that out. Anyways, we're getting up on your countdown. I forgot to tell you we were under 30 seconds, but here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Jack, you are live and back on the radio side, like right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal guide to the Twilight Zone and the Sinister Minister. We're talking about tonight lost colonies. We're talking about lost cities, and we were talking about Bigfoot being cloaked and lost in a cave system. So anyway, to finish up Cryptid Corner, it's very interesting that the CIA appears to be involved. The whole operation has CIA written all over it. It operates like a CIA operation. They got a control officer, that's Bryce, back at the control center. They got a field operative, that's Russell. He's the guy on the ground actually tracking the creatures. They're using a AI-driven algorithm to tell them when and where to be to run into these creatures that has all of the migrational pattern information in it. They have apparently non-stop funding, which allows them to do stuff like hire a guy that has 6 LiDAR drones with heat-seeking capability and stuff like that. Nobody can compete with that. That kind of stuff is the stuff of cryptozoologic dreams. We used to dream and talk about that kind of stuff, and around campfires with, Bigfoots howling around us and things like that, Oh man, boy, if we had a thermal drone, what we could do. And here's a group that has unlimited funding. They can do anything they want to do, go anywhere they want to go, have a field primate biologist on pay with them at all times. Nobody can compete with that. So anyway, tonight's main subject, we're going to talk about the lost city of the Grand Canyon. So this is an interesting line of evidence. The chain of custody for this whole thing begins with a 1907 article from the Phoenix Gazette. Right, and you have to kind of keep the year in mind, because 1907 was a period of time when that was still kind of like the Old West, and there weren't many like established newspapers, but one of them in the West was the Phoenix Gazette, right? And the Colorado River runs down that way, and they ran a front page news article, and it's still out there online. If you type in Phoenix Gazette, Lost City, Grand Canyon, 1907 into any search engine, I'm sure it'll pull up. Chrome, if you're using Google, Google's a CIA based company, and those search results are greatly affected by the intelligence communities. So sometimes it's wiser to use a different kind of browser search engine. Use a Tor browser to look it up if you want to on the deep web, the black web. But this article is so interesting because, it's extensive, it's detailed. In fact, the article is so detailed and has so much information in it that you're extremely hard pressed to believe that this was simply yellow journalism, as they call it, an effort by newspaper journalists in the past to invent stories in order to sell more newspapers. That's really what it came down to. And they've had examples of that occurring in the Old West from time to time. However, none of them have this kind of extensive detail involved with it. So that's what's really interesting to me. It talks about how this gentleman came down the river to the Phoenix area, and he had a boatload of artifacts with him. And he presented identification to show that he was in fact employed by the Smithsonian. This boatload of artifacts is described in the newspaper article as being like gold, silver, jeweled type of artifacts, and that they appeared to be Egyptian looking. Not to say they were Egyptian, but they looked to them like the people who looked at the artifacts like it must have come from ancient Egypt, that kind of a thing. Back then there wasn't a hugely educated population, especially people that were exposed like we are today with tons of artifacts and documentaries and things like that about ancient Egypt. So this was, to them in the Old West, 1907, turn of the century, they saw these artifacts and they said, it kind of looks like Egypt, like we've seen in pictures and that kind of thing. So that's how they described them in the article. The gentleman prepared all of these artifacts into shipping boxes, and they were shipped back to the Smithsonian. They have since, of course, disappeared. The Smithsonian in paranormal circles is renowned for the fact that they covered up non-stop amounts of historical evidence in the past. Anything that would upset the Judeo-Christian biblical ideas of society at that time were sort of suppressed or outright destroyed. There's some new articles out there where somebody at the Smithsonian has come across evidence that they did in fact destroy many thousands of giant bones that were uncovered across North America. And they did that because they thought that it was going to really cast a bad view on Western expansion. The idea was, well, they believed in what's called manifest destiny, plays into all of this in a huge way. For those of you who are college or university history students, you will know what manifest destiny is. It's taught in every single university history of about North America. It's the idea that white settlers were fulfilling the will of God as they conquered this land and spread westward, right? So any kind of evidence that they came across to suggest that somebody had been here before the white settlers and the Native American populations, that was a no-go. That had to be suppressed because it would undermine the argument that they were making, that they were justified in their westward expansion and in the treatment of the indigenous people. It all plays together. So when they came across this lost city in the Grand Canyon, here is ultimate evidence that not only was somebody there way before white settlers came there, but they were an extremely advanced culture, and they built a vast city into the cliffside, the actual rock of the Grand Canyon. This explorer, his name is S.A. Jordan, who came down the river, noticed an opening up on a rock cliff. It looked to him like a carved doorway. He also noticed a series of steps going from the side of the river up the cliffside to the doorway. He pulled his boat over. He was able to get out, make his way up these steps to the doorway. And when he entered into what he described as a vast, cavernous-like city that had various gigantic spokes that were hallways that led off in various directions, almost like a spoked wheel. And he described artifacts. One of them was like a Buddha looking like figure, but it wasn't Buddha. One of them was it was holding something like a lotus flower, but it looked slightly different. It was very odd. Some of the artifacts looked completely Egyptian. And he said that this city was vast enough that it could house 50,000 people. And we'll see how pertinent that is to this entire mystery, right? So this is a vast city, built literally into the rock. So it's an underground city, right? You can't really see the city from the river. You have to walk through the doorway into this gigantic structure, and then the city is there before you, right? So he gathers up as many artifacts as his boat will hold. And again, this man was a known explorer of his day that the Smithsonian had hired to explore the Grand Canyon. So that's how all of this math adds up. He gets the boatload of artifacts. He goes down the river to the Phoenix Gazette. They're there when he shows up. It makes a big scene because he shows up with a boatload of this, amazing stuff. They write an article about it that gets published, and it's something that they couldn't erase from public record. Eventually, the article makes it out. It shows up online. It gets leaked. And here you have direct physical evidence of them covering up what might be the greatest archaeological find of all time. Now, who built the city? Well, there are some very interesting indications that whoever it was connected to ancient Egypt. And the reason why we believe that to be the case is not only are some of the artifacts Egyptian looking and were described that way, but when you examine on maps the area where the article describes the city being, all of that area is declared completely off limits, even to park personnel. I'll say that again. There are parts of the Grand Canyon which are strictly forbidden for any human to enter into, including park personnel. That's a fact. Fact number 2, these areas all around the city that are all encompassed in these no-go zones have Egyptian names. And when you plot out each one of the peaks in this area that all have Egyptian names, they match perfectly the layout that you have at Giza. You have a display of Orion's belt with Sirius off center down at its feet. And the entire thing, which you can Google all of this if you must Google or whatever, do a search engine search, but you'll see that there is a existing map now of the Grand Canyon, which draws all of the lines between these Egyptian names and peaks and everything together. And shows you how perfect it is. It's almost a mirror image on the ground, right? Point 2, we have testimony from a couple of hikers who willfully disregarded the no trespass rule. They wandered off into this no-go zone and attempted to climb one of these peaks, and they claim that they found a secondary entrance into the same city. Point 3, it's interesting, very, very interesting, because you always have a group of people out there that say, oh, it just couldn't be, there was no transatlantic contact between, North America and ancient Egypt before Columbus, there's no way. Well, we have some interesting evidence to kind of suggest otherwise. And one of the major pieces of evidence that is little known out there is a documentary that was produced by a university in Europe. Today you can find the documentary online. It is a bit obscure, but I highly recommend it. And it's called The Curse of the Cocaine Mummies. Great name for a documentary, right? Well, this university professor in Europe is a world-renowned toxicologist. And she decided to run an experiment to do toxicology testing on all of the mummies that were ever taken out of Egypt. She wanted to see what they had been ingesting, because if you were mummified, you were sort of the upper echelon of that society. So it'd be very interesting to see what the upper echelon were ingesting. And that would show up, if they were ingesting any sort of drugs and things like that, it would show up in their toxicology. And so that's what she did. She went around to every single museum and university all through Europe that had a mummy that came out of Egypt, and she did a toxicology test on them. And 100% of them tested positive for both nicotine and cocaine. 2 plants that only grow in the Americas. Only 2. Tobacco does not grow in ancient Egypt or anywhere near it. And cocaine, coca leaves only grow in South America. So we have indisputable, undeniable proof that there was trade taking place between the Egyptian hierarchy and indigenous people in the Americas. Had to be the case. That's interesting. Then when you take into effect the pharaohship of Akhenaten, and for those of you who don't recall Akhenaten, he's the one depicted with the elongated skull. I studied art history at the Metro State University in Denver, and I'll never forget that they talked about Akhenaten and how he's the one pharaoh not depicted as being perfect of stature. You know, all the other pharaohs are all muscular and buff and they look tough and there's all this kind of stuff. Not Akhenaten. Akhenaten's got the weird elongated skull. He's got the sort of weird ET-shaped body and the big pot belly, right? And he's holding, he and Nefertiti, who's his wife, who also is depicted with an elongated skull, is holding 2 of their babies, and their babies have elongated skulls. And Akhenaten attempts to change the religion of all of ancient Egypt from a polymorphous, or, you know, they had many, many hundreds of different gods, basically. And he wanted that to all go away so that they could worship the one true sun disk god, which he referred to as the Aten, which was the sun, basically. He wanted it all to be kind of reversed into sun disk worship, and this led to his downfall. The priesthood plotted his assassination and even plotted the assassination of his children, etc. What's interesting is that it's rumored that one of his offspring, after his assassination, actually disappeared from ancient Egypt with 50,000 followers. And where might have he gone? Well, might he have gone to a land that they had pre-existing trade routes with? A land that held 2 sacred plants that were being ingested by the upper echelon of ancient Egypt. A land that had tobacco and cocaine. And when they got here, is it possible that he and his 50,000 followers actually made it to the desert Southwest, to the Grand Canyon, a place to them resembled their homeland? And is it possible that they actually dug out a vast city into the actual cliff sides of the Grand Canyon and began their culture once again in exile? It's an interesting possibility, for sure. And what's even more interesting is that my old protege, or I was the protege of my cryptozoology teacher, J.C. Johnson, who got invited on an expedition to the Grand Canyon by David Hatcher Childress of Ancient Aliens, and they were looking for the city. And they had drones, and they had some guys that were going to attempt to rappel down the side of the cliffs to the city entrance, right? The cliffs proved to be far too steep. You're talking about thousands of feet. The drones had trouble with wind, sheer wind that was coming through. But the interesting thing about it was that while they were attempting all of this, an unmarked and they filmed it when it came by, but an unmarked white airplane came by and started flying right through the canyon where they were doing this operation. And there's only one group of people that fly unmarked white airplanes in North America and can get away with it, and that's the CIA. Look it up. So that is fascinating stuff. I was going to get to the lost colony on Mars too. That must be a time for its own show. It is interesting though, because I'll probably cover that next week for you guys. I don't want to disappoint you, but it's an interesting line of evidence, and it involves the great-granddaughter of Dwight D. Eisenhower. So there's a line of evidence that traces all the way back to the 1960s, late 1950s, a group of Illuminati that went under the guise of the Club of Rome. You can look that up. That can be your homework this week before next week's show. And the Club of Rome determined that the Earth was going to face overpopulation within the next few decades. And their calculations have been correct. We're at 8 billion and counting. Pretty soon we'll be at 10 billion, and then we're off to the races. Exponential growth, 20 billion, 30. How many can we take? How far does it go? Not even a pandemic could slow it down, fake or not. So they were right in their calculation about that, but they decided to come up with a series of alternatives to staving off overpopulation. One was just population control through controlled warfare. That proved pretty effective until the invention of the nuclear weapon, the proliferation, I should say, of nuclear weapons. And then it made it an untenable scenario, because sooner or later somebody pushes that button, and they didn't want to kill the planet. They were trying to save humanity. So they discounted that idea. Number two, founding a world religion so that you could control the breeding habits of those people involved with, with religious beliefs. Most breeding habits are controlled by religious beliefs. And alternative three was off-planet colonization, and that's what they chose. And we'll be talking about that this next week, because that actually ties into a lot of what's happening right now with the Space Force, with coming UAP disclosure. The Space Force and Trump administration feature prominently into all of this, because they had to know, or have to know, that that colony is there or was there. We have indications from some really interesting sources that the colony was in sort of a desperate situation, needing parts and things like that. So we'll hit that next week, guys. And again, thanks for joining me on Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. Next week, we'll jump down another one of these deep, dark rabbit holes, including the Mars colony. Stay tuned for the VIXEN'S Vault and the fantastic Nancy Planeta. I'll see you next week.
Great job. Great job. Thanks, Jack.
Yeah.
We're going to hang here for till I disconnect, and then with the one station, and then I'm going to head over with Nancy here in about another minute or so.
Okay. I can join the second hour of the show. I'll be attempting to join, so the 9 to 10. So, because my wife plays volleyball at like 9 tonight, so that'll free me up. So sounds good, sir.
All right. Let me start getting Nancy up and going here. Almost ready for her. Yeah. In fact, I'll just go over there now. I'll catch up with you later, Jack. All right?
Okay. Sounds good. See you, sir.
All right. Thanks. All right. That was Jack Carey, Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up is the VIXEN'S Vault. Got about a minute or so before I'm going to connect up with them. That way they can go almost right up till the top of the hour. Nancy, Roger, Mark, Raph, Jack. Jason. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Well, that was interesting. It took me a minute to actually be able to answer that. Huh.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, I don't know. Like, okay.
How are you doing?
Pretty good so far.
I hear that.
Yeah.
You can probably tell I have a little bit of a stuffy head, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you been talking all day?
I communicate all day, yes.
I didn't see... Jack said that he's going to join in the next part. Okay. Okay. He's got volleyball with his wife right now. And I'm trying to get Jason connected up and David Campione.
Where's Roger?
I was going to say, where's Roger Dodger?
He's being quiet. Really quiet.
Setting things up on my side.
Casting. There he is.
I'm here. I'm just trying to get my OBS to where everything's going through smoothly. So,
dude, I love OBS, but it can be a pain in the butt.
Tell me about it.
I'm a cool dude. I love OBS. Better than XSplit. I'll put it to you that way.
I started using OBS, I want to say, in like 2016 because it was the best conversion platform.
I'm gonna try to share this link with Jason again. Jason, if you're in there and listening, check your Telegram in about a minute. It'll be up in there. Oh, hold on here. Where'd Jason go?
Oh, where?
Mr.
Where?
Dirty Work. That dirty work guy.
Baby, phone home. Phone home. I don't know if you listen to any of those.
I see everybody's here tonight.
Yeah, how you doing,
Jack?
David? We missed
Rachel.
you so much, man.
Hey, Roger. Hey, Vicky.
Man, you better not disappear like that no more, Dave. I don't know what to think.
All right, 30 seconds, and then we'll get going. I thought you had a guest tonight too, Nancy.
Jason, I'm trying to get him on. I think he's having problems jumping in, but I'll keep you up to date on that. He's got all the information, the link, everything to jump on. And he did tell me about 2 hours ago he would try to be here, so we're just waiting on him. But it's okay. We can still carry the show.
All right, it's not here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side, like right now.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the VIXEN'S Vault. Today's date is September the 3rd, 2025. We are in the month of September already. Can y'all believe it? I mean, I believe it because it's been kind of, think about it, Vic. It has been like it's like somebody lit the trail to dynamite this year. It's just moved so quickly. It just seems like yesterday we were in January waiting for inauguration, and now here we are in September, already almost through an entire year.
I know, it's like an alternate universe, isn't it? Sorry.
Did you really segueing? I love you, Vicky. I do love you. So tonight, guys, it's funny because I decided I was going to try to structure things a little differently with the show tonight, because I used to have with my show's been on the air on and off for over 20 years now. And I have done some really structured shows, and I have done some shows where it's kind of like wing it. I can tell you that when you have a large amount of panel, in other words, I I like this format of doing my show with a panel. A panel gives us the flexibility to have multiple people on with multiple opinions from multiple different backgrounds. In other words, it adds a little bit of flavor to the chili, as I like to say. In the same respect, it gives us different perspectives, different viewpoints. But it can be a little bit chaotic when you have multiple people, especially if there's connection issues. It can be really chaotic. So, figured I was sitting there this weekend, and the funny thing is a lot of us actually hang out in our chat, our little, I guess you could say our little room. We all kind of, we drop information in there, here and there all week long, little tidbits, and we joke around and we have fun and we make fun of Mark Edwards' hair, and Mark bored.
It's only because we love Mark Edwards.
I'm telling you,
such a good guy.
Welcome in. But I'm going to take a moment and introduce everybody to y'all tonight. I mean, tonight's topic, what we're going to discuss, is actually CERN. And it is a topic we've discussed multiple times on this show, but I'm looking more at a connectivity type of discussion. Like basically I guess you could say the thought process of, could the activities of CERN, number one, is it something that is as new as they're telling us? Number two, could they have, with CERN, when you talk to scientists from CERN or you read their public statements, and they're always constantly repeating the fact that, they couldn't possibly do any damage. Nope. This is all for science. And nope, there's no way. And it reminds me, and I would hope that the most recent pandemic kind of kicked this into you guys. It reminds me of trust the science.
Right. Yeah.
And, how many people blindly just trust people because they have, a document behind them that says they went to school, or they have lots of really important friends who like to feed them a lot of money to do their research, if that's actually what they're doing. But, like I said, is CERN really what it says it is? Could Max Laughlin have been correct? And Max Laughlin, we'll get into who that is further into the show, but could he have been correct when he postulated that the collider actually, in its hunt for the Higgs boson, screwed up in a massive way and kind of phased us into an alternate reality, an alternate dimension? In other words, sidestepped us into something that was very close to where we were at, but different.
I thought when I listened to him, was a pinball machine. How they, when he was talking, I was like, that sounds like a pinball machine where somebody jars it, there's too much energy, and it jumps over into the next cascade over.
It's amazing that he was just a kid. And he wrote this all down on a paper napkin. That's just, and I know there's a lot of, in the communities, there's a lot of whispers that, it was his father. But if you actually listen to this kid, because I actually posted the video in our little group chat so everybody can kind of see what I was talking about. When you listen to this kid talk, this is not a kid that was just fed information. This is a kid who was stopping, searching for the correct word, stopping, pausing. The way he articulated told me very clearly that he had a lot of familiarity with what he was speaking of. It was not just off the cuff. This was not something he was repeating or memorized. He was literally thinking his way through what he was saying. There's a lot of, it's funny because people tell me all the time I'm a people watcher, and I am. Mainly for defensive reasons, I will tell you that. A little PTSD going on there.
Yeah, just a little.
But it's for self-protection. I am what they call empathic. I can feel people when they're in my presence, and it is kind of a self-protection thing for me to watch their body language, watch their faces when they're speaking, listen to their intonations, because it gives you a lot of information about somebody. And I would never hurt anybody with that information, but it protects me in many ways. So when I was listening to Max, it's one of the things I was thinking is this kid is actually genuine. You can tell by the way he's orating. You can tell by his eye movement. This is not something he didn't come up with. This is definitely his information. But what killed me, it was so simple. I mean, I think that's what really killed me. If you actually look at quantum physics and how quantum physics works, it's really quite complicated. I mean, and you'll sit there and you watch the professors and you'll watch your specialists and there are 1,000,000-mile-long equations and they still don't get the right answer. And true story. And how frustrated they get. And then this 13-year-old kid comes up with a very simplistic reasoning that made sense. And I say that with a lot of chutzpah in my voice because it actually made sense. Whereas all their logical combinations of numbers and numerics and curvatures and light refractions and everything else that they equate into their equations still came up with no answer. And here, this kid, simple, stupid, Was
it Einstein that said everything in the universe could be explained simply, and that's what that kid did?
Yeah, I think, well, I've always, Vic, it's funny you say that because the more complicated things get, technology, science, all these things that we keep throwing into the ring, complicating things, and it stresses people out. That's something that we don't think about as a society is how badly all this crap stresses us out. And I think, I wonder if they do this, like the giant red herring. Let's keep them all busy. Let's keep their brains just functioning into an abysmal non-reality of stupid crap that they're never going to utilize so we can do whatever we want over here. I really thought about that. Let's make it look as intelligent as possible, suck all the money out of them, and put it where we actually really want it, which has nothing to do with what we're telling them it is. I've become that jaded with all the research I've done.
It's not different from the church. It's like, oh, the scripture is too hard for you to understand it, so we're just going to leave it with the priest.
Yeah. Something. Sorry, Vic. Vicky. Something that I think both of you are sort of Vic. I think you stepping on this point, but something else I think both of you are missing out on. The scientists do not write the press statements. Generally speaking, it will be an executive, it will be a press manager, it will be somebody behind, or it could be a group of executives all writing these press statements. Also, bureaucrats.
Yeah. Yep.
And also, they've got to make these statements so it's recognizable, so it's understandable by politicians and the general public. So you've got to go down to the lowest denominator.
That's a good point.
Mark, you've got to actually sit back though and wonder. I mean, because everybody on this panel, by the way, I am going to introduce my panel. I'm getting there. Everybody on this panel is intelligent, above average intelligent. And I say that with a big smile on my face because I love every single one of you guys. I mean, way above average. You're all outside the box thinkers, except maybe Mark, unless he's doing a Fabio flip, in which case he is an outside the box thinker. But
he's not going to live that down, Mark.
No, dude, but I love having Mark here because Mark is like that stability. I think we've all become so jaded. The rest of us, I mean, you've got Jason. Jason is like one of the most incredible researchers I've met. He is dead on with his information, but he's like me. He trusts nothing and no one. And literally, you could say the sky is blue and he's going to go outside and look at it and say, well, actually, if you want to be technical, it's really not that. It's not blue. That's a light. I mean, he would explain to you why it's not. Because
at least going to confirm.
Yes. because that's the nature of who you are, and it's what makes you great at what you do. I've got David Campione. David has been in this crazy ass field that we like to call the semi-paranormal. I really don't even think I want to call it paranormal anymore.
For 70 years.
Decades. So much longer than many of us.
So
and he's accumulated.
It's
well, it's not.
It's
he's
normal.
not. It's. I would like. All right, maybe super nature, misunderstood nature. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really flow as well, but it's true. I mean, but Dave has got not only his own 70 years. What? I thought I heard. I think Raphael said something.
That was Rafi.
No, it's not me. I ain't say nothing.
You glow.
Okay.
I know nothing.
Oh no, here he goes. Anyway, so David's not only got his own 70 years of accumulated information, but he's got the information a lot of that he's got has been passed down. So this is a genetic thing for him where his father investigated and dug into a lot of this. So that's experience you cannot replace, especially on a panel like this where just so much information that goes so many decades back. You've got Roger Hansen, and Roger, I am telling you, I have never met such a mixture of a personality in my life as Roger. He knows I love him. He knows I love him dearly. I respect the snot out of him. I know.
Well, don't wipe your nose on his shirt, though, Nancy.
Well, no, he might actually go buy some baby oil and do something with that. So you're right. I know. We don't want him having any of my genetic material. We know that. So, but Roger is like one of the most brilliant people you'll ever meet. Again, so proud to have him on this panel. And you would never know it because you can have a D&D conversation with this man for hours. And it's totally right on spot, right on spec.
Did someone mention about a Viking dwarf that rides on the back of a giant berserker?
We actually folks, to my listeners, we actually lost control of the show one night because of a Viking freaking dwarf that haunted the show for the entire 2 hours and here I was actually trying to look it up because Mark kept telling me that he really lived. So here I am trying to look it up while these two are actually, oh God, don't remind me. But Mr. Roger Hansen, again, I am always thankful to have you on board. His knowledge in the occult is ridiculous. Just insane amounts of knowledge, historical knowledge. May not always agree or see eye to eye, but man, when we start comparing information, it is a very interesting combination. Like we were talking about magnetics in the chat this week.
Oh, and
what an incredible
And Nancy, guess what?
What?
Roger starts hosting through me
Cafe
this Saturday.
I know.
Wow.
Cafe
Congratulations,
Enigma.
Roger.
Yeah, and
Totally looking
the
forward
whole
to that.
panel here is invited.
Awesome sauce. Oh,
What is
hang
it?
on. I
What-
got a military helicopter going over and he's kind of low. So it might get a little minute loud. Oh, there he goes.
What's Roger's schedule time, Mark, and what night or day?
Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Cool.
9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. And Mark.
We had an entire conversation about mixing up GMT times.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Mark.
right.
Earlier.
8 o'clock Zulu time then, all right?
Oh, here we go. Welcome to our family. Okay, moving on. We've got Vicky. And Vicky, let me tell you.
I'm just
Vicky
weird.
brings, no. You bring your own expertise to this panel. Anything theological that you want to throw in the mix, she's going to have not just a rebuttal to or an answer to or a question about. She is going to accurately quote where that can be found in the Bible, how it can be found in the Bible, why it's looked at this way. And you know what's funny, because I know Vicky has been through her fair share of bad times with people really going after her because of her beliefs, which I find horrific. I'm one of the first people to tell you I might be a witch, and yeah, my type are people come after me all the time. I'm very used to it. I accept that as part of what I am, and I don't get angry at people. I don't get mad at them. It just, that's them. 90% of the time that comes out of a place of fear. That's fine. When Vicky gets attacked, I get really mad because never have I met anybody as gentle as she is, even though Mark calls her the She-Hulk when she gets going, which it's kind of funny because it's partially true. But I mean, she's one of the most gentle women you'll ever meet in your life. Very soft-spoken, but very knowledgeable. So when she gets attacked, I tend to get really, really, really bent out of shape quickly. Nothing will light a fire under me faster than that will. And then last but not least, Rafael, my significant other, my mate like no other, Mr. Rafael Martinez. Been with me. Rafi has done shows with me since we started. I think I brought you on the air with me in 2012 was the first time. Literally from the ground up, just incredible wealth of information again. And he comes from more kind of like the Mark Edworthy, but different perceptions. He's very black and white with how he views things, but he's got his facts straight, and he has learned to look down the rabbit hole and not flinch. And that makes him really dangerous, which I love about him. And he embraces it, as we like to say. He embraces it. He loves finding out more information, and he loves being validated for what he's found. So right. I'm telling you. So again,
I'm taking that Victor lap today.
I know. We'll talk about that at the end of the show, though, because that's going to kind of wrap into the things. Because it really has been a very, very, very interesting week. Not just because of CERN. And CERN came up in the subject matter because literally they've been releasing press statements for the last 2 weeks regarding different things that they are capable of, different things that they're looking at, which makes it very interesting because it, as much as they put Max Laughlin down about his theory, they're kind of proving him to be somewhat correct. So makes that really interesting as we're moving forward. But again, me being me and you guys being you guys, I am so jaded when it comes to some of this stuff. My first thought is, are they doing this to set us up? Are they releasing this information because they're going to pull some kind of a stunt and they're going to need this as the backup reason as to why? This is what caused it. Because 99% of the time when something major occurs, the governments that be, intelligence agencies that be, whoever you want to refer or however you want to refer to them as, to some it would be extraterrestrial interference, to quite a few actually. That's actually becoming more and more common. Whatever it is, whomever it is, they've already worked out the entire Hegelian dialectic and played it out before we are even told what's happening. So in other words, before the event happens, they've already played the whole damn thing out. Exactly how it's going to happen, how they're going to set it up, what they're going to do, and how we're going to react, and then how they're going to react. It's all already been pre-formatted. We found that out with 9/11, and I'm sure Jason and Raphael would both agree with me on that one. You know, the whole thing was planned out exactly how it went down. I think what they did not see coming was the fact that people didn't let it go as fast as they thought they would. They dug in harder. In other words, like Building 7. Too many people saw the news conference or the news report that Building 7 had gone down. Well, while they're giving it, Building 7 is actually standing behind them, still hadn't gone down yet. So they were giving very prophetic news reports, apparently. Not just that, but, you know, all the different reports that were coming out of the buildings, the different stories that they were cutting out of the newsreels. In other words, you would see it as they were going live, you would hear the interview live, and then suddenly you couldn't find the interview because it didn't match the story that they wanted told. So again, we have a systemic issue with what we can trust and what we cannot trust. And there's always that thought process, what are they setting us up for now? You know, what horrific thing are they going to try to pull and try to blame something stupid like CERN? Oh, look, half the world just disappeared into a black hole. It was CERN. Nothing intentional, though. And again, but it's, I mean, it's, think about it. I am that jaded when I think about things, because I think, yeah, it could actually be that CERN is going to cause us something masterfully horrible.
Trust the science.
Yeah, trust the science. But again, I never understood. I mean, I never understood why we needed a collider to begin with. I remember when the LHC was first christened and opened and brought online, or supposedly brought online. I think it was online well before that, but they had made, well, this is going to be, we are going to be at the forefront of science, and we are going to figure out exactly how the Big Bang worked. And I'll never forget it. I was watching the thing and I'm thinking to myself, why would you want to try to recreate the Big Bang where we live? What brain surgeon thought that was an intelligent idea? I mean, I understand there's a quest for information. I understand we are, as humans, we are constantly looking for knowledge to explain ourselves, our existence, all of it. But you don't find that out by repeating the steps that were an explosive, supposedly, creation. I can't get my head around it when they say it's not dangerous, and then you read the actual specs of the collider and what the collider does every time it's flipped on, and how much of a shock actually ripples into the core of the planet because of the amount of power it takes to run the collider. And you know, the fact that it actually, the first time it flipped on, it failed because it took out the entire city's power supply. I mean,
oh, great.
People, you didn't know that? Oh yeah, first time it powered it up, took out all their power.
Do you remember about a month and a half ago when all of, or a large part of France anyway, a large part of Switzerland, and this is about a month and a half ago, and that's the first thing I thought, was that CERN? I mean, it's right there. Spain, a large part of Spain lost their juice.
Yep. In fact, it may have been CERN, because CERN was active at that time, so it's possible. But guys, I got to take us out to our first break. When we return, we're going to get into it a little bit more with CERN. Mark Edworthy, I see you frustrated. You can talk first when we come back from the break. Hang in there, guys. We'll return in a few moments with the VIXEN'S Vault.
All right, we are on radio break.
I can see you over there, Mark. You're not doing Fabio
his head down,
because I made you conscious of that.
Rubbing his beard.
As far as reading your Spanish thing, that was put down to sort of the Spanish infrastructure. That was down to just for maintenance.
But the thing is, Mark, they always put it down to poor maintenance. That's the problem I have. It's always the same, I guess you could say, excuse. And it's like, okay, so you're telling me you knocked out 3 countries because of
That's what I was going to say. It's 3 countries, not the entire countries, but 3 large parts. I'm not saying it's definitely CERN, but because it was right in the neighborhood there, I'd be lying if I said it was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they thought they actually tried to push it off too because there was a large solar flare at that time.
Oh, come on. We all know that it takes more energy than that to summon Shiva. Come on.
Oh, God.
Not today, Satan.
Oh, yeah. Not today, Satan.
Not today.
That's right. We got power packs that we've reverse engineered from UFOs that can power whole entire countries that are about the size of like briefcases. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
hook it up to CERN.
Yeah, I got one right here, Mark.
Power packs don't exist, dude. Everybody keeps talking that crap. They've been trying to come up with power packs since the 80s and stuff, man.
Localize small nuclear fission fusion. I always get the two confused. But localize sort of districts based nuclear power plants.
Well, but think about it, guys. Even if they did come up with something the size of a suitcase that could power an entire country, they would never, ever give us that technology because they're not going to make money off of it.
It's not just money; it's control.
Maintenance. Remember, in the UK, you don't pay for the water supply itself. You pay for the maintenance of the infrastructure of the water, so all the pipes and stuff.
Yeah, how else will that dwarf use the power of his particle projection axes when he goes into battle?
Oh no!
Well, no, I mean, in this case, you still got to maintain the wires. You still got to maintain the infrastructure for the power to get to your, I don't know, computer.
You know what though?
Or your house.
Not even 100 years ago, people were still cranking by hand out of wells, and everybody had water.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, you didn't have to levitate water back in the old days. I remember that. Even David could probably remember those days, right, David?
No, I grew up in a city, so we always had water.
Back in Bedrock, right?
You guys have heard of the Great Stink of London, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's like that was caused.
Yep.
Well,
that was caused because of the flush
we
toilet.
got about
dude.
a minute. Do you have any notice from your guest yet, Nancy?
No, I just checked the IM to see if he was there. Nothing there yet.
We'll try to get him in at the top of the hour then.
Just understand with Jason. Jason is a disabled military vet.
Oh.
So he does have like different okay. He's an amputation military vet. So he's got different, appointments and stuff that he does every day. So
I won't share my meds with him if he doesn't share his with me. Anyways, 30 seconds, all right? I promise.
Actually, I should check the...
How'd your surgery go, David?
Yeah,
and
well, I guess
here's your countdown. David, keep track of the countdowns while we're at it, too. Right. I'm having a great time tonight right now, as you can tell. Oh, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now, Nancy.
Oh, welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault, folks. Today's date is September the 3rd, 2025. It is 9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's funny because I'm listening to everybody talking at the same time on our break. And I had posted something earlier this week on my Facebook, basically making fun of Zoom calls. It's saying I finally remembered what Zoom calls remind me of. And if y'all remember the Muppet Show, when they used to do the panel and they had like, what was the name of that show that had like the tic-tac? Literally, I was like, that's it.
Zoom calls are kind of like crank anchors, right?
Oh, God. But it's like that here, too, except it's not a Zoom call. It's like everybody's talking at one time. Mark Edworthy gets frustrated because he's trying to talk and everybody is out talking him, unfortunately. But yeah, welcome back to the show, everybody. It's really, really interesting because, again, CERN is active, by the way, for those who were listening the first part of the show. We were discussing CERN and whether or not they may have done something that caused us to slide a timeline or slide between dimensions or alter our reality as we see it. And Max Laughlin, the young man who theorized that this happened, basically had, with his theory, he was trying to explain the Mandela effect. And the Mandela effect is, we've all experienced the Mandela effect. I don't know anybody that hasn't experienced it. And I know a lot of people, a lot of psychologists actually will say that, it's just a brain thing. It's a glitch. But to me, a glitch is a singular event. In other words, a singular person will have a glitch about certain things. When you have a large swath of the population who's having the same glitch, that's more than a memory thing. Okay, there's something else going on. And I think the Fruit of the Loom, as an example, or the Jiffy thing is another example where a large swath of people remember it very solidly as being one way, and that's not. They're telling us that's not. It was never that way. So again, it's not just one event. There's, I think, I saw a list of over 100 different things, and I found it very, very, very interesting because there is no easy explanation for that, especially not in the day and age of television, where you're seeing things over and over and it imprints in your head. It's one of the dangers of TV. They call it the boob tube for a reason. It's almost a form of hypnosis in some ways. It's literally implanting images into your memory over and over and over. So when you are suddenly told that something that you've known since childhood is not accurate, and it's not just you or maybe a handful of people that remembered it that way, it's like most people remembering it that way, yeah, you're going to scratch your head and say, what exactly caused that? And why is it prevalent now?
Can I tell you the biggest anomaly I think I've ever seen? Well, here's two of them. All right, so there's the movie, oh God, I don't know if it was Thunderball, whatever the 007 movie was, where at the end they had Jaws, remember? And there was a girl with the braces.
Yeah.
Moonraker.
And they just kind of...
Moonraker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Listen, I mean, I remember that. I mean, my stepfather was an avid 007 fan. And the joke there would have been no context for that joke. That and Luke, I am your father. Every little boy who has ever watched or even been remotely familiar with Star Wars knows Luke, I am your father. I'm telling you, put it in, take your VHS from the set, whatever you got, Betamax, and it will say, no, I am your father. Those two, and of course you got the
the Han Solo shot
clearinghouse.
I'll be back.
Han Solo shot first.
And E.T. phone home.
Yeah.
Like
I said, I'll be back.
They say it's home phone instead of phone home. They say it's home phone.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me! I didn't hear that one. Phone home.
It's new. It's new. I put it in the chat. Yeah, these guys.
What
recently.
a trip!
Or when you go biblically, it says, was it the lamb laying down with the lion, or the lamb laying down with the wolf?
It's the wolf.
I'm familiar with that one.
No, it was always the lion.
Yeah, that's what they say. The lion. You're right.
The lion's prevalent in the Levant, or it was at one time, where the wolf wasn't. So that makes perfect sense.
But like I said, see, here we are, a panel of how many people, all different age ranges. I mean, we're all over the place in many ways. I think we're all Generation X. Oh no, a couple of you guys may not be Gen X. You may be actually older than that. Okay, but here we are having this discussion, going, no, that's not how I remember it. And literally, this is what I mean. Too many of us remember it one way, and we're being told that is not what it was. That's not a psychology thing. That's not a singular memory glitch. That's not even.
It's confabulation. Confabulation, which is sticking it in, the holes in and things like that. That is a psychological thing that people do.
Yes, but not. I don't think to this degree.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's
everyone knows it was Publishers Clearinghouse. Everyone knows it was Publishers Clearinghouse.
You're reading the list, aren't you?
I mean, I don't even believe in it. I mean, I'm like 50-50. I'll argue either side of the Mandela effect. I think we spoke about that my first Wednesday. And I was talking about Ross, Ben, etc. I find it fascinating. But, I mean, there's just got to be something to it. I mean, it's real simple. I remember watching with my stepfather and seeing the little blonde girl with the little pigtails and her, metal ass braces. And today they're not there.
My husband said the same thing.
Hey, you remember the first Star Wars, where Han Solo shot first, and now he doesn't.
That's
we don't
right.
shot
That I
shoots
don't.
first.
That's right. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's right.
I think I remember seeing
See, I'm
some
not
article where they said they actually changed it themselves. I guess they're trying to make it more politically correct, or give Han Solo a less edgy vibe, I guess.
That's why I never
Oh
watched
wow.
it. I never watched it because of that. Like, they have all that woke ideology in it. Star Wars has turned into nothing but a horrible, horrible freaking tragedy.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other show we could do. Disney.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Zelda. That's the hot topic.
Well, it's funny because even with Disney, I was saying to somebody, if you ever watch like Iron Man and you look at when they're showing his father's, Tony Stark's father, and he shows his outline for, the great city being powered by, his whatever, the Ark. That's what it was. Now, if you actually look at, Walt Disney's plans for Disney World and even Epcot, it looks almost identical. It's like you look at those plans and you're like, what are we missing here? What are we missing here? What are they trying to tell us? Because that's almost identical. So it's like I said, you could do a whole entire show just on Disney because there's so many things there that don't make sense. And literally, as we know now, Disney is like synonymous with pedophilia and with big issues when it comes to society, really big ones. In fact,
with big media, right?
Yeah, well, for those on the panel that aren't aware, I mean, we're in Florida, we're not that far from Disney, and I can tell you the county right next to Disney, Polk County, is like their sheriff, Grady Judd, is like at least every 2 months making massive pedophile busts, like 70 to 90 people easily. And half the time, at least 4 or 5 of those people work at Disney, are connected to Disney.
Yeah.
So it's really scary because all the children that are in that park, and the fact that
the tunnels underneath Disney.
The tunnels.
There's so many tunnels that they move around all the participants for Disney to move around in the costume, and that's where a lot of it goes on, and into the changing rooms, and that it never ends.
I can tell you that with Disney, if a child goes missing inside Disney's land, their property, it does not get reported to the press, which I thought was like, I was like, are you kidding me? It's like kitty heaven, and you're telling me that when kids disappear there, it doesn't get reported to the press? And they said there's been quite a few.
Own control down there. That's what our governor tried to stop it and shut it down because of that, or part of it. And I don't know if he was successful or not. I guess not. So it's still operational. Yeah, it's not a fun.
Sorry, guys. I'm having dog difficulties. I got to mute for a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. Yeah, and
there we go.
Okay.
Dave, I think there are still legal cases going on. I think Governor of Florida, Dan, can't think of his name, but I think I seem to. I keep on occasionally or often come across reports on this. I think there's still cases still being investigated, still, especially in relation to land ownership and similar sort of issues.
Yes, he went after the trust, and rightfully so, because the way it was set up, it was to no advantage of the state of Florida or its citizens, and absolute advantage to Disney Corporation. And it was ridiculously imbalanced, ridiculously so. So, and not only that, like I said, Disney has been synonymous with trafficking and pedophilia for well over a decade. And the sheriff of the adjoining county has made that very clear. And so, why, if he's going to go I like Ron DeSantis. I always figured, he at least has the balls to go after them. Somebody needs to. And I mean, as of today, in fact, Mark, I thought Mark Edworthy was going to have an absolute heart attack in my chat today because I dumped an article in there about the Florida Surgeon General who went national today, did a news conference, and basically banned all vaccines in the state of Florida. So
yay.
In Florida now, the children are not
mandatory anymore.
It's not mandatory. They do not have to be vaccinated.
Wonderful.
Actually, I reconsidered what my comment after, or my couple of comments afterwards, and I've come down to the opinion that rather than mandate and do it like the UK does, obviously get approval from the guardian or parents, but base the entire thing on encouragement and education.
Like I said, Mark, I mean, my whole thing with the vaccines, and like I said, they don't give you, number one, our pharmaceutical companies here in the States are heavily protected. They do not have to explain anything. They do not have to release the side effects. So in other words, when somebody gets seriously damaged by a vaccine, they take it to something called vaccine court, which is a totally separate court system. It's totally separate judicial from our actual justice system. And they give them an award, but then those people are gagged. They cannot speak about it. So, like I said, things like Gardasil, which was, in fact, right now it makes me want to puke because there are commercials on TV tailored to like 8-year-old children for Gardasil. Gardasil is for an STD.
Yeah.
Why are you selling an STD vaccine to 8-year-old children? Oh, well, they might be active soon. Are you people out of your friggin' minds?
And real quick, why are boys being given Gardasil?
I know.
One thing I absolutely dislike about the US is the sort of lax requirements in relation to advertising pharmaceuticals.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but IG Farben actually was the mother company for Bayer, so you really need to hush it down on your snobbery and your British well-to-doness, Mr. Edworthy.
You should have known that there was big trouble in Little China when Bayer and Monsanto merged. And I mean, like I said, that's big trouble, Little China right there, because you got pharma and food merging. Yeah. Not a good thing. No. And then I think on top of that, you had, I want to say, Blackwater was involved in that somehow too. And that I was like, wait a minute, that's militant. now you got like guerrilla militant, like mixed in with pharma and food. This is problematic in a huge way. And nobody, I couldn't believe our government allowed it. I'm like, what the hell? But they did. And, you come to find out later that Hillary Clinton, of course, actually worked for and represented partially, different aspects of Monsanto in her early career. So no surprise there. Mm-hmm. But, again, we're looking at things that we should have known better. And for a Surgeon General to have to stand up and basically quote the Constitution in a press conference to explain to people that the government had no right in any way, shape, form, or reality, no right to mandate any type of medical procedure on the people, ever, especially on the children.
Yeah.
So it was, I mean, I literally couldn't believe my ears when I listened to it, because I was like, I knew he was anti-vaccine, but he's not anti-vaccine because he doesn't believe in medical progression. He does, but he doesn't feel that he feels that they've caused more of a problem than they help.
Right.
And he's not wrong.
Well, it's what they add into it. It's the aluminum and the mercury that they put into them.
It suppresses natural immunity. So what we've done, like with the flu vaccine, is my favorite example. There are 700 different strands now of the flu?
Yeah.
Like, it's a ridiculous number of different strands of the flu. And why did that happen? That happened because they started vaccinating, and strands kept mutating. It's the same thing that happened with COVID. You know, and that's what killed me, because they knew that. They know that's what happens, and they kept accelerating the schedule for COVID. More and more vaccines at a faster period, and it's like it kept splitting and mutating.
Well, that's so they could make more and more lethal stuff.
So that's it. It's a constant source of revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, with
the
Gardasil,
CDC is known for that. That's the CDC is the primary vaccine. That's what they do. They make vaccines. You'd never think that.
That's the other problem. The CDC is not a government agency. The CDC is private.
Privately owned. Yep.
It's privately owned. And so, you know, you've got a bunch of money people.
Yeah.
Yes.
They make that's the most thing they do is make vaccines.
Well, vaccines and bioweapons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you know, that's encouraging. Vaccines and bioweapons.
The Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention, is overseen by the Department of Health and Human Services. So, if the CDC oversteps its mark, then surely that's for the department.
We're seeing that. We're seeing that battle right now play out here in the States, Mark. Because you're right. By the way it was set up, it is supposed to be overseen by DHS, which would be Robert Kennedy. That's his domain. But see, now they just went through and flat out fired a lot of people at the CDC, who are now trying to sue, saying that the government has no right to fire them because they are not a government agency. So again, they're stepping on their own feet here with this, but a lot of other people actually have quit in the past 4 days. Like, there's been a mass exodus from the CDC. And I had turned to Rafi. In fact, the other day I said, they're about to turn it loose. I said, they're going to turn all the information about the vaccines loose, because these people are bailing as fast as you can say 1, 2, 3. And Trump called it out over the weekend, basically saying that as far as he knew, Operation Warp Speed was a success, because all the papers he was shown, all the statistics he was shown, showed him it was a success. So he commanded all of the pharmaceutical companies to release their documentation to the public. The documentation that he was shown to prove one thing for all.
This, in theory, could go on for years. Pfizer could take them to court, and then when the court case fails, then they can appeal. It could take forever.
No, because the people have become enraged at what they did. Yes. They're going to become enraged. Seriously.
Yeah, but there's the old British saying, today's newspaper's headlines is tomorrow's chip paper.
Well, it's Mark. Put it this way: the logic I'm looking at is it's like the Epstein files. Okay, let's just take that as our primary example. Trump wants those files public. Believe me, he wants them public. So what does he do? He says, "Who cares? It's passé. It happened. The guy's dead. Who cares? It means nothing. Move on. Move on. Too many other important things going on." Knowing full well that the liberal press was going to say, "What's he hiding?" Because they're idiots, and they don't learn from they did this with his taxes. It's like, guys, are you that stupid? You don't remember that you just did this?
I don't know. I think just listening to his response when he had Bondi next to him, and he said, "Well, are people still talking about this guy, this creep? We're doing all the other stuff." Not for nothing,
what happened?
But I got kind of a sixth sense about people when they're shook up and they're you know what I mean, feeling like they want to pass the hot potato off. And I definitely got that feeling from Trump there. I'm just saying, I don't agree. I think he totally doesn't want that out there. And I think that's why a lot of the stuff that's happening right now is happening because we need distractions, etc. And boy, have we had distraction after distraction after distraction. That's just my opinion.
But you haven't seen did you see what happened today? I mean, they interviewed the actual victims today. And let me tell you, Yesterday and today, actually both days, because I know Luna went public today, and woof, she was hot.
Yeah, it was bad.
So they,
I mean, wanted
so they
Prince
interviewed
Andrew, like,
some.
arrested.
What's the victims? I mean, the victims.
The youngest one, from what I understand, the youngest one, and they did not release her name because of her age, was 14.
Right. So a couple victims.
And yeah,
victims.
multiple victims. They're saying, I think it was a total of like 30, quite a few. And they're saying, they said not one victim had anything to do with Trump. And the fact is that the names
Looking
on the
like
list,
Elaine's going to be getting out.
I'm telling you, yeah. That, and I also
release.
I saw a drop on the dark web, and I had said this to you guys a couple weeks ago that Diddy had rolled. And I was like, I knew that. I knew it as soon as they did that whole court thing. When that came into an end, it would never have ended like that if he wasn't singing like a bird.
How about this for a goalpost that doesn't? If Trump goes ahead and forgives Ghislaine in the end, if somehow he pardons her, will that be enough?
I don't know if she'll get forbidden. No, I don't think she will be. Honestly, because there's the way I look at it.
If he did, would that be enough to part ways with?
It would depend on why he did it. What did she give up? I mean, if she gives him Israel,
very good answer. Very good answer.
Yeah, that is a good answer.
You know what I mean? Yeah, give me info, and I want your handlers. I don't want. I mean, I want.
Yeah.
So I'll give you that. Good answer.
I mean, if she gives him Israel on a platter or the Mossad on a platter, okay.
I don't see that happening, but
she didn't live very long.
Did she ever release the 100 names like she said she was going to do?
I don't know, but I know there was one of the victims. One of the victims went public and did a press conference and said she was going to personally release the names of the ones she had encountered, and they were big names. So, oh yeah, I put that on my Facebook today.
Was that Mace? Was it Mace?
No. Nancy Mace was the representative. She was in tears coming out of that interview room.
Yeah,
like in tears. But with Nancy Mace, because I know Nancy Mace has always been associated to Deep State, I have to wonder, was she in tears because of what she heard, or was she in tears because of whose names she heard?
Mm-hmm.
I heard that she had been a victim of sexual assault. So
that would not surprise me.
Yeah.
But you could tell by her body language, she was really, this was not an act. She was upset. But again, it's very interesting timing. And I'm going to segue later with this because I know Rafi wants to talk about what happened with the IRS. But I got to take us out to break. And when we come back, it is a segue with this because, again, it's another action that Trump is doing that nobody is seeing. And it's huge. Hang in there, guys. When we come back, we're going to return with more of the Vixen's Vault in just a moment.
All right, we are on radio break.
Yeah, that's, like I said, it's been, and then you've got, again, that Atlas, the 31 Atlas.
We didn't even get to that yet.
Michio Kaku released a statement on that this weekend.
What about that new planet or that dwarf star that's coming in, the Nemesis?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's got twin battle axes.
Oh, leave that alone.
There's so much.
This thing apparently is going to come into the ecliptic plane and do like a circle around every one of the planets, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
A slingshot. It orbits in slingshot. Yep.
Yeah. And he's carrying, and he's got two planets with him, two smaller.
Yeah. Right.
I know that guy.
God knows what's going to happen.
Well, again, think about it though, guys. Why does this sound familiar? Why does this sound familiar? If you go by the translations of the Sanskrit that were done in 1976, it sounds like Nibiru, doesn't it? On an
they said Nibiru is one of the planets that's he's pulling along.
Yeah.
The second one.
Yep.
Oh, what?
Oh, you're being serious.
Oh, I'm being dead serious.
Oh yeah.
This was a story.
Wow.
Yeah, this is 2030. It's supposed to come through. Yeah, 2030.
You really have nothing.
Have nothing.
Why does the year 2030 always crop up. Oh, quite often crop up, don't I?
Numerology, man.
It's
something
a
major.
it's a Mandela effect.
Yeah, that too.
The number 3 with a 0. The 0 is, according to numerology, 0 it makes it more important. So you have the number 3 and then 0.
Right.
All right, we're going to get cut off of this one real quick. So
okay.
Once we do,
right.
I'm going to take a I'm going to take a short breather, and then we're going to take and connect back up on the next one. That way you can take it right up to the 57-minute, 58-minute mark. Nance. And she's gone. There she goes. Like, and the rest of us are like a herd of turtles, but that's fine.
Herd of turds. Herd of turds.
Oh no.
Here we go.
This is like the after show right now. The in-between after show. We'll be right back after this. I'm going to set up the next one. There we go. Yeah. Gonna join into that one. Let's see if it'll allow me. Oh yeah, that Rafael Martinez guy. Yeah. Admit all. And even the hostess with the most. Yeah, and that Roger guy and Jack Carey and all them. Yeah, maybe even Mark Edward will come in. There we are. There we are. We're coming. We're going to get this together, right? Something like that. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to get in Jason. Oh, there he is.
There
okay.
he is. Yeah, I gave Jason the link earlier. Now I got to go over to OBS and switch this. Oh no, I just got to take in.
We're already switched. Yeah, we're good.
No. On the OBS, on the broadcaster side.
Yeah. Hey Nancy, are you there?
Yeah, Nancy.
Nancy, are you there? No. I wanted to ask her a question about something.
She's there. She's there. Give her a second. She's there.
Yeah, I see her in here, but she's probably dealing with the dog, so I don't know. But anyway, if she can hear me, I just wanted to know if she went to one of those because I was reading about the CERN stuff and Montauk and everything, and the information you were talking about Montauk. There was in I think it was 1992 or 93, I was down in Tampa with some kind of survival meeting. I don't even know what. And there was this guy, Al Bielek. I don't know if you've heard that name, but he was on with his brother. They were in the Philadelphia Naval Yard aboard the USS Eldridge when they went and took it out. And when they moved it out, and then when they came back, and all those people were here, she okay.
That was weird. Yeah. Was there, and I disconnected, threw me out.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I did. I saw that. Yeah, I just put you back in. Yeah, when you clicked in. But anyway, are you familiar with the Al Bielek and the USS Eldridge out of Philadelphia Navy Yard with his brother?
Yes.
When they sent it. Because he came out, he was at a survival meeting or something down in Tampa in 92 or 93, and it was the first time he was speaking to the public, and he was talking about it, and I said, what the hell is he talking about? I never even heard it. I heard about it, and this guy's talking and discussing this whole thing, but he was a friend of mine up in North Carolina. He was he knew him personally, and he said, oh yeah, he was there. And that's when he saw the body, and within the metal of the deck of the ships, and in the bulkheads and everything else when it came back. So,
well, and the theory that I was going with when that was, they believed that whole occurrence was them a manipulation, that they tore a rift, obviously, and that the Eldridge became displaced, and I think that kind of matches kind of what Max Laughlin was talking about with CERN. If you actually break it down to a quantum physics level, it's the same type of event, and you have to wonder if that's kind of what CERN was doing. Were they trying to were they trying to alter our timeline? But I wanted to have Jason on because Jason was talking about something that occurred previous to the Eldridge, Same exact type of deal.
Oh,
Where the
didn't
ship
know there was
disappeared
something
and
previous.
reappeared.
Yeah.
Well,
Did
you
you get a hold of
go ahead.
him? Is he coming?
I'm still trying to. It's weird though, because even my connection obviously is having issues, and I'm not sure why, because I have full power on everything.
Okay. Well, that's because we talked about Disney.
Oh God, I get so frustrated.
All right.
with
Well,
Disney because it's such a
look in the chat here and scroll up a little bit. DK did drop some comments in chat, and I copied and pasted them over for you to talk about when we get back as well.
Go.
It's
Okay,
about
that's
advertising. The United States and I guess New Zealand or someplace are the only places
Wait,
that.
which
Oh yeah,
chat?
yeah, I saw that, Mark.
In the last one in
Okay,
chat.
I see it.
Okay.
I see it now. Okay, I was in the second one. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Only countries.
Yeah, so
allow
where
is it?
So New
It's in-
Zealand
it's
and
in,
U.S. are the only advertises medical from the pharmaceuticals on TV. Is that right?
Yeah, I was wondering about Australia.
I don't know if
Well, I
they
don't
do or
know.
don't.
I was thinking Canada, but I doubt Canada. But Australia, I think maybe. Maybe.
It's Vicky. It's in Legion of Chaos Part 1.
Nancy, what the heck is this plane here? Whatever it is in the water. What is this thing?
Oh, that is DARPA's new drone.
No way.
Oh, nice.
Are you kidding?
Nope.
Something that's prototype called a manta ray.
Yeah.
UV.
Yep. So, like I said, it's funny because again, if there's a public photo of it, which there obviously is, it's already outdated.
Yeah.
And that is likely a lot of the UAV reports that we get of objects coming out of the water. Probably them. So, I mean, it's crazy because when they release these images, you look at it and you say, well, that looks a lot like
30 seconds.
reporting out coast of California.
Remotely controlled unmanned underwater vehicle. I was trying to work out what you use.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty cool though, huh?
Yeah, it's really neat. Neat craft.
They have some
All
neat
right,
toys
here's your
over at
countdown.
DARPA.
5, 4,
Tax money.
3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And welcome back, folks. It was our long break for the evening. I think it's usually about 10 minutes. We are back with the VIXEN'S Vault Live. It is 10:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The date is September the 3rd, 2025. I am your hostess, the Wicked Vixen. Welcome back to the show, everybody. So while we were on break, my producer, Mark, pointed out to me that DK, one of our avid listeners and who has joined us on the panel several times, had left several comments and he had pasted them over to me. So I'm going to repeat each comment so the listeners can hear it. Basically, when we were talking about vaccines, the efficacy, the trials, and the way the states advertise and who they actually target in their advertising, he had made the comment, America and New Zealand are the only two countries that allow medicine to be advertised on TV. He is correct with that. I know somebody... Go ahead,
I was just
Mark.
going to say prescribed medicine on TV. Things like aspirin and paracetamol, a lot of countries do, but yeah, prescribed medicines.
I was going to say, well, in your country, everything's prescribed. So there's that. You guys prescribe vitamins.
I can easily go down to the nearest supermarket and pick up paracetamol or aspirin or cough syrup or something.
So we call that over the counter.
I was going to say, y'all prescribe vitamins. Like vitamins. What?
Vitamins.
Vitamins.
Only if there's a severe medical need.
God.
Yeah. But you can still buy them without prescriptions.
I was going to say, I do actually have prescription herbs, and not the marijuana type, but my neurosurgeon prescribed me amplified sedative nerves for nerves. In other words, I am not a person who obviously ascribes to big pharma. I'd rather go natural if possible, and my neurosurgeon knows that about me. So he, writes out these special scripts that are just like the cowabunga of the nerve whole herbal.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's great. I love
get these medicines filled at CVS or Rite Aid. Get that there, or is it
actually these were filled at the office, at the doctor's office. He gets them directly. Yep.
So, do they have a compounding pharmacy?
He still has his license. Yeah, that's really cool.
No, he does. But it's funny because like when I look up how much these things would cost if I got them independently, it's like one of them was like $1,200 for a bottle of like 40.
Ooh.
It's like insanely expensive, but they are powerful. Like one is a combination of valerian root and GABA and a couple other things like to the umpteenth degree. So it's like, woof.
It's anesthesia. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. But I know he said to me, it's not something he does regularly. He does keep them in the office because he has other patients who are like me and prefer the natural methods. But he said, at least he knows that I'm aware enough to never take something like that and try to drive because it's natural and it's not illegal. People would think it would be fine to just pop that pill and drive. And trust me, you're going to drive right the hell into the swamp if you take one of those things and try to drive.
Valerian's pretty strong.
And just make friends with the alligators while you're down there.
Oh. Yeah. Well, not just the valerian, Vicky, the GABA. I mean, GABA is the
pretty
GABA
bad,
pen.
Yeah.
It's like, it's strong stuff. But, I appreciate that I have a doctor that sees multiple aspects to things and, realizes that big pharma is not always the way to go, which I love. But getting back to DK, his second statement was no vaccine has gone through an actual placebo trial. It's tested against other vaccines. And he is 100% correct on that. And that is something that anti-vaxxers have pointed out over and over again. And it's something that Robert Kennedy has now pointed out. It's a crime against humanity to they guinea pig these things on us. And obviously a lot of times it's not good results because how many times have you all read that, they find out 5-10 years later, they killed this many people because of this side effect, that, we didn't know. We can't tell for sure how many it killed. We thought it was
Africa.
We just thought it was a heart attack. Okay, well, if they weren't receiving the prescription for heart conditions, why else would there be a heart attack? I mean, but again, he's right. And with the vaccines, because they were so largely prescribed and mandated, like you couldn't protect your kid if you wanted to. I mean, some of these, even the measles, Vicky, you've heard me say it before. I think it's ridiculous that we have a measles vaccine. Absolutely insane.
The only one you really need is smallpox because that one does serious damage. But they don't give
it anymore. Well, they don't even give the smallpox one anymore.
Right, because we allegedly eradicated it. And that one in your skin, that was like a scratch thing, which is kind of like when it first was done, when Jenner did the cowpox thing, and then scratched. But
actually, I still have I think it's my smallpox. I have a scar from my smallpox.
I don't have one, and I'm older than you.
Yeah, it's like a pucker in my arm.
Yeah.
In fact, Mark had pointed out, Edworthy had pointed out in the chat, he was talking about polio. And I kind of went back at him and said, well, now they're finding out that the polio vaccine causes cancer. Yeah. That's a big problem. And
I actually just had to check smallpox vaccines in the UK was compulsory until 1971. So considering I was born in 76, I sort of missed. Yeah.
I know here it was compulsory to almost, I want to say 1980.
It was because I didn't get one. I thought it stopped.
I know, I have one.
1950. My husband has one, but he's 59. But I don't. I guess
it may have been where you were at.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know that when I was in school and I had to take the tetanus shots, that what they did is they combined them all into one shot by the time I was in school. Like
You
you
mean
went in
the
and you got your tetanus
DPT?
shots. Yeah, and they combined all of those shots into one, and then they
Yeah, the
just hit you
DPT.
with it.
It was the diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus. That was
Tetanus. Yep.
yeah together, but that was.
And
I thought that was a oral thing.
I think
no,
it's
not initially. It wasn't.
That's a needle.
Shot,
That's,
tetanus
I
is
always
a
thought
shot.
tetanus
I
was
think-
something you got after you stepped on a rake or after the fact. Like, oh, we got to get you your tetanus shot.
No.
I'm
No,
not
you
sure
get the
it's called in
tetanus
the US,
before you
but
step on a rake.
That's a booster. Actually,
You're supposed
when
to get it every 5 years or 10 years.
I was going to say
something
it's a
like that.
booster.
Yeah.
And
I thought it was
that's another
15
one.
years for the tetanus.
I thought it was 7.
I
But
thought it was
I mean,
10.
Oh, I don't know.
it's funny because that's another shot that they're saying is not good for you.
The
So
last time I was at CVS picking up meds, there was a whooping cough thing. It said, if you know, get your whooping cough vaccine.
Oh yeah.
Whooping cough.
Whooping cough, and
I
then
haven't heard that.
yeah, that's pertussis, and
Uh-huh.
they
An
also are
old
doing.
one.
What's the other one? They're doing RSV. Now, the one thing about pertussis as well as RSV is those are childhood viruses. Those are things that you get when you're very, very young or very, very old and have zero immunity. I mean, these are not commonly things that normal people catch as, you know, in their adulthood. It's just, that's whooping cough. In fact, that's the main reason why they don't want babies flying when they're super little, because of whooping cough and croup.
Yeah.
They put them on planes.
Croup,
So-
yeah. Boy, I haven't heard those names.
Well,
Strange.
yeah. And we usually, they're able to fix that pretty easily, or we don't have it pertussis like we used to.
Oh, I couldn't believe the RSV one. I was like, why are they offering vaccines for RSV for adults? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's a childhood thing.
Yeah.
So
It's all about the money.
You mentioned,
Well, German measles. You know, German
you
measles.
mentioned that
the women have to take.
whooping cough is given to babies. But I'm reading here in the UK, whooping cough vaccines are offered to pregnant women between
They shouldn't.
or at the schedule of 8 to 12 to 16 weeks old.
That's because they're trying to pass that immunity on to the infant, to the fetus. That's
but you
not
shouldn't be giving
smart.
a pregnant woman.
Oh,
a
no.
shot. I'm sorry.
No.
No.
Way
that
bad.
doesn't- Yeah. You know, I had to get. I think it was a German measles, the MMR, the German measles one, because that's the one that you can have. It doesn't last forever, and you can get problems if you're pregnant and you get that, and problems with the fetus. But everything else is mumps. You know, measles, mumps.
These are, but here's the thing: they're not deadly.
Lethal. No,
I don't understand it. I mean, I'm like, why are we giving vaccine? Even the flu is generally not lethal. It's not. Your body fights it off.
And if you do have a problem, you know, you go to the doctor, but it's usually the adults, like measles or mumps would be a problem for the adults, or measles, you know, they could get an encephalitis or something. But that's a complication, but you have to have the genetics to get that.
Yeah, I
Well,
was going
it's
to
not
say,
that-
over 70, I think in the UK, standard practice is over 70, and people with issues such as diabetes or several cancers, I suppose, kidney cancer I've heard of. It's only a specific group that it's recommended for.
Is that whooping cough? Is it you're talking about?
Flu jab.
Flu, yeah. Oh no, here it's like mass hysteria every year. They ramp up the commercials.
Here in the States, they'll let you walk right into the drugstore and just say, yeah, you know what? I want that whooping cough. And they'll say, yeah, we got you.
I know, it's true. He's not lying. It's true. In fact, I think I told you guys that with their most recent push with the COVID vaccine, I was at a Walgreens with my grandkids picking up one of my prescriptions, and they were giving a lady, they literally sat in her chair right in front of the counter and were giving her vaccine for COVID. I remember telling my grandkids, cover your faces and go back out front. And
I can't tell you how many videos I have of people going into seizures, people going into convulsions, and then the other people are looking at them like the folks that haven't gotten the medicine yet, you know, and they're looking at like, gee, should I? And you can see the gears turning. Like, why is there gears turning in your head? Get the F out of there.
Well, it's funny because back in the very beginning, you know, where we had some of these doctors that were actually standing up and questioning what was happening and getting cut off and, you know, their licenses removed. There was a young ER doctor who did a video, and it was yanked pretty quickly, but it was very, very, very to the point and very logical. And he was saying, basically, what are you doing? I mean, you're turning these people that are getting the vaccines, you're making the young people, especially, you're creating super spreaders. Because they're contagious and they're actually changing the virus in their body and giving it to other people, and it's now a stronger form of the virus. They are literally super spreaders. And he was dead on accurate.
Ironically, is exactly what they accused us of.
Yep. What they were terrified of us being, they were. So it was like, yeah, you created a lot of super spreaders and a lot of people who didn't get vaccinated got sick, but they rebounded. You know, they got better and they didn't fall into it again. Whereas the people who did get vaccinated were getting COVID repeatedly.
Which, again, ironically, is exactly what they were told wouldn't happen.
Yep. I know. In fact, my sister was one of those people that kept getting it over and over. She was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, too. I was like, oh.
And she was probably vaccinated 4 times over, right?
Yep. Oh, gosh. Yep. Fully vaxxed. So it's, you know, what are you going to do? But I know Raphael is probably chomping at the bit because he wants to talk about what happened, what announcement was made with the IRS. And Ralphie, I'm going to let you have it because he's like a little kid right now because he feels so freaking validated. Go, Ralphie. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, but I mean, it's, I'm okay. But the thing is, though, it's a pretty big deal today. I made a discovery that so basically the IRS has been caught falsifying forms, 1040A forms specifically. And so basically what that is that if you do not file an income tax return, a 1040, they will do a falsify a 1040A form that basically is designed to it's you saying you want the IRS to figure out how much you owe, okay? And then try to hold you to that, all right? And then they took that to federal court and then got caught. That's a RICO charge right there. So basically, the IRS has been caught racketeering. All right, so that's just the beginning of it. So, you know, I mean, we've talked about it a million times. You know, I know that we talked about how the IRS is not a legitimate government agency, just kind of like the CDC. We know it's a collection agency. Right. They do not abide by any constitutional boundaries. And the other thing that we basically what I found today was the Treasury Secretary was recently asked about I don't know if I ever talked to you guys about it, but Aaron Russo, the producer from Trading Places, did a documentary called Freedom to Fascism. And basically he was trying to get to the root of the personal income tax and what law mandated that you file a 1040. And basically there is none. And the 16th Amendment, there's actually a Supreme Court case that says the 16th Amendment does not confer any further authority to tax. And even before the 16th Amendment, the Supreme Court had already ruled that the income tax was unconstitutional. It's basically that's basically slavery. You're taking the sweat of your brow your productive output from your labor and handing it to the government. Okay, so it was unconstitutional before the 16th Amendment, and then the Supreme Court said that the 16th Amendment did not confer any further authority. Plus, there's been multiple, I'm going to say multiple people that have basically said that the 16th Amendment was not properly ratified to begin with. So, you know, we talked about how, you know, we got basically a criminal enterprise running the country. They're a bunch of gangsters. You know, they're taxing us to death while they're using our money to go around killing millions of people to take shit that they want. You know, Nicolas Maduro is next on the hit list. You know, he's going to be like Mossadegh, and we're going to kill him for the money or for the oil. But what I found very interesting was that guy named Gary Franchi from the Next News Network asked the Treasury Secretary about the constitutionality of the income tax based on the movie that Aaron Russo did. And one of the guy that was with the Treasury Secretary tried to wave him off, but the Treasury Secretary actually stood his ground and said, no, I want to answer this. And he immediately opened up with talking about how Joe Bannister and Sheriff Hill Jackson, which Gary Franchi had mentioned, he said he's actually hired Joe Bannister and Gary, I can't remember another guy, but they're both former special agents for the IRS. He's hired them directly into the Treasury to go back through all of the laws and the legal precedents to determine how the IRS is screwing us. And then he's going to put them in charge of the IRS to dismantle it from the inside. This is huge.
Yeah, that's
Joe Bannister and like 5 other IRS agents, they challenged the constitutionality of the income tax, and they got railroaded. And Joe Bannister is about as straight as an arrow as it gets, and he's been trying to fight the government on this for 25 years. So now the Treasury Secretary's got him on board, and they're picking it all apart, and they're going to rip it apart from the inside.
That's wonderful.
All right, babe, you got to take a breath because I got to take us out to break.
I got you. Okay.
But as I'm taking us out to break, I'm going to remind everybody in April of 2025, Donald Trump actually went on air and to the press made a statement about replacing the income tax with the tariffs. There's a reason why he did that.
Yeah, right. He did say that. You're absolutely
did.
Right. Yes, he did.
When we return, we'll be back. Actually, I'm not sure what we're going to talk about when we return. I'm going to try to bluff my way through that.
I got to finish up on my thought. I got to finish up on my thing.
Go.
Break, Mark.
I guess we're on radio break right now. And in here, we're going to break right now. I'm like, okay.
I'm trying to keep to your timeline here, and I know I'm a little bit early, but if we had gone on,
you're right on time on my side.
Okay.
Right on time.
Say we would have got.
Yeah, I only been putting 1 minute up because everybody gets it ruins your train of thought if you put 3 and 2 and then 1. So it seems to be working with 1 minute.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, like I said,
I still haven't finished up my chart.
Oh yeah. No. I know.
Finish it up when you get back.
Yeah.
But like I said, Trump said that in April, and if you notice, the courts this week ruled that he can't do the tariffs. Why do you think they're doing that? Because they need the taxes in play. Yeah, and they're going to tell you it's going to get tossed out by SCOTUS. They're going to get overturned. Because he had absolutely.
I don't think that's the only reason they're knocking his tariffs down.
I can see another problem because even if the tariffs were allowed by the courts, sooner or later the tariffs will change or be removed. So what happens after that?
Well, then you're on an even play. If he's lowering the tariffs, it's because things have evened out. In other words, NAFTA is gone because NAFTA.
Yeah, but not
Mark,
between
I
now
can't
and the
even-
next president.
My bad.
Yeah.
I
The
apologize.
hegemony won't come back.
I was going to say I can't even tell you how badly NAFTA screwed this economy. I can't even begin to tell you how badly it screwed people. I mean, it was an unbelievable screw job, and the Americans bent over and took it up the butt because they didn't know. They had no idea we were paying 200% tax on freaking milk.
I can't wait till the Navy goes out and blows some more cocaine ships up.
That's right, down in Venezuela.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I was just thinking, not NAFTA, it was replaced in 2020 by the US, Mexico and Canada agreement, the USMCA.
But the USMCA had to be upheld. Biden reversed it. So again, I mean, you've got, I mean, that was like the prescription cuts. Trump did these massive cuts on prescriptions, like massive. I mean, insulin was literally affordable to pretty much everybody. He made these huge cuts, and as soon as Biden got in office, they reversed it. And then, like, I think it was like a year later, Biden said, "Okay, we're gonna do these cuts on insulin," and it was like not even a smidgen of what the Trump cuts had been.
Yeah, but I didn't think he could do that because he wasn't legal.
Oh, I mean, then you got literally the liberals are celebrating.
You gotta give the big guy his take. Come on now.
I'm telling you.
I mean, you know, even the son will tell you. You know, if Dad said it's okay, but you still have to give the big guy his take. You know.
Right.
Not that you know that they don't run like organized crime. You know, because that's politics.
Yeah. Did you see where they pulled the Trump administration pulled the $16 billion with a B in gold that was supposed to go to all these non-GOs, NGOs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the climate change people and everything else. $16 billion in gold, and they're screaming. So, you know, good. They're going to shut them all down.
Yeah.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
I want to see all the endowments completely shut down for universities and colleges too.
Yeah,
until we see something. And well, we got 30 seconds until we come back. But anyways,
we don't have to pay the taxes this year, right? We don't have to file, right?
Yeah.
You never
actually, I was
file.
trying.
Have lots of ammunition, Vicky.
Good luck with that.
Somebody on my
all right, here it comes. Sorry, Vicky, but here's your countdown, Nancy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side for the last time tonight, right now.
And we're back. And once again, on my break, I kept thinking about the Muppet Show because everybody was talking at the same time. And I'm watching everybody. Because y'all have to imagine. I can see everybody on my screen, and I'm watching poor Mark Edworthy. Literally, everybody's talking at the same time, and Mark is just sitting back in his chair talking, and you can't hear a word he's saying because everybody's talking over him, and he just keeps talking. And I'm sorry, folks. I just found that seriously comical. So before I get back to Raphael, Mark, what are you trying to say?
Oh. I'm totally lost.
What's his thoughts?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dave, you were talking about NGOs, Krangos, these, what was it, 16 billion?
16 billion in gold, yeah.
Yeah. And I was just pointing out that these NGOs, if they lose money from the US, they can ramp up the European operations.
Oh yeah, but that's how is that going to go right now?
They were funding those European operations. Even Greta's boat is going to sink now because of that.
I'm talking about civilized European countries, so France, EU, Britain, Switzerland.
You guys are in enough hot water as it is, though, because you're having to pick up slack from Ukraine. You're having to pick up all the slack that we are pulling back from, and you don't have it.
You know, you guys are broke.
And
the EU is broke right now.
And we've got issues like immigration issues and the
major problems
and stuff. Yeah. So yeah,
it's like the perfect storm that nobody. They're not going to put it this way. The old guard is not going to be able to get out of this because it is the perfect storm, and it's cutting off all of their supply lines, all of their backups. Everything that they had going for them is being dismantled piece by piece. If you're watching it, you can see it, and it's quite glorious to watch because they're panicking. But Rafi, go ahead.
Yeah. Well,
go ahead and continue.
In that light, it basically one of the arguments that Bannister made, aside from there's no statute requiring you to file an income tax return because it only applies to resident aliens and foreign corporations. It did not, nor does it still, apply to the average U.S. citizen. Now, if that holds true, it explains other things because in the movie the documentary Freedom for Fascism, one of the things they kept reiterating was that the government would not address the public about what statute mandates 490 or the 1040. They kept saying it is voluntary compliance, voluntary. Right. What does voluntary mean to you? That means you're voluntarily, you are of your own free will handing them a check for whatever you're going to hand to them. But that's not how they're enforcing it. Even Ron Paul has said that the income tax is illegally applied. There's been multiple senators throughout recent history that have said that it is being misapplied. The problem is that even the courts will not overturn it. They won't rule against it because if they did, the entire economy could crash. It would crash. It's basically we're sitting on a house of cards. The problem is there's no fixing it at this point. We're so indebted. We're leveraged up to the hilt, and then the what do you call it? The fraud extends all the way to the housing, to the bond market. So that's another thing I uncovered this week as well. So basically, we're sitting on a guy from Texas found that Texas school systems are sitting on $5.1 trillion in fraudulent bonds. Ooh. And that when it comes out, it will destroy the economy. And apparently it's not isolated to Texas. So I don't see any other way. I think that's the reason why Ron DeSantis announced that he's pulling property taxes from Florida because
real estate taxes.
Real estate property taxes. The property taxes. You know, once you get in your house, paying property taxes is like paying rent to the government, and it's never that means the house isn't yours. But the property taxes are supposed to be what goes to fund the schools and everything else. But the reality is they don't need the funding. They've got the funding. It's just it's getting laundered and basically stolen out of the government coffers at the state level.
You know, that's what I was actually wanting to say too. Like, there's no evidence that property taxes is going into the educational system. They've found no evidence to prove that.
No, and not only that, but the same applies for the lottery. I mean, how many times have you been told the lottery money is supposed to go to education, but it doesn't. So what do? They send it to the Department of Education, remove the earmarks, send it back so they can hand it out to whoever they want.
Right. That's why
Trump evidence that it goes anywhere. I was just going to say they probably find evidence that it goes anywhere but the schools.
If they do, if you track it, it does. But here's the thing: that's another reason why some of the moves we're seeing are happening. One of the first things Trump did when he got in office, what did he do? He dismantled what? The Department of Education on the federal level. Why? Because the Department of Education on the federal level is nothing but a gigantic laundering operation. All the money that gets earmarked from the states, which they are earmarked, and that's what the states will say is a defense. When we did the lottery, we earmarked that money for our children. It is earmarked. That means it has to go to education. And it does. It goes into the state education fund, which then by requirement gets funneled to the federal level. At the federal level, it's now met its destination. The earmark is removed and it gets pushed back down and can be used for whatever they want to use it.
I was just about to use the UK as an example of this. National insurance, council tax, and VAT, and all the other taxes are pushed, even especially council taxes, are pushed from the local councils, especially council tax, pushed to the local councils, then to the Exchequer's office, and then is redistributed back down.
Yep. It's laundering. It's literally money laundering, and it's they say it's done in legal way, but okay, so how do you fix that? You put it back to the states where it belongs. So in other words, why do we have a Department of Education on a federal level? For what reason?
I want to connect the dots for you. So the reason why, so he's going to get rid of the property taxes, but he can't talk about the bond fraud right now because it'll destroy everything. Now, we were talking about on the break how Trump had announced that he's going to get rid of the income tax and replace it with tariffs, right? That's what you guys said earlier?
Yes.
Right? The only way there's a reason for that. And the only reason he would do that is if he's going to return us to a sound monetary system. In other words, they can't inflate money. It's going to be backed by something. That's something that Russia and China have been working on for a very long time for the BRICS monetary system. Asset-backed currencies. And it's not going to be just gold. It's also going to be oil, timber, natural resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Diamonds.
Yes, but it'll be backed by something, not just nothing. But this is you got to understand that before the income tax, the nation was solely funded by the U.S. Customs Service through import duties and tariffs. Okay, as a former customs special agent, I can tell you that they funded the country for the first 150 years until they implemented the federal income tax. And even then, it went through multiple legal challenges. The thing about it, though, is that they have ignored Supreme Court rulings and continue to enforce it. Matter of fact, the father of Peter Schiff, he's an investor that has he got a gold brokerage, and
Jacob.
He's always on the news circuit. But his father challenged the income tax in court, and when he got to court, he's trying to cite the Supreme Court cases to justify his position against the income tax. And they literally said, Supreme Court decisions don't apply here.
Yeah, it's a private entity. It's a private entity.
Yeah, and in that documentary from Fascism, the former commissioner of the IRS actually said, he scoffed at Aaron Russo's assertion that you're trying to apply 1910 or 18 something Supreme Court decisions to IRS law that was written after the fact, and basically he's admitting they're not abiding by the Constitution.
Yep. Well, if you think about it, the IRS goes outside the bounds of the Constitution in of itself as an agency, because
they're a private company. They're private. Exactly. They're privately owned.
Who is supposed to handle the purse strings of the country?
Now they have pistols.
So I mean, like I said,
it's actually a loophole. Plenary powers is what it is. It's like, how the president has the power to pardon. Congress has the plenary powers to exert taxes, freight laws, things like that. Now, what they do is they create a non-governmental organization, and then they give them those same plenary powers that they possess, so that they're not necessarily a governmental office. They're a non-governmental office that doesn't have to abide by constitutional law.
Which is already a violation of the Constitution.
Right.
Article 1, Section 10 says nothing but gold and silver shall be money. So you can't get around that. You can't say that paper is now worth the same as gold. It's fraud.
How have they done that?
Yeah.
And again, to show you guys, just to tell you guys again, there's a lot more going on here than what you think. What happened this past week that a lot of people aren't aware of is that the Fed is now having to accept gold and silver.
Yep.
So.
Oh, really?
Again, yes, go look it up. Yeah, because the news is carrying it. That's a huge change.
Well, you know, gold, silver is supposed to be, by the Constitution, supposed to be 1/8 the price of whatever gold is, and that would take silver up to like $340 because gold hit like over 3,500 today.
Actually, if they broke the peg, it would actually explode in value because scarcity gives value. And we've been using silver as an industrial metal for so long that the majority of it that's above ground is actually in landfills. It gets
when I heard there was states that were taking silver and gold as payment, and like not one or two, but like 12.
Florida.
I thought
Florida.
Right. Well, I thought to myself, how do you do it? Well, check this out real quick. I thought to myself, how do you do it? Do I bring in dust? So there was an answer for that. They actually have gold backs. They weigh 1/1000th of an ounce, and you can spend these.
Valorum.
I'm sorry?
You're talking about the Valorum. It's basically gold foil pressed between polymer sheets.
Yeah, it has a marking on it, etc. And it's made from gold. It's 1/1000th of a whatever of gold, and you can spend these in Nevada, and the other states that you guys are mentioning.
Yeah,
I've seen them. That's
Florida,
a trip.
yeah.
That's really cool.
But it should have told you that there's. Well, again, it should have told you that there were big changes occurring that they don't want you aware of because it's changing the absolute landscape of what we're living in currently.
Well, that's on the state level. You know what I mean? Certain states, we don't want the Fed. Like Kentucky, for instance, they said if the Fed comes in here, you're on your own. You know, our sheriffs will not help you. We will not give you money. You know, if you're getting rolled on, you know, you're getting shot at, whatever. We're not going to help you guys. So if you guys decide to, you know, do your federal roll-in thing, and they had done this 2 years ago, maybe they saw what was coming, and but that's one state for an example.
Well, again, Florida did it too. We went to gold, silver also, and now you have the Fed having to accept gold.
No, I mean, as far as them letting the Fed know that you're getting no help if you bog down in these hills, you're beat.
I don't think they're going to get with the current temperature of this country.
Ready to explode.
The Fed is kind of like, I was going to say, the Fed is kind of like FEMA. I mean, they're not very welcome because they are so corrupt. And, you know, I almost feel bad for FEMA. I do agree with Trump that FEMA needs to be dismantled and reorganized because what is in play is it's too corrupt. It's so embedded. It's not funny.
FEMA's actually getting reorganized. They're granting, or they're passing on the actual disaster relief missions to the states and making them in charge of taking care of their own people. They're passing that responsibility back to the states. The only thing that FEMA is going to do now is they're going to get the spending bills passed and they're going to dole out the money where needed and then do oversight on how the money's being spent so that nobody's just pocketing the money.
Well, that's what needs to happen. And I've said this many, many times. I know states have a heart attack when you say these things, but it's like, listen, I know Florida has had to be a standalone in many ways because I live here and I can tell you the havoc that the storms have wreaked here over the decades, not just recently. It's been decades this has happened. We pay more as citizens of the state of Florida to our coffers within the state to protect us and rebuild us. I mean, we do get FEMA help, but it's not like other states. I mean, California gets more FEMA help. Oh my God, it's ridiculous amounts of money. Where are your backups? You know, why do other states not have backup plans? I mean, natural catastrophe, nobody is immune to it. Nobody.
When Hurricane Irma hit, I had to sign a thing saying that I was never BDS, boycott, divest, sanction movement against Israel, to boycott any Israel products, and nor would I ever be.
When did that happen?
I mean, my girlfriend at the time, who owned the home, was 100% Jewish, and yet we had to sign. I'm thinking, well, what does that piece of context of my life, one way or the other, have to do with? It was like $450. I mean, it was like such a small amount. It was like a little piece of wood, you know.
It's because the people that issued that money are the ones that you signed the oath to.
And that is becoming what people are starting to know that now, because Israel is they're having to fight because people are seeing what they're doing, and it is not. I want the listeners to understand something. The conflicts that are occurring overseas in this Middle East, it's not that we think, any of us think that Hamas is a great organization or, you know, that the violence
one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
It's got nothing to do with that. It's got everything to do with that. You're seeing a situation where one country has put themselves well and above everybody else, all of us, and expects us all to fund them, support them. And now they're trying to enhance and change our laws where you can't even speak up. I mean, they're
superior to everybody. They're the master race.
And my thing is again, y'all know it. You've heard me say it a million times. I'm all about freedom of speech, all about it. I don't care if you like what we're saying. I don't care if you hate what we're saying. You have a right to say it. And unless your actions cause damage to somebody, in other words, your words are never going to cause damage unless that person is overly sensitive or, you know, or you're defaming them, in which case see in civil court. But I mean, the fact is that, again, you cannot control somebody else's thoughts or words. It's that simple. It is enshrined in our Constitution. It is our first right in the Constitution, is the right to freedom of speech. 1,000%. So when you have a foreign nation, a foreign entity of little it reminds me of Zelensky. I can't even say it. And it's not the people, it is the government that drives me nuts over there. Basically putting down, I guess you could say, telling us that if we do not, this is going to happen. You know, basically they want anti-Semitism. They want it to be illegal to even write something online that's anti-Jewish. I'm sorry, I will write anti-Jewish government things all day long when I see you're stepping out of line. If we were doing it, everybody would be writing about us, which they do.
Sure, and likewise, we'll give them props if they deserve props. You know?
Yep, exactly. Exactly. If they do something,
we have an entire conversation about the redefining of Islamophobia in the UK.
Oh, you guys, y'all have the exact polar opposite issue of what we've got here. But I think it's all the same. It's causing division.
Yeah.
It's intentional. I mean, it's causing massive division.
How are you surviving that, Mark? I mean,
so far, well, you know, Kev, I can be with some of my statements. I've been personally, I'm not really affected, but what was it? I heard the writer of the I don't know if anybody recognizes the Father Ted comedy show that was popular back in the early 2000s, late 90s. The writer, one of the writers, was actually arrested by 5 armed police officers. Just yesterday? 5 armed police officers for just writing some stroke Cheddar comments.
I had to laugh. The Babylon Bee actually came up with a really funny meme about that. I was laughing this morning when I saw it, where it showed the officers taking down your journalist, your comedian, and in the background it shows a girl getting like stabbed by a Muslim, and they're like totally ignoring that. And they're taking down this comedian, and that's sad. It's funny, but it's sad because it's kind of true.
Also, I haven't reviewed the story fully yet, but I heard earlier, I saw a headline earlier today about a Anglican priest, vicar, being arrested for just a few possibly poorly chosen comments.
But again, that's where I have a problem. You're saying poorly chosen because you're trying to
well,
be
again,
as
I have not seen the entire. I've not seen the entire report, so I'm just going by memory.
I guess my way of looking at it is poorly chosen. I guess depends on which side of the comment you're on and what the comment was about. I mean, I don't think it's a poorly chosen comment if a priest was to say, hey, I don't agree what's happening over there in the Middle East. You got a lot of people dying, a lot of very innocent people, and they're not really treating Christians very well. So I don't understand. In fact, I personally don't understand why the Christians here in the States are defending Israel so vehemently, because they're getting treated like shit in Israel. And that's not super public, but it's true.
Can I mention something real quick
about
on
that
this?
next week.
I was
going to say, running out of time. Go ahead, Roger.
Now, this is an issue that I've been actually, because I discussed it on a stream last night, and me and Mark just went through some of it. A lot of the problems we're having today has to do with ethno-nationalist movements and people who want to create politics that's rotating around ethnic backgrounds and freaking gender identity. They don't understand what they're in for. This kind of stuff is what resulted in World War One. Yeah. And if it keeps going, we're going into a place where we don't want to go. And that's all I got to say about it.
Well,
that's where they want us to go.
Who was it? I got to tell you, I know I mentioned it before, but Tim Ballard got his ran under Operation Underground Railroad and extracted some kids from Colombia from human trafficking, and I was proud of what he's doing. He's actually he was a classmate of mine in the Customs Academy. I was proud of what he's doing, but just recently he went on a whole Israel cheer parade, and I can't help but wonder if he cut a deal to make that dress with the sperm stain disappear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know I'll catch flack for everything I'm saying. I don't care. But I will tell everybody I'm not suicidal. I sleep with my pillow under my head, not over my head. And if you try to red dot me, I take all comers.
Well, gee, thanks, because I sleep right next to you. That's awesome. Wow, way to protect the wife. All right, guys.
I got you, babe. I got you. Just stand behind me, not in front of me.
Yeah, he's going to put the pillow over my head, be like, it's her. Okay. All right, guys. With that, I'm going to wrap the show up. Everybody I'm going to start with Mark Edworthy. Tell everybody where you can be found, my love.
Okay, nice and quick. I'm on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
All righty. Jason, give it up, brother.
All right, you can find me at DLive Friday, Saturday, and Sunday morning, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard.
David Campione, let's find out about that.
You can find me on Facebook under David Champ and see some great nature photos and wildlife images, and also on my spacecraft identification manual on Amazon.com under David Campione. Next.
Roger Hansen. Come on, Satan. Spit it out.
I'm at Burger King eating a burger, a big old freaking booger made out of fries and soybeans.
Cannibalism.
Eat the cows.
I guess
eat the cows.
Y'all can find Roger Hansen at Burger King. Just gonna put that out there.
.com.
hamburger.com.
All right, and by the way, I will add that Roger Hansen will be coming in with his own show, Cafe Enigma 2, starting, I believe, this coming Saturday. I believe it's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know there was an argument about that earlier. Pretty sure it was 9 p.m.
8 p.m. Zulu.
8 p.m. Zulu. Vicky Voss. I'm not going to forget her. I got Raphael, too. I got to go. Vicky,
1 a.m. Zulu and EDT, not EST.
We're going to run out of time. Good night, everybody.
Okay. All right. Good night.
And we're out of time.
Oh, well.
60 minutes.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right. We're off air.
Alternate universe.
You actually said you were at Burger King eating your booger burger? Really?
I
We only
wanted
have
to.
a couple seconds left. Everybody get ready to go over to the after show.
Yeah,
So,
I wanted
we'll
to
see you
kind
over
of
there.
spare the time there for the show, you know. So
I'll see everybody over on the after show.
oh yeah, let me try to convert this before, because I use your channel on Kick to do it.
No, I've got to find after show. Oh boy.
When we go to the alternate universe.
There it is. All right, see you guys over there.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, we're starting up the Legion of Chaos after show. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. One. Ah!
There's Roger and Vicky and Mark.
Yeah.
I thought the bonds were when another country buys our debt.
Oh, that's.
All right.
Where'd Nancy go? Is she coming in?
I don't know. She
There
didn't
she
say.
is. Or she's calling. Still calling her.
I don't see her coming in.
Where's Raph? Probably making.
There's Jason.
There we go. Hey, Jason, how's it going?
They're coming. Oh, looks like Nancy might
All
be
right.
having
While we
issues.
take and do this, I am going to. Oh, crap! Didn't want to do that. There we go. I'm going to. We're going to say goodbye to a few platforms while we're at it. Thank you, Facebook. You've been great. We'll catch you next time. All right. Thank you, YouTube.